There we go. Hello, everyone. Took us a second to get everything going. We are back live for OnCon 10. Yes. We have 4 folks here. We have myself, Justin, Steve, and Chelsea, who is wandering around in the back here. Chelsea, come here. Come here. Oh, no? Okay.
I was distracted.
Yeah, we have a dog wandering around and doing the thing. So, yeah, we can go ahead and get started here just in a minute. Actually, what I might do is just pull up this and have that pause so we can actually just see any chat that comes in, and we will see how that goes. So let me go ahead and start up some stuff over here, because we're starting with Anime with Agendas, as I recall correctly, for our schedule. That's right, our very first panel. What do we want to start with today?
I don't remember what we've covered before.
Yeah.
We actually we've run it so many times that
Yeah.
we probably should be adding some more before the next major con anyway.
True, definitely. Let's see here. Do we have any? No, we don't. That's fine.
The other problem is that we have half the manpower.
That's true.
A little bit less than half the manpower for how we normally do these, and some of these were added by other of our panelists who are not here.
Yeah.
One of them is sleeping, and one of them, I guess I forget what Nate said he couldn't. He might be traveling, and then one of them's in Texas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess it'll just kind of be a pick and choose for a little bit for here, based on what each of us have seen.
Mm-hmm.
This is our ongoing series of trying, like, half of a suggestions panel and half a informative panel about what these shows are trying to say. I suggested it for Otakon, or submitted it for Otakon a few days ago, and the way I put it there is it's kind of like a genre recommendation in a unique way, where the genre is heavily focused on one major theme that they're trying to portray, and they span multiple different types of shows and genres, like cute girls doing cute things, or action, or what have you, but a lot of them choose to cover a similar topic in different ways.
Yep, exactly. One quick thing. That's why. Let me do one quick change. I need to find out. I need to go here and pull in the actual chat information, which is a little funky, because I don't know what the actual... there it is. 1 second, we'll get the actual chat showing up here on the lower third. I just need to change one little thing. Oops. There we go. That should adjust the chat there for some of this stuff, and we will get that kind of all working there as we go. Cool. All right, I say we just start with the beginning.
Okay.
And start with the pro-military stuff.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and switch over. So I think we'll go with this view for now. You can see some of the stuff down there over there as we go into it. So as Justin was saying, this is sort of a group talk, general panel, pretty free form. Feel free to ask questions in chat as we go. We're going to hit a bunch of different topics. Now, the title of this is, wow, that's really weird. 1 second. Oh, that's right. We have too many little things there. That makes more sense. When we say agenda, what do we mean there? We're talking about anime that have some specific message they're trying to convey clearly with the anime they're giving. So every piece of media, has some angle on things. The creators have their opinions. This is more than that. This is where an anime is clearly trying to get across an opinion about something, I would say.
Right. it's beyond the idea of the hero's journey being like the central theme to a show or anything like that. Some shows are either subtly or explicitly trying to say something about society, religion, technology, environmentalism, and different directors and different staff do that in different ways, and through some of these shows you see it a little bit more overtly, and we're just really here to make a few suggestions based off the genre, based off the themes of some of these shows, and also just based off our own personal preferences, talk about the shows and the parts of the shows we like, and why we feel they do such a good job with all that.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and start with some pro-military anime, that being significant because Japan's military situation has been very unique for a very long time. And let's start off with Gate. So how much have we seen of Gate?
I've seen all of the first, I guess the first and only season, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, cool. I've seen the first 2 episodes, I think. Yeah,
it's this is definitely one of those where we feel the loss of half of our panelists. Nate and Jay both have a extremely large breadth of knowledge on Japanese military, going so far as to do panels on the military itself. But Gate is a kind of in that genre of shows where a specific type of otaku is really into their subject, so they decide to put cute girls in there and make everybody else interested in that subject as well. And this is a not quite an isekai. A gate opens up in the middle of Tokyo. The main character in the center there is goes into the other world, but the gate remains open, and it's not a one-time thing. It turns out that the Japanese military can go in and out freely from the gate into the other world, and the other world is completely outclassed by modern-day military. Like, dragons pose no threat to them. Any civilizations totally get dominated by the tanks and guns and so on and so forth. So, ostensibly at first, it's kind of about how a much more powerful military intrudes upon another world without doing a kind of Manifest Destiny thing where they just take over completely. Like, the goal of the military is not to completely dominate the other world. I think the author was very much trying to portray the Japanese military in a positive light. And they did not want to say, like, oh, well, the military will go in and dominate the entire fantasy world. But what does happen is that they do get very gung-ho about the Japanese military. There's one episode where the main character and the girls are, of course, at a hot spring for one reason or another. I don't remember the reason why, but because and this is in the real world. So the other world's military send spec ops units to try and kidnap the girls, I believe, to either get information about the other world out of them or so on and so forth, because I think Japan has a monopoly on the gate at the moment. And what happens is that one Japanese soldier fends off 3 different countries' spec ops, including America's.
Wow.
And it's very much glorifying Japan's military and saying, like, we are the good guys. We go in and we do everything we can to make the lives of citizens better in this other world. Like, we're trying to teach them battle tactics. We're trying to improve their infrastructure. Like, we are doing everything good here. We're defending them, and the evil other countries are trying to take it all away and stop of us. And unfortunately, it does kind of devolve into that military propaganda akin to an American military film. And the more casual viewers might just be continue watching because like the girls are cute, the voice actor work was really good, and yeah, I mean fan service abound in the show, but it is it is such a powerful case of military propaganda that they did use it for recruiting in Japan.
Wow.
There were posters of the gate characters like saying like sign up for the JSDF.
Now, how much would you say this work is kind of a sort of wish fulfillment on the part of the author? Like, how much does it feel like this is, if I were a soldier, this is how I would like my life to be, kind of a thing?
I mean, I think like any journey into another world is kind of like that.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember if the main character was, or if the author, was in the JSDF at some point. I believe
think he was. Yeah.
And so I think it's like half kind of wish fulfillment of like, you know, the main character is this morally correct person and ends up with a harem of women because he's doing so much good, and in the meantime he's like sticking to the ideals of the JSDF, and I think it kind of just goes on like this. I haven't read the light novel or the manga that it is based off of, but I wouldn't be surprised if it continues along this path for the remainder of the run.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Interesting. All right, let us move on to Obsolete. Have we seen Obsolete? Nope. Okay, skipping Obsolete. Let's talk about Full Metal Panic, because that's something definitely I can talk about, if nothing else. How much of Full Metal Panic have you seen?
I think I've seen like a few episodes of a few different seasons.
Okay.
I know I've definitely seen the Hot Springs episode of Fumofu.
Okay. So I've seen like half of the first season, all of the second season, all the third season, and the beginning of the fourth season. And I have much of the manga in the other room. So Full Metal Panic's interesting because it's dealing with the military in both positive and negative ways. The main character is a member of an elite kind of special forces unit that uses mecha, and in this world mecha exists, but they are not the dominant force of military the way it is in most mecha anime. So, you know, tanks exist, other things exist. Also, without getting too much into spoilers, mecha technology and other technology in Full Metal Panic are not supposed to be. There are specific individuals in that world that have some kind of like strange access to advanced technological concepts that they kind of channel through themselves. So they can kind of sit there, and then suddenly they are, you know, they can kind of auto-write advanced physics concepts and ideas for advanced technology that they can be implemented, but no one should be able to know that in that world. And that's how mecha come to be in all this advanced technology. The girl in this case, Chidori, is just such a person, and so she's kind of a person of interest. And the main boy character, Sosuke, is a special operative who is assigned to protect her and keep her from being essentially kidnapped by various foreign powers who might want her. So on the one hand, it is it's interesting because the other thing is Sosuke is a former child soldier, very kind of badly abused by that situation, and so is the drama and the comedy of it is that he has no sense of what normal human life is, and so he dramatically misunderstands common situations as having dramatic military implications. And so he, you know, as soon as he's assigned to take care of the girl, he's like planting landmines around the school, stuff along those lines. So a lot of sort of comedic elements to it. But it also deals with the fact that the organization they're part of has this very serious mission. And so especially as the story progresses, you get more and more things going on. I think the third season opens with them interrogating a prisoner, and like they begin to break his fingers to get information out of him. And one of the other characters like clearly doesn't like this, but just kind of shrugs it off and keeps going because like that's what you have to do. So there's, it presents kind of both sides of the like this is it is good that we have these protectors because people need them, but also they are open to abuse.
Yeah, it's what Brent mentioned about the juxtaposition of the comedy and drama is, yeah, I think if anybody had any criticism of Full Metal Panic, it kind of feels like it flip-flops a lot of the time. It is dealing with like criticism of a child soldier, but it's also portraying all these situations in a purely comedic route, where it's like, you know, you're supposed to be laughing at this, but under the surface is like, oh, they like mind broke this kid so bad that he has no idea what normal is.
Yeah.
And the unfortunately the show, like, you have to kind of go a layer deeper because the show kind of just wants you to be like point and laugh at the funny situation. But in at least the main series seasons, that takes a much more serious tone, whereas like Fumofu is KyoAni's attempt at just making everything like super duper wacky and funny.
Yeah. Season 1 is it definitely flip flops to your point. Season 2 is pretty much entirely comedy. It's not like completely screwball dumb comedy. Sorry, camera's getting a little weird here. But it is definitely a comedy first and foremost. Seasons 3 and 4 go back to the seriousness. So that is much more of a, here we're dealing with the strong implications of all this. Like I would say season 3 is, there's not much comedy in season 3. That is entirely like Sosuke dealing with his issues, and Chidori being caught in the middle of all that, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's probably something along the lines of the author of Evolution.
Yeah.
Like as the series goes on, the author kind of just throws everything at the wall at the beginning to see what sticks, then eventually falls into the niche.
Well, and also like he was writing the novels contemporaneously with all this coming out. So season 1 was, we already have a good amount. I think Gonzo adapted that first season, and then it moved over to KyoAni back when KyoAni was on ascendancy. But they were very much known more as for light comedies. So they were kind of, okay, let's do kind of a Haruhi kind of a thing with this. Or Lucky Star kind of thing with this. And then once they realized, oh, we have staff and folks that can actually craft a more serious story, I think they could go more in that direction, to your point.
What were the later seasons adapted by?
KyoAni.
They were all?
I believe they were all KyoAni.
Okay.
As I recall.
I know Fumofu was, but I'm not entirely sure what the other ones were.
I'm pretty sure, because I remember Goro, I forget his last name, the author of the original novels. Yeah. He talked about how like he stayed with KyoAni for a long time because he like had such good relationships with them. In fact, so funny story. So the creator of Full Metal Panic also wrote an episode of Haruhi, an episode of Lucky Star. The episode of Haruhi is the episode where they're playing the video game, and you know, Yuki Nagato is doing the on the keyboard. The episode of Lucky Star he wrote was the episode where they go to Kamikat, and they come across hentai doujinshi of Full Metal Panic at Kamikat, and there's a whole sort of running gag about that because one of the girls also reads Full Metal Panic. It's kind of a running gag in the show.
What I saw just now is that KyoAni did the second raid. Okay. But Gonzo did the movie. Okay. And then Zebek did Invisible Victory.
Okay, gotcha.
Because KyoAni after, I don't know, what is it, 2012, 2013 time frame, they really stopped doing other people's stuff.
Yeah,
like,
true.
They were like, we're going to do all of our own stuff in-house now.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so final season was that. Cool. Okay, yeah. As Cornish Cream Tea's putting in the chat, thank you for that. Yeah, so that's Full Metal Panic. Definitely an interesting. Also one of those very anime kind of a things, if you will, where it's, you know, weird premise, goofy comedy, serious moments out of nowhere. You know, not the kind of thing you'd easily see adapted to live action, for example, over here. Please, whoever, don't try a Full Metal Panic Hollywood live action adaptation. It's not going to work. Thank you. No. All right. Moving on to anime about the Neet phenomenon, aka not in education, employment, or training. Right. I believe. So these are Neets being folks who are not part of the workforce, basically, but adults. or not homemakers, etc. And there's been some pushback on that in the last couple of decades. I would say when the phenomenon first arose in like the 90s, it was seen in the general Japanese public as something where it's like, that's unfortunate, but we understand that there are a few folks who can't, cope or who are in a situation, so fair enough. Then it became so widespread that folks are like, whoa, this is not good.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, One with the NHK is kind of one of the canonical examples of that. I have not seen much of this. I need to get back to this.
Yeah, I haven't seen much either.
Yeah.
I think I read volume 1 when I was in high school or so.
Yeah.
From what I know and what I understand, though, very half wish fulfillment, half dark comedy.
Yeah.
Is very much like a cute girl shows up and tries to save the main character from complete despair in the lifestyle of being a Neet, and the main character is into some extremely questionable stuff. It does go through some extremely heavy themes, like almost straight from the get-go. There are some very heavy mental health things going on, but it is also kind of sort of portrayed as a like dark/black comedy. I don't know that it ever gets to the point where I would consider it a black comedy, but dark comedy for sure.
Yeah.
And it is maybe a little bit uncomfortable to watch if any of the themes like hit close to home for you. And I'm sure even though these are like supposed to be the gross losers who stay in their house all day, it is that same thing that anime does, where they take aspects of real life and amp them up to 11.
Yep.
So there are things that people can relate to, whether it be not having many friends at a certain point in your life, staying in your room a lot, being introverted, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But I can't talk to it in any real depth because unfortunately I haven't read the whole thing or watched the whole thing.
Yeah. Also interesting because one of the characters, he connects with a girl, young woman, who wants to fix him,
right,
so to speak. So she's interested in saying, okay, well, we can resolve this issue. And so it's also about that weird tension of somebody trying to change you. Do you want to change? Is their motivation pure, right? How much should somebody change somebody else? Those sorts of aspects as well.
Right. It's a kind of that thing of like, I think what's touched on is she doing this to save him, or is she doing this to feel good about herself? Right. Which is a question that gets brought up, especially for charitable enterprises a lot. There's discussion often, especially now that we're in the realm of like internet charity and people doing good acts for views. The idea is, the question brought up is any charitable act entirely selfless? Is selfless? Is it possible to have an entirely selfless charitable act? Because the idea is if you take any satisfaction at all in any way from doing the charity, then it is not entirely selfless. Right. Like if you donate $20 to a charity, you don't expect anything in return, but you feel that makes you feel good about yourself, and that means it is not selfless. So that question gets like lightly touched on, I believe, from how the main girl is acting in this scenario. Yeah. And then obviously the main character has to deal with the idea of like, is she doing this to prank me? Is she doing this? Like, why is she doing this for me specifically? Yeah, exactly. Interesting stuff.
All right, moving on to Eden of the East. So this is interesting. So Eden of the East is not primarily about this, but it touches on this. Have you seen this?
I've seen it in college a long time ago.
Yeah.
From what I remember, I did not understand anything that happened.
So Eden of the East is intended to be one of those shows that is, it starts very much in the moment, and you just kind of have to figure it out as best you can based on connecting together various clues. Basically, the black-haired boy here is brought into a a game, one of these things where, you know, a dozen people all get a cell phone that they can use to kill anyone they want, kind of a thing, or call in any favor they want, and it just happens, and it'll all get narrowed down to one winner at the end, one of those kind of ridiculous game concepts. And then the girl gets brought into all of that, just kind of accidentally sucked into the whole situation. Notably, though, the boy has no memory. He's forgotten what's going on. And so he's trying to figure it out at the same time. Like, why do I have this? What does all this work? Why do these people want to kill me? And one of the things he does is he decides to actually mobilize the homeless and the unhomed. So he realizes there are all of these people out there that are undocumented, that are kind of living in these various things, and realizes how powerful that is as a leverage point and a thing to use when you are in this sort of shadowy game involving all of that. And so it then kind of opens up questions around how ethical it is to kind of mobilize all these people and try to kind of do that. And he, without getting into spoilers, he does have like, there are things he's trying to do like to help them. It's not just like purely you will help me solve the game and then you get thrown away. But it is a fairly dark direction to take for that kind of a story.
It is, I guess, one topic that I don't know if we cover in this, or we don't have. I can't remember all of our genres. Is definitely homeless population in general, though. Mm-hmm. There have been more anime lately that have dealt with homeless population. There's even the Yakuza series, especially deals with the homeless population.
Right. Yeah.
The last two games especially have been pretty highly focused on homeless population. And then there have been a few shows, and one out specifically called Hina Matsuri. Takes a look at
I didn't know that I hit that.
Yeah, it takes a pretty. It's not the focus of the show, but it incidentally does take a pretty serious look at the homeless population issues in Japan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the only other thing I have to mention about Eden of the East is I am reading East of Eden right now. Nothing like Eden of the East. I'm sure the connection is there somewhere.
Yeah.
But I don't see it right now. East of Eden is a very different kind of story than Eden of the East.
Interesting.
But I mean, Eden of the East does take a lot of Western inspiration too.
Sure.
I can't. What does it say? Like, why did we put it in the Neet category?
I think just because that was a subplot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Well, and also because, frankly, there aren't a lot of anime that do touch on this topic. Like, it's a somewhat taboo topic in Japan, at least within anime.
I think there have been some more in the last few years, especially with isekai stuff, that you have characters who are neets that get sucked into otherworldly situations. And I think we could definitely take a look at some of those in the future as well.
Yeah, agreed. So then moving on to MMO Junkie. So this is it's a fun one. Have you seen this one?
No. Okay. I think I saw one episode and I didn't follow up on the rest.
So I've seen this through. This was my kind of light, fun anime of that season, where I was like, I'm just enjoying this. Basically, the young lady there in the center with the long purple hair was a salary woman. Is that the term? I don't know. And she basically worked a 80-hour-a-week job for forever. Ended up leaving the company, and then is like, okay, I'm just going to spend the next 6 months or whatever just doing nothing. Like, I'll get a job eventually, but I just do not want to work at all for a while. And so she stays at home, logs into an MMO, and ends up reconnecting with a friend of hers and kind of starting a romance with somebody that she got to know earlier in a previous MMO, and kind of their romance evolves. But like, she is very much living the Neet life in the sense that she has money, like she has savings she's living off of. But other than that, she does not work. She does not want to work. She's not interested in that. And but also kind of dealing with the burnout of a really hard job as kind of the reason for that. And so that was kind of interesting because, again, until a couple of years ago, you didn't really see the salaryman exhaustion issue addressed in anime much. And so it was refreshing to see that shown very blatantly in this show, where it's like, yeah, you know, she just got worked to death to the point where she needs a 6-month break from any kind of work. So that was kind of remarkable. And the fact that the show unusually makes her the very likable protagonist, right? It's not like, oh, you should be working. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Like we get it. So that was unusual.
It's the idea is that she's like the whole anti-Neet premise is that like it's not glorifying that she's in this position. It's like, well, she meets a guy and it's like, well, this is how you reconnect with society,
Mm-hmm.
and you know it tries to bring them. I forget what's the guy's situation of this. Is he like a similar situation? Or
No, he's a successful businessman.
Okay.
But as I recall, he is he's losing satisfaction with his job, in the sense that like it's gotten like, oh, okay, I just do the job, it's fine. Like, but I don't get any joy out of it anymore. And so he's not like burning out or anything. It's just, I've gotten to a plateau in terms of my career.
Okay. Yeah. There's definitely thinking of that. There's probably other properties where we could look at like burnout in jobs. It's
Yeah.
Like, it needs like even the Garden of Words, the T-shirt and that.
Yeah, true.
She's not. I mean, she's not a typical Neet in the sense that like she's inside. She's not Hikakomori Neet.
Right.
But she's skipping work and feeling burnt out for a number of reasons.
It's true.
Which also is a kind of subtly implies that like the way to fix it is to find something to reignite your spark for your job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is what ends up happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm trying to remember. I don't remember how MMO Junkie ends from a career perspective. I don't recall that she like ends by getting a new job or anything. I think she may like be. I think at the end she's like, okay, it's time for me to start like job hunting again. But I'm gonna, do this more deliberately. I'm gonna find something that I'm gonna, I can enjoy more. So I think that's that. It could be that like there's an opening at the guy's company, something like that. I don't recall again, but again, interesting to see something that addresses that kind of directly.
I could totally take 6 months off right now.
Yeah, I totally hear that. Wouldn't mind that. Okay, we definitely have time to get into disabilities/aging. What surprises me is that last section did not include the most obvious example of we're talking about homelessness. Why didn't we talk about Tokyo Godfathers?
Oh yeah, I mean Satoshi Kon is notably absent from this. Like he has a lot to say about otaku and Tokyo Godfather. I haven't seen Tokyo Godfathers. That is definitely something for. Alan's a huge Satoshi Kon fan.
Yeah, and actually, it's not Neet. There is an obsessed otaku in his TV series. Paranoid Agent. Yeah, and like there's a whole episode about a guy who is unhealthily obsessed with that kind of stuff, and it's clearly like he's not anti-otaku. It's just like they're pretty much every episode is about somebody who is unhealthily obsessed with something, and so he's kind of the fan version of that. But yeah, interesting. All right, disabilities/aging. Oh yeah, we can definitely talk about disability with interviews with monster girls because that is kind of the theme of this show.
Mm-hmm.
You seen it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
There's the perspective that was brought up by our co-panelist Alan is that interviews with monster girls is a parallel to how people with disabilities navigate life.
Yeah.
And the show is just at its core is monster girls have shown up in the real world and they are in very small numbers, so there's not a lot understood about them. And there's all different types of monster girls. The one on the left is a succubus. The bottom left is a
Yuki-onna.
Yeah. And the one on the bottom middle is a vampire. The one in the upper middle is her sister, who is not a vampire. And the one on the bottom right is pretty obviously a Dullahan. And the teacher is the main character, who is the guy in the lab coat. and it is him understanding and learning about the girls and their experiences, and not. It seems like the attitude up until the point of the show is like they just these monster girls have to adapt into society, whereas the show is kind of saying no, like somebody needs to understand where these girls are coming from and what their perspectives are, and the idea is, well, the what's it called? The stereotypes about some of these monsters are over exaggerated, as they are in real life with some people with these kinds of disabilities. Where the vampire girl, she can be out in the sun, and if she is for too long, it just kind of makes her lightheaded. She's kind of anemic.
Yeah.
And she needs to feed on blood because she kind of has a light form of anemia. She's excused from gym class because she gets lightheaded outside. The Dullahan has those similar kinds of disabilities to someone like somebody missing a leg, or somebody who is not able to use all of their muscles properly. So like he implements technologies to try and help her just navigate normal life. Like she has to hold her head all the time, so he tries to give her a harness that holds her head, so she has her use of her hands. And it's also the kind of thing where like other girls are very uncomfortable talking to the Dullahan because they don't know whether they should acknowledge the fact that her head is detached from her body. And even though the Dullahan, people with disabilities understand that they have disabilities.
Right.
Like the Dullahan makes jokes several times about not having like the head being not attached to the body. And beyond that, it's kind of like an example of the flame coming from the Dullahan's head. Does it connect? Is it a portal? How does it work? And it is partially a commentary on that kind of minority experience.
Yeah.
Even someone like the succubus teacher, she has to dress very conservatively. She has to mind herself around men, because if she touches a man, they lose control of all their urges. And that could be I can't remember the argument for disabilities exactly, but it is definitely an argument for minority experience and how women, an extreme example of how women are treated in male-dominated societies, where she has to be the one to control her actions and her appearance and herself, because men cannot control themselves around her.
And a great example of that is with the protagonist, where whenever he's around her, he acts completely normally. But then, once he gets down the hall, he goes, that was that was intense. But it points out the fact that, to the metaphor, the fact that she's a succubus doesn't mean that men can't control themselves, right? And so it's kind of that point that but how much is people reacting to her identity as opposed to the actual effects of her powers.
Right. It's to the point where it grossly inconveniences her to she has to take the first train out in the morning because there's less people, and the last train home in the evening. She has to live out in the boondocks because she can't, when she's asleep, she can't control her powers as well, and it affects a greater area. And I think the lightest example is the Yuki Onna. She just kind of doesn't understand what her powers do, or the extent of what she could potentially do. She thinks that she could bring a large amount of destruction to a lot of people, because Yuki Onna traditionally are temptresses that lure men out in the middle of winter and kill them. And so because Japanese students know that about Yuki Onna within the universe, they say you need to stay away from her because she's going to trick you and try to do something bad to you, and that she's just a shy girl that the worst that happens is that she turns bath water cold, or she cries tears of ice, and that's the extent of it. And it's not like she's it's a good show about taking small snippets of these different experiences and how the teacher tries to handle them and understand them.
Yeah, and it's also an interesting example of kind of light world building, where one of the things they suggest is that there were probably a handful of women with the Yuki Onna powers who were temptresses who tempted people to their death, and so they became what everybody thought that was. Right. And so in world, there's a reason for these stereotypes to exist, but there's no actual connection between like villainy and the power. Very interesting. Moving on to Roujin Z. Boy, speaking of
love that one.
Yep, disabilities and aging. So this is a weird one. This is about hi Chelsea. This is about a high-tech bed. Basically, the idea is a bed has been invented that do the thing. I keep waving my hands and it keeps thinking it wants to focus on me. A high-tech bed has been invented for the elderly and the infirm as something that can take care of them more completely. So it can do automatic injections of medicine and all sorts of stuff like that. And it has this sort of biofeedback technology in it, so it will learn from the person what they need and respond appropriately. Well, they connect this to the first actual person they want to do this with, and turns out what he really wants is to go home. So the bed proceeds to rip itself out of the hospital and go home and add extra technology to it and kind of build to it and expand and so forth. And so it becomes this sort of massively destructive vehicle, Mad Max style, running through the city, trying to get home, as everyone's trying to resolve that. So the screenshot is very representative of kind of the overall reaction of everyone to what's going on there. But it is this interesting element of this old guy is just, he's just existing, kind of living there in his bed, but he still has desires. He still has a life. He still has things he wants to do that people are kind of ignoring for forever. Kind of a commentary on how those sorts of people tend to be pushed aside in society and kind of ignored, and how if given the opportunity, they would definitely do a lot more. Very interesting. Also by the creator of Akira.
Yes.
And has that same kind of style and feel to it. So if you're looking for something...
The author or the director?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he wrote the manga and then directed the anime.
Right.
So...
Yeah, that was... sorry, I'm off screen.
That's right, yeah.
So I really like this movie because it's... I mean, this is a little bit gross, but the movie starts basically with the older gentleman at his home, and he has a bell that he rings that is connected to a phone that gets to the nurse. That's the girl in the sweater in the middle. And he messes himself. He soils himself.
Yeah.
And so one of the things of this bed is that it does literally everything, including diapering you.
Wow.
And so it's supposed to be the ultimate in technology of taking care of old people, but he's not really enjoying it. Because when you watch it, it's just like this machine is just going, we're going to inject you. It's just like stabbing, being very, very stabby.
Yeah.
And, things like that. And it doesn't help that in its effort to try to please what his desire is, which is to go home, it takes on the voice of his now deceased wife.
Wow.
And so there's a lot of just what do old people really need? What do they really want? And are we really taking care of them?
Yeah.
And as it turns out, because this is the guy who did Akira, there's that shadowy government agency that says the bed is working perfectly well now for military designs. So you had a little bit of that. But this is just I'm sorry, this is to cut in there.
Yeah, sure,
but
please.
This is one of my more favorite animes.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's some commentary on loss of agency too.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, because the idea is that the younger generation is we want to design a bed to help these people, but then it ends up just taking away every decision that these people have to make.
Exactly.
And I think the idea, it sounds like the idea is that any older person that would be put into this would end up hating it because any choice they make entirely, that is a problem just in real life with the older generations is they get frustrated that they can't do things that they used to be able to do, and the answer is not always just to have someone do it for them.
Right.
Sometimes it is about getting them to accept that they can't do those things anymore.
Sure.
But there are other solutions other than having their life essentially be on autopilot the entire time.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting stuff. All right, a silent voice. Obviously, talking more about disability than aging here. And this is definitely one of the heavy hitters, dealing with a young girl who is deaf, and spoiler alert, and the reaction of those around her. Because boy, so the basic premise of this is, again, we'll have to kind of explain all this, but this is kind of back of the DVD stuff. Is that this girl was in grade school. She has to go through a variety of different grade schools because kids, turns out, are not the most sensitive of people. And so she gets bullied. The main character, the boy here, was her bully in one of those classes. But the bullying then kind of came back. He realized the consequences of his bullying. And so the story is him trying to atone for that bullying, and the incredibly complicated nature of that desire. Meaning, is it possible to atone for that? What does it mean to do that to everyone involved? How do you move forward with your life after having done terrible things you can't take back? And then what are the implications of that for everyone around you? One of the beautiful things about this film is that it's not just about, turn that off again. It's not just about that. You follow all these various characters, most of whom were part of that class, and you see all the different variations on what happened there. Was this person involved? Was this person kind of tangentially involved? What does that mean? So there's a lot of subtlety to its portrayal of that. And then the other layer is how there's a great line in the manga, which didn't make it into the anime, which is completely understandable, where they talk to the girl's mother. And the girl's mother is very kind of emotionally closed off and very harsh. And there's a line where she says, "You have no idea what it's like having to constantly advocate for your daughter in a society where no one cares." And it very much deals with the fact, and again, this is something that you don't see too much of in a lot of things, is that there aren't a lot of accommodations for people with disabilities in Japan. There are some, but people do not bend over backwards in general for those who are different. And that is something that she's had to just constantly bash her head against, that there's no one's willing to kind of really do much of anything. You see that a lot in the grade school experience, where the teacher says, introduce yourself, and she's the one who says, I'm deaf, or shows that he's deaf, and then he hands her thing. That's it. Like he does nothing. He wants to do as little as possible to interact with her that way. And so that is kind of the unfortunate thing. Whoops, 1 second. Slight issue here. There we go. But yeah, so that is, thoughts?
Yeah, it's I haven't done as much analysis on a silent voice, but it is one of the most interesting things I heard about the accessibility of this movie is that because it was on a deaf character, and obviously it is a movie that uses sound, they tried to make it as accessible as possible to deaf audiences. And one of the ways they did that is by using Tokyo Sign Language, or Japanese Sign Language, JSL.
Okay.
And one of the most interesting things I heard about that is that in Ogaki, in the Gifu Prefecture, which is where this is set, the Japanese Sign Language has variations. But in the movie, they chose to use the mainstream JSL because it is more accessible to a wider audience. So it is an interesting juxtaposition that they did not accurately choose to represent the sign language that these characters would be using, but they chose to make it as accessible as possible to a wider deaf audience.
Yeah.
Which, you know, a lot of research went into that, and you know, they could have just relied on subtitles, but they had to put in a lot of effort into animating the hand signs, making it as accurate as possible.
Yep. To that point, something to bring up. This is, as far as I know, the second anime ever to actually have a deaf character who signs in the anime. And in the first anime they did that, was called Girl Power. They talked to the director, and the director said, "It's expensive. Like, it's time consuming. Like, you got to tell the animator, like, it's adds a lot to the production process to be able to actually animate signing properly." And so just nobody does it. He said, it's not and he said, we're working in this industry for a while. It's not that we don't want to feature that. It's just, it's an extra element that just adds a lot of complexity that no one kind of really wants to take on.
Right. I think, you know, it's a movie produced by Kyoto Animation is one of the better places to do it. They have the power, they have the funds. I mean, this was Naoko Yamada, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she is definitely a director who was able to tackle this with the appropriate level of seriousness.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that the English dub, the voice actors who did the role is actually deaf. So when you hear her voice, that's actually her voice. That's not made up.
That's so cool.
That's actually who she is.
And it's an important plot point because in the scenes where she tries to speak to, she normally doesn't speak much, especially as a kid, and relies kind of on writing and such. And then when she actually does try to speak, the main character can't understand her because of the way she speaks. So that is actually a plot point. Yeah. And by having somebody, you know, you realize it's not that what you are hearing is not somebody affecting that. That is literally what somebody with that sounds like, which really makes it much more impactful. So, and yeah, A Sign of Affection from this year is an anime that deals with this as well.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, which is Sign of Affection. I've seen a couple of episodes of that. That is more of a just straight romance anime, but where the main one of the main characters is deaf, which is very interesting. All right, Jose the Tiger and the Fish. I have not seen this. Have you seen this? Nope. We're gonna have to skip this one. I forget what the. Oh yeah, she's in a wheelchair. So that is kind of the big deal with that one. But we're about at time, so I think this is a great time to pause with our Anime with Agendas talk. Does anyone have any questions for us? Or is there anything any of you guys wanted to add on to the anime we've been talking about so far? Militarism or aging, which I think we all agree we're not going to age. We decided no aging.
I intend to live forever.
Yep.
Said the disembodied voice on this panel.
It's worked so far.
There you go. There we go. So far, so good.
So yeah, A Sign of Affection is interesting. I've not watched much more of that anime, but one of the things I like about the show is that it is very much about what is it like trying to have a relationship with somebody else where that is a factor, but it's not central to the relationship. So gosh, I got to figure out a way of locking this off because this is really annoying. It keeps you every time. I know a way of doing that. And so one of the cool things Sign of Affection does is whenever you see something from the girl's perspective, they tend to fade out the audio that's going on around you. So you see more what that's like, and it reminds you of what her experience is, because you'll have a situation, for example, where other folks are talking around her, and then you zoom in on her, see what she's doing, and you realize, oh, she doesn't know that conversation's happening. She doesn't know that somebody's over there because she can't hear that's going on. So some clever stuff there.
Yeah, if there's any other suggestions for some of the topics of the we've covered today, any other show suggestions or whatever, we'd appreciate it. There's a lot more examples than the ones we talked about, and I think for the next time we do this, probably at Otakon, we'll probably look into some other stuff, especially because we'll have not quite our full power, but close to our full power. Anime USA, I think everybody should be here.
Cool. Inuyashiki. I don't think I've seen
Oh, yeah.
Inuyashiki.
Who's that? Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, I have not seen that at all.
Yeah, old guy gets Terminator outfit.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. I'll have to check out Inuyashiki then. Series, movie,
Series
series. Okay,
and manga, I think.
manga. Yeah, of course. 11 episode anime series by Mappa. Cool.
No thoughts on it right now, but
Yeah, definitely something for us to investigate further. Again, something you don't see a lot of in anime is folks dealing with aging specifically, and because it's not their demographic, right? Like most people watching anime are not in their 70s. I'm trying to think of any other like significant anime with older protagonists.
like
Or
how
you-
old?
Well, like grandparents age. Even like characters of that age in anime are pretty unusual.
Right.
Yeah. Either that or they're extremely overpowered in like shonen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the big one is.
We're not going to count Master Roshi in this.
Yeah, no. He's probably in his 40s, right? I
Oh,
would
yeah,
expect,
sure.
Yeah, whatever. The head of Section 9 in Ghost in the Shell is probably the big one I can think of. But there just aren't a lot. Yeah. I always think of him as old 8-face because that's what the Section 9 call him. But yeah, there just aren't a lot of those folks other than as the kindly couple next door that you wave to because they're brushing the front step. So the other themes that we have in here is we have environmental, we also have technology, capitalism, crime, discrimination. Oh, that's Tokyo Godfather's right in there. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Mental health, LGBTQ plus, epistemology is an interesting one.
Oh, we have a Coyote Ragtime show mentioned.
Oh, that's epistemology is definitely Neet.
Yeah. Where's Coyote Ragtime show? I'm not seeing that there. Where did I throw that in there? Huh. I don't know. But yeah. So lots of other stuff we could talk about. Well, yeah. Okay. Oh, I see you. Yeah. You're right. Protagonist of Coyote Ragtime show was probably late 40s, so he could have been.
There's a few middle-aged ones. There's the one. I'm blanking on the name right now, but it's about a father who accidentally kills his daughter's like gangster boyfriend or yakuza boyfriend,
okay.
and then the entire yakuza is like trying to find him, like trying to figure out what happened because he was the head of a big boss, and it's he has kind of like a wanted scenario. Like he knew how to clean up the body exceptionally well and leave no evidence. Even though he had like ostensibly just a normal job.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the first episode.
Is that the one, the mystery one, where the daughter, where he's visiting the daughter and then he
accidentally kills the guy.
The
The guy's like threatening him. He's like, whoever's hiding you, I'm gonna kill you. And he comes out with like a kettle or something. He bashes his head and he accidentally kills him.
And his wife comes in aghast and then helps him, right?
Yeah, she's ride or die with him.
I remember this now. Yeah.
I forget the name of the show.
That was fun.
But like Tiger and Bunny also has an older protagonist. There's ones with older protagonists.
Yeah.
Depending on what you consider older as well.
Yeah. There was one by it was a time stop anime where this family just has the ability to stop time, and it's more of an ensemble show, and like the elders in that family are more central to it.
The grandmother in Star Wars.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's pretty central to that. Yeah. Definitely kind of a not something you see a lot of. Cool. All right, then we are going to take a quick break. We're going to show some of Ginger Gaiden's wonderful videos. Then we'll be back in about half an hour with Where the Otaku Want to Roam by the Unagi Observer. So we will switch over to that for just a moment, and we will be back, as we said, in about half an hour for that. We will see you all then.
By the title of this video, you already know what we're doing. We're gonna spend 5,000 yen just on Gatchapon here in Akihabara, Tokyo. Let's see what we can find for 5,000 yen. There are some specific ones I want to find. They make good gifts too, so let's just see. Alright, this shop's already looking really good. I do really want some Hololive ones. This Hololive one is cool. They don't have Korone though. These are the volume 1, but maybe Sakura Miko would be cool. Ooh, the Naruto one is cool. That one's tempting. Alright, I definitely have to do Eurocamp. I'm gonna definitely do Eurocamp. So Eurocamp, that's the first one. We got Chiaki button. I definitely have to do Tokyo Mew Mew because I have a lot of friends who love Tokyo Mew Mew, so this will definitely be good. At the end of the video, I will show you the entire haul, by the way. Alright, Tokyo Mew Mew. Which one do we get? I honestly love all of these, so I'll be happy with any of them. We got... Oh, I don't even know. You know what? I don't know what this is. Maybe I'll check later. We'll just get them, and if I can't tell what it is, I'll look at them later. My personal favorite is lettuce, but honestly, like, I love all the girls, so I'll be happy with any of these probably. There's tons of Jujutsu Kaisen ones, guys, for you Jujutsu Kaisen fans. Did you find one you wanted to do?
Wano art costumes.
Oh yeah, the Wano costumes are cool. Yeah, we did that one. That one's cool.
Oh, I did get Solo. Nice,
Oh my gosh,
my favorite.
lucky!
That's
Literally
perfect.
your favorite. What in the world?
Heck yeah.
How could you get more lucky than that? Alright, I'm gonna check my Tokyo Mew Mew one. And it is... Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is my best friend's favorite character, so I'm definitely gonna give this to her. So that's perfect. That's a good one. In that first place, we did Eurocamp, we did Tokyo Mew Mew, and we did One Piece. So we've spent 900 yen so far, so still got a long way to go. We've already gotten some good ones so far. Alright, here's the next Gatchapon place. Let's see what we can find here. I am also looking for Genshin Impact. A lot of Genshin Impact ones. Ooh, they have 86 up there. That's an anime that just finished airing. That's pretty popular. They have Nagatoro-san. Aha! We found the jackpot. We found Genshin Impact. I'm definitely going to spend some on this one. There's a lot of characters that I like. I would love to get Mona. I would love to get the main female character. Honestly, any of these are great. The Genshin Impact ones also sell out really quickly. From what I've... Oh man. all of those people that tried to pull her. Kure, I can't remember her English name, but yeah, she... This is a good one. Oh my gosh, what a pull. Alan found a Spy Family one. We both enjoy the manga, so these are little, mini towels. He already has that one with the dog on it, so let's see what you can get. This is like a practical item too, you know? Like you can actually use it.
Did I just get the same one?
Oh no, really?
I did, so I gotta go again.
Okay, you're gonna go one more
That's
time?
literally the same one I already have.
It is.
Are you serious?
Are you kidding me?
You got the same one twice in a row?
Our luck ran out, dude.
We own 3 of this one now.
Maybe we'll come
Keep
back.
going,
If
yeah.
we don't find one, we'll come back and we'll really try. How unlucky
That's
can we
so
get?
unfortunate.
We have 3 of those
them
now.
now.
Alright, next door. I don't really see any ones here that I haven't seen at other stores yet. Very tempted to do Tokyo Mew Mew again. So far, you've spent how much? And at the last store I spent 300 more, so I'm at 1,200 yen spent, and you're at 900 yen spent, right?
So, yeah.
Okay, so together that's math. 2,100. Now we're gonna go across the street to the big camera. They have a lot of Gatchapon on the outside. Pretty popular place to come get gacha.
They have the cocoa curry one here.
Ooh, they do. Cocoa curry. Let's just try it while we're here. I definitely want this one either way. I love cocoa curry so much. It's like a famous curry place in Japan. So I gotta have one of these. It's like my favorite place to eat. This isn't actually usually what I get. Like I eat a like a chicken katsu curry with vegetables. Which one did I get? Oh, I got the cheese curry. I got the cheese. It says taberaremasen. You cannot eat, so you cannot eat this. This is so cute though. Well, these are ones I haven't seen yet. Haven't seen the Vocaloid ones yet. Haven't seen the Fate Grand Order ones yet. So much Jujutsu Kaisen. There's the Tonikaku Kawaii one. That's a good one. There's more Coco Curry. Gonna give this Euro Camp one a spin. Alright, who is it? Give me, honestly, all of these are good. Nadeshiko! Let's freaking go! I keep seeing this whole alive one, and honestly, I'm just gonna go for it and see what happens. Some of these girls I don't even know, but we're gonna just try. I really want Sakura Miko, or Akai Hato, or Fubuki. Or Suisei, but I don't know, we'll see. If I get someone I don't know very well, maybe that's a sign I should watch those streams. I got Matsuri, so I don't actually know much about Matsuri at all, but maybe it is a sign that I need to watch her stream. We're definitely gonna go back to one of the stores that we were first at. I think I think it's called the Akiba Gatchapon Hall. That was really good.
I think it's right here.
Ah, no more. So if you've ever seen a movie in Japan, these characters, they tell you, like, you know, you can't film the movie and stuff like that. Don't upload the movie. And they're really funny, so I don't even know.
Yeah, anti-pirating. I got the popcorn one. I'm gonna try again. I don't like him.
You know, you're gonna try again, okay. The camera one is the one.
Guy. He's the cool one.
True. Is that the drink?
Camcorder guy.
Oh, yay! Right, okay, good. All of these right here are only 100 or 200 yen. Like these Zatch Bell ones. I guess it's because they're older. But yeah, only 100 yen for the Zatch Bell one. Yeah, Digimon. So this is a good way to maybe spend the last few dollars. You have Gundam ones, Capcom ones. The Pokemon eggs are so cute too. If I found something with Yamper, I love Yamper so much, I would probably do that. I wish the Shaman King one had like little rubber straps, not just buttons. You could try your hand at the Spy Family one again.
I'm very tempted to.
Are you gonna really try again? Oh man, if you get it again, I feel like the world's against you. Maybe they just put all of the ones that no one wants. If it's yellow, it's blue.
Blue is bad.
Oh, blue is bad? Yeah.
It's the same one.
It's the same one.
They're all the same one.
They're all the same one, so you're just getting gypped.
Yeah.
Alright guys, we are back from Akihabara and we're going to show you the haul of Gachapon that we got. So we got Zoro from One Piece. This was a good pull because Alan's favorite One Piece character is Zolo, so that was a good one. Got Zakuro from Tokyo Mew Mew, which is also a really good pull because I wanted to get one of these for my friends and this is her favorite character. So yeah, so far like our first pulls were amazing. These are also in no particular order. Just to let you know, I'm just pulling them.
Oh, these were great.
Yeah, this one was wonderful. There's a whole Gachapon that is just fire Pokemon. So these are so cool. They had like Torchic, they had Charmander stuff. So I was really happy to get Growlithe. He just goes on this little stand here. So this is also a really good pull. Oh yeah, here's the thing. You can see all the Pokemon on there. So yeah, that was honestly, like, all of these are perfect. I would never have pulled a bad one. Okay, this was also an incredible lucky pull. I have no idea how I got this lucky. This is like a little thing that you put on like a phone cord or a charger of some sort, and they just kind of sit there and look cute. So this is Nadeshiko from Eurocamp, and oh my gosh, like first try I got Nadeshiko, and that was amazing. She's my favorite out of all the characters I could have gotten. So I did do at least one Hololive one. I wanted to do more, but this Hololive one, I didn't even know who the girl was. One second, let me see if I can see. Oh, Matsuri. So this girl, I've seen her in like Hololive collabs with other VTubers that I watch, but I haven't watched her channel specifically. But still, yeah, really cute. This is a really nice wrist strap actually, so for Hololive fans, that's not a bad one. This next one is also from Eurocamp. This is a Chiaki button. Chiaki's more of a side character. I was hoping to pull Nadeshiko or Rin, but these buttons are really cute. This Gachapon also was so that you could pull keychains too, but I did get a button. Buttons are okay. But yeah, so that was an alright pull. So these two are the movie theater ones. We've got Popcorn Head Guy, which is, see, I'll put something like on the screen so you'll understand. It's like what they play before movies to tell you like not to record the movie and stuff. But Alan really wanted the camera guy, so Alan finally got the camera guy on his second try. So yeah, these are pretty good. Can't pull her in the game, but I can pull her in a Gatchapon. So I was really happy to get Klee here. I could not remember her English name when I pulled her, but yeah, Klee, which is wonderful. I have seen these Genshin Impact Gatchapon keychains go for like $20 at a secondhand shop. I'm sure she'll go for a lot too. Not that I'd sell her. I'm definitely gonna keep her or give her to someone that really loves Klee. Yeah, all of the volume 2 was really good. So there's, if you kind of want to see real quick, there's the volume 2 for Genshin Impact. A lot of these next ones are Genshin Impact, just to let you know. So I ended up finding a Gatchapon for these little keychain. I think they are just keychains. At first I thought maybe they were stand too, but they might just be keychains. So here is Choun. I'm sorry, I'm not great at Genshin Impact names. But I got him. Shinen, who I haven't gotten to in the game yet, but that was a good one. The best pull I got from this particular Genshin Impact Gatchapon was, this is definitely Zhongli in the Chinese version. So it must be listing their like Japanese names, but in like Romaji, I guess. So yeah, Shori is I guess his name in the Japanese version. Oh my gosh, this one's so adorable. I'm so happy about this one. So this is a cocoa curry Gatchapon. I was so happy to get this one. I really wanted the roast katsu with the vegetable. Here, I'll show it to you. This is all the ones that you can get out of this set. But this is the cheese. It's the cheese. This one just looks so cute on a bag or something. I might like put that on something now. I just really love cocoa Ichibanya, which is like, it's again, as I said, it's a really popular curry chain here in Japan. It's really yummy. So this is the one where we hit bad luck. Literally 4 times in a row, we got the same pull 4 times in a row from the Spy Family Gatchapon. This is the list of the ones you can get. So obviously you can get all these little, these are like little hand towels, which are very popular in Japan because a lot of bathrooms maybe don't have like paper towels. So a lot of people carry around their own little mini towels. So lots of really cool designs you can get, but we kept getting the same freaking design over and over again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, but even before we did the hunt that day, I had already got one of these for Alan, so now we have 5 of them.
We have 4 now.
Oh, we have 4.
Yeah, we
okay.
had 3 from that day and 1 from before. 3
from that day and 4 all together. So does anyone need Spy Family merch? Because I've got a lot of it. That was really the only like super bad luck we ran into. But this is volume 1 for Genshin Impact. These ones are getting harder to find because it is the older set and a lot of people have just been like getting them like crazy. But these are the characters you can expect from volume 1 for the Genshin Impact Gatchapon. The first one I pulled in Akihabara was actually Paimon. I already have one of these. I think I'm gonna send this to my friend because I already get too much Paimon in my life. I don't need more Paimon. And then the second one I pulled from this pack was freaking Barbara, and I don't even like Barbara. She's so annoying, even though she's really good. She's a really good character, actually, so.
We were actually wrong. One of them that we thought was the same as the others, it just had the same color palette, but there actually is one other Spy Family hand towel.
No way!
We weren't as unlucky as we thought we were.
Oh my gosh! We really thought that this was the same one, but you opened it up. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, it's a different color Gatchapon too. It was pink, and the rest were blue, so maybe that's how.
But it looks
oh
the same.
Gosh.
Look from the outside of it. It looked
when
like it was
did you
the same
pull
one.
that one? Second, third? Do you know?
We can probably check on the footage.
I have no idea. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Love that. Okay, so
Not as unlucky as we thought.
not as unlucky as we thought.
We
only have 2 extra. Okay, without further ado, let's get back to the Genshin Impact one. So as I said, I pulled Paimon first, and then I pulled Barbara, and I was like, this is crap. This is the worst. And then I pulled Kaya. I pulled Kaya, and he's great. I love him as a character. He actually goes for like $18, I think, at secondhand shops, so he might become even harder to find or more expensive as time goes on. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna redo more Volume 1 Genshin Impact, but I was happy to get Kaya, and then I got everyone's favorite, the one that everyone wants, Diluc. Diluc I pulled last from this set. Thank God I did. These Genshin Impact ones are really awesome. I got a lot of Genshin Impact stuff.
Yes.
Well guys, that is it. That is our hunt. Those are our Gatchapon. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you want to see more videos where we just go and hunt for Gatchapon, please let me know in the comments. Like this video if you liked it. It would be really fun to do like a $100 spree to see if we can get, because I think this is worth $50 like for the pulls that we got.
We got some good ones.
Yeah, we got some really cool stuff. I think we got pretty lucky considering the Spy Family thing, and then we weren't even as unlucky as we thought we were. Guys, thank you for watching. Please comment down below what your favorite Gatchapon that you saw in this video was, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye! Hey guys, what's up? I am in Sapporo, Japan right now for the Snow Festival. I've been in Sapporo for about 24-ish hours now. This is my first time at the Snow Festival, so pretty stoked to see what we can find. It's nice because it's nice because they let you actually walk on the street. They block off all the cars so that this is basically a walking way for the ice sculptures. So I think here behind me they're actually fixing snow sculptures that may have either melted a little bit or had some chips fall off of it. I love anything that's a character. This is Doraemon, probably one of the most popular manga and anime for kids in Japan. He's my favorite so far. Very cute. It looks like a lot of this road is characters, and I think a lot of these are specifically Hokkaido characters. Michibachi, the honeybee. Hokkaido has so many characters, maybe because Hokkaido is so, so big, it's the biggest prefecture. Oh, look at the little horse. That looks so fun. So I started actually pretty far back of the line, so this is kind of like the very back section of the ice sculpture area. Behind me here, there's nothing else. So I'm gonna go up back where I came and go the other way, see what's over there. So this structure is pretty neat, obviously all made of ice. Inside you can kind of see the alcohol that they serve as well. But the coolest thing though is that even inside, the tables are made of ice. All right, you know what? I made my way back over here because I want to get this one. It's piping hot. Yeah, that's so good. It's so perfect on a day like today. It's starting to snow again, guys, as soon as I'm starting to walk back to my place. So that's just like half of the experience, right? Tomorrow we're gonna go take a look at the actual snow sculptures. But I am freezing, my hands are so cold, but I have one more thing I want to show you guys as a before bedtime snack kind of thing. All right, I got a little snack before I head off to take a shower and go to bed. What could it be? It's something that I've been looking for all day and haven't been able to find until now. It is a Cinnamoroll bun, like Cinnamoroll, the Sanrio character, who I absolutely love. And I've been to like 3 other Lawsons today in Sapporo, and they didn't have it until the very last Lawsons I checked. I didn't get any filling. I bit his eyeball out. Alright guys, I'm off to bed. I will see you in the morning. Alright, good morning guys. It's about 10 a.m. right now. I'm trying to figure out what I want to eat. I'm very hungry. I really want to get Sapporo ramen while I'm here because so far it's my favorite ramen that I've tried in Japan. But the ramen place doesn't open until 11:30, so I have an hour and a half to kill. So maybe I will go to Don Quixote to find some souvenir stuff. And probably after that, ramen hopefully will be open soon. Last night, it must have snowed a lot because, well, the cars are covered in snow too, but the ice sculptures are now covered in snow. So yeah, last night they were clear of it. So I wonder how they clear them off. So right now I'm at Don Quixote, and they always have, whoa, someone destroyed something. They always have 3 pairs of socks for just under 1,000 yen. So I am going to get this pair of Sonic socks, and I'm tempted to get the Charmander ones. I have these Mew ones. Oh, they have more Sonic ones. Okay, I gotta get these. Always gotta get the Sonic ones. Oh my god, they have another pair of Sonic ones. Oh, and it's modern Sonic. Okay, I got 3 pairs of Sonic socks it is. Oh, it's really snowing now, guys. This spot right here between Tanuki Koji and the fish market, best place to take pictures, especially when it's snowing. The lighting's really good. And plus you can get the Sapporo TV tower in the background. All right, for real now though. No more getting distracted. Some dude just looked at me weird because I'm talking to my camera. Man, why can't it snow like this in Sendai? Just like this would be wonderful. Alright guys, made it into a little dainty little ramen place. We'll try it out. That was great. Let's keep on moving. Now we're going to head to the snow sculptures. Hopefully that ramen can keep me warm for now. If you're not aware, the Ainu are the indigenous people of Hokkaido. And during this festival, there's a lot of Ainu culture around. There's a shop, a little museum, even, I believe this is like Ainu traditional singing or music or something like that. So behind me is a snow sculpture from the anime Golden Kamui. Golden Kamui actually takes place in Hokkaido, and it's about the Ainu people. I haven't had the chance to watch it, but it's something I really, really want to watch. I've seen Golden Kamui stuff everywhere here in Hokkaido. Ooh, I think I need one of those right there. Yep, I need that. And get. Oh. But like, really cold. So far, this is my favorite one. This is from Oregairu. Just so cute. Ah, it's so well made. I love it. Look how like few people are here. It's crazy. The snow festival ends tomorrow, but today is Monday. It's a work day. Tomorrow's a holiday. So maybe that's why there's no one here. Everyone's at work. I was thinking that this place is going to be packed shoulder to shoulder, but man, this is so nice. This ReZero one is probably my favorite because I'm a huge fan of the show. I think last year, even though I wasn't here, I saw pictures of a ReZero one, but this is a Hatsune Miku and ReZero crossover. At first I thought that this was Rem, but it's actually Miku. Here we have the My Hero Academia one. I think this one, I don't think My Hero Academia has had a snow sculpture before at the festival, so this is really cool. I'm really almost getting overwhelmed with how much there is to see. There's so much, and so much food. Probably my favorite festival in Japan that I've been to so far. Oh my god, it's like a Tezuka one. This is all Tezuka works. The Astro Boy looks so cute. So well done. There's Mickey Mouse. Is this Anpanman? This one's super well done. The shapes are all perfect. It's just like, it radiates Anpanman. I love how like the water is coming out of the top of the whale. That is so cool. Teto. Okay, so Teto, she's like a Vocaloid, but like not at the same time. A Vocaloid, I won't go into it. But oh my god, how cute. Hikakin and Seikin. These are Japanese YouTubers. They're probably the most popular Japanese YouTubers. All the kids in Japan love them. Everyone knows who they are. So I just passed by a bunch of snow sculptures, but I will go back to them. I am just so cold. I want to go like sit down and drink some coffee or something. I'm just so cold. So when you gotta call it, you gotta call it. I just ate the floor in Lawson's. What I mean by that is I completely fell all the way down. That was embarrassing. Anyway, back at the Snow Festival. Goodness. Okay, I might have a new favorite. I just love that this year specifically there's been so much Kirby stuff in Japan. I love it. Oh, this is so cool. He looks like he's been through a lot. He's a little dirty. And then right next to Kirby is this Dragon Quest one, King Slime. Dragon Quest is so popular here in Japan, so no surprise to see this at all. Still that Kirby one though, I cannot get over how much I love that. We have Detective Pikachu! Not only do we have the other Pikachu from earlier, but the one from the Detective Pikachu movie looks quite sad. Actually, he looks very sad. That's a nice Pokeball though. For you Ghibli fans, Kaonashi. So I promise you, I'm not kidding you. I think in English it's literally no face is his name. I don't know. I'm not the biggest Ghibli fan, so sometimes I don't know. I'm just going based off of what that says. So this area right here is the international snow sculptures. So for example, this one's from Hawaii in America. This one's from Indonesia. Here's the Finland one. And this one's from China. This one's also from America. This is apparently a sister city of Sapporo. And it's Portland. Here we go. So these are all of the countries that participated in the contest. I see a Vulpix in the distance. I'm telling you guys, this festival is just so full of surprises every turn. Guys, they even have a Pokemon Center like in the middle of the park. And you can go in and buy Pokemon stuff so that you don't have to walk all the way to the station where the Pokemon Center is. How convenient. So while I'm walking this path, it's just incredible how there's not many people here. Maybe because I'm catching the next last day and it's Monday, so it's a work day. But yeah, it hasn't been too crowded. I've been actually really impressed. And honestly, like, at first I didn't think there was going to be this many snow sculptures, but there's so much, and I'm surprised. Like every time I turn a corner, I see something that I hadn't seen. And I walked through here a little bit yesterday, and I just don't remember half of the stuff that I'm seeing now. So honestly, you know what? Yeah, like I need to go back around here so I can catch the snow sculptures that are this way that I would have missed. Pray for Australia. So this one is probably dedicated to Australia because of the recent fires there. The little cute koala on the back. I am surprised and not surprised at the same time how many Pokemon statues there are. I mean, Pokemon is so popular, it makes sense, but man, there's been 1, 2, 3, at least 4. Oh my gosh, I keep having new favorites. I just love Pokemon Sword and Shield so much, and all of the starters are perfect. Alright guys, I think I managed to see every single snow sculpture. I could have definitely missed some. There's so many and there's so much you can miss. But it is really starting to come down now, so I think now would be a good time to call it for dinner. Earlier I did a paper survey for one of the Sapporo Snow Festival workers, and she recommended soup curry, which I've been meaning to eat for a while now. It's a Hokkaido specialty, and the last 2 times I've been in Hokkaido, I just didn't really get a chance to ever go eat it. So I think now would be the perfect time. I'm guessing it's like curry but more soupy and has vegetables maybe. So I don't know, but I have to go find a good place. I have no idea where I'm gonna go, but I guess I'll go walk around and see what I can find. That's the Lawsons over there that I fell completely in the floor in, so never can go back in there. So if you remember from yesterday, I got a ticket to go up to the Sapporo TV tower, and I got a ticket for day and night, and I'm pretty sure I can use that ticket again tonight to get a view of the city at night, so we're totally gonna do that after dinner. Alright, I found this cozy little place called Ichi. Vegetables, pork. I ended up ordering the pork hamburger steak soup curry. What a lovely thing to watch while eating. I'm in here completely alone. Gosh, I just thought every restaurant was gonna be packed. This is nice. We definitely have some peppers in here, an eggplant, potatoes, carrots, broccoli. This is like a sweet potato maybe? And then this is like pork hamburger right here. And then I got it with some cheese as well. That's really great. That's actually sweeter than a normal curry. It's just, it's almost more flavorful, almost like it has more spices in it too. Guys, that place was super good. First time I had soup curry. I think it's perfect in weather like this. It's just nice and warm, so hopefully I will be warm as I'm going through this fairly heavy snow. I'm going to head back to the Sapporo TV tower so that we can get a good look of what the city looks like at night. All right, guys, let's go take a look. Well, that's it. That's my last night in Hokkaido. This is probably the most fun thing I've done in Japan so far. The food is good, the crowds aren't bad, all of the staff has been super nice throughout this whole event, and everything is like super easy to get to. Most things are free, like walking around looking at the snow sculptures is free, watching the ski show is free, the ice sculptures, looking at those are free. The only thing you really would have to pay for is obviously going up the tower and the food. I hate it that it has to be over. I planned this so quickly, like I didn't even know I was gonna do it until maybe 3 weeks out. So I'm already gonna start planning for next year. All right guys, and with that, it's over and done, and I will play with you some other time. See ya.
Hi there, my name is Steve Gearhart, and this is my panel for OnCon 10, which is Where the Otaku Want to Roam. Real quick, I do a YouTube channel called the Unagi Observer. I talk a lot about different fandoms, but mainly I talk about anime, so if you want to check it out, please do look me up on YouTube. And yeah, I'm excited that OnCon is back. I always have fun making videos for these kinds of things. So, and this video, no less. I had a great time making this one. So this is about travel in anime, or anime affecting travel, whichever way you want to look at it. So we're going to talk about things like, trains, because trains are everywhere in anime. We're going to talk about mascots. We're going to talk about anime impacting tourism and vice versa. And we're going to talk about, of course, among other things, this little thing called a school trip to Kyoto. I see that in a few anime here and there. No, it's in a lot of anime. So we're going to talk about those kinds of things in this panel. So before we start, just to let you know a couple things. Since this is being shown on YouTube, I can't show actual anime clips. If I were to do that, I would shut OnCon down, and I don't want to be responsible for that. So unfortunately, no actual anime clips. Second thing is that I do live in the city, Baltimore to be precise, and you might hear some ambient noises like, sirens. It's a thing. So if you hear them, don't worry about it. Just, if you can, ignore it. Unfortunately, I have no control over that. So if you happen to hear it, just think of it as additional color to this panel. Okay, so enough of that. Glad OnCon is back. Glad you're back here watching OnCon. If you got any questions for me at the end, please let me know, and I would love to answer them. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with Where Otaku Want to Roam. Okay, let's start with one of the most common tropes in anime when it comes to travel, the school trip. Yes, you see these story arcs all the time in anime. It's usually about 2 or 3 episodes where the school, the class that the main characters are in, get to go on the trip, usually to Kyoto. That's almost always where they wind up going, on a bus, on a train, whatever. There's usually a lead up with a fundraising kind of thing going on to get to that trip, to get going. And yeah, it's kind of, you see it everywhere. And, you can see it in anime like Lucky Star, that, that's always a cute one. K-On!, they get a little silly there. Smile Pretty Cure.
even Cromartie High School has a school trip arc in there. It's kind of funny. Even the school delinquents get to go on a fun little trip, even if they get a little bit of motion sickness within within the bus that they travel in. But let's not confuse this with like things like summer trips. This would, we're talking about the overnight class trips, like not just like little groupings, but just like the entire class. So let's not confuse this with summer trips, like in Azumanga Daioh, where the summer trips where you have Chio-chan describing her fear of Yukari's driving, and then fast forwarding to a scene in the house where Osaka's sleepwalking with the Santoku knife and looks like she's going to murder Yukari. There's that, and also don't confuse it with Orion High Club. Their summer trip. Their actually first half of the trip, losing Honey Senpai in a secluded beach area, and then once that goes wrong, they go to an actual beach, and the gang decides to see, hey, how can we scare Haruhi? And let's figure out what she's afraid of. And then you have this horrible scene where you're just like, no, this is supposed to be a rom-com. And also, we're not going to talk about school trips that ends in depravity and bloodlust like in Battle Royale. We're just not gonna go there. That's not a thing. We're not gonna talk about that in this section. So what we're gonna talk about, the example I want to use for the anime example I want to use for the school trip is, of course, the story arc in Komi Can't Communicate. So for those of you who don't know Komi Can't Communicate, it's a very lovely little anime about Komi, a high school schoolgirl who has a severe shyness problem to the point that she can literally not talk to other people. She is very socially awkward. She just doesn't know how to communicate literally with anybody else. And that's kind of part of the thing of the whole series, is getting her to make friends. And the first friend she makes is Tadano, and he's helping her on this task. So on the school story arc, which is around, I believe, the second season, episode 2021, they've gone through the sale, the fundraiser to get the money to go to Kyoto, because that's where you always go. All these class trips go. And one of the things that you have to do on these school trips, particularly in episode 20, is that everybody wants Komi to be in their group, because Komi is this wonderfully beautiful goddess, so to speak, and everybody just loves her and thinks she's adorable, and she has no way to communicate to them. So the idea, of course, is that people are going to mix it up, so people get out of their cliques and go into groupings that maybe they were not normally be a part of. So Komi is paired up with Mikuni and Ayami, and two minor characters in the series. And these two characters look at Komi, and they're just really happy that she's part of the group. And they decide that they're going to make this the most memorable trip ever. So, of course, they go through the structure of the trip itself, which is to go to the Kyoto Shrine, the Kyoto Shrine, and kind of look at the architecture and things like that. So they're going as a school group. They have a school guide, all paid for. And then, of course, they have the second day, which is their free day, which, the groupings get to go out and do their own things. Well, the three girls, Mikuni, Ayami, and Komi, decide that they have this packed full agenda to get to all these different things. And one of the things that they go to is, of course, a theme park where somehow Komi is made up as a Mako. And she's being threatened by a bunch of actors dressed up as ninja as part of the script in this theme park. And one of the girls that she's there with saves the day, so to speak, wearing an Oni mask and wielding a yo-yo. You have to watch it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, so this is kind of the school trip. And then on their way home, they're, tired, and they're coming back, and they're on the train, and everyone's kind of going through their experiences on this little 3-day trip, and of course Komi adorably falls asleep and puts her head on Tadano's shoulder, which is a wonderful way to end the episode. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this particular story arc is because it actually touches on a lot of actual things that do happen in real life when these school trips are being done. So what I find very interesting is that on a basic level, like including the anime that I just showed you, how anime kind of gets it a little bit right in terms of how school trips go. It's not that far different than what happens in real life. As part of the curriculum in Japanese education, the class trip is something that is normally done, usually done. And it is a kind of like a 2-night, 3-day kind of thing during the week. And the class gets to go out on a trip. The more younger you are, the more the teachers are involved in the decision-making process. The older the students are, the reverse is kind of true. So the idea is to get the students out of the classroom and to learn things in a fashion that is more fun and interesting and probably will sink in a little bit better than just sitting in a classroom with a book and just going, hey, the Kyoto Shrine, that kind of stuff. So how's it work? So basically the trip is planned. So for example, if you're in elementary school, obviously your teachers and the parents are going to plan the trip. And the trip is going to be very highly structured because you're elementary school kids. So you can't be running amok, right, at that age. You have to have some kind of structure there. So it's very tightly knit. You're all going to be kept together. But within your group, you're going to be encouraged to talk to other people than you normally talk to. So you get out of your clique and you talk to people. Maybe that guy you've wondered about who he was and what his deal is. Maybe on this trip, this is the time you talk to that guy or girl. And maybe make a new friend. And that's part of the process. And of course, you're going to go to a place where you're going to learn something. Now, for the younger kids, obviously, that's going to be a easy destination, maybe a series of museums, maybe a nice nature center, an aquarium, or things of that where kids in an elementary school setting can process that information and still be interested and not feel like they're back in the classroom. But the other part of that is also how to, again, socialize with people outside of your clique, but also how to do things that are going to have real life applications for you in the future. Maintaining a schedule, understanding why you need enough sleep. That's why you go to bed at the time that you go to bed. Very basic things like that. But to help yourself structure your own life for the future. Because while there is a lot of strictness and regimentality within the educational system, there's also a little bit leeway in other types of things in that system. And so you need to learn how to navigate those. And that starts on these trips. As you grow older, these trips become a little bit more different. Middle school, high school. Again, it's going to be, 2 nights, 3 days, whatever, that kind of a thing. But they can be of varying topics. It might be vocational. So you might be going out seeing a fishery. Maybe you're seeing an electrical plant. Maybe, you go to a university where they talk about disaster relief, how to combat the, tsunamis and things like that. And you take trips from the university to these places where you see the walls and things like that. So it can be very, very instructive. You can also have things that are cultural, and that's we're talking about the Kyoto Shrine trips, right? That we all see in anime. Time to go to Kyoto. But it can also be about history because Japan has a huge amount of history. There are probably footbridges in Japan older than the United States of America, so it's a lot. With that, you can also learn other things like how are these shrines built? How do they get the wood there? How are they sanctified, and how the priests work? What's the difference between a Buddhist and a Shinto shrine? Things like that. So you learn things, cultural things, historical things. But as you're doing that, you also have a little bit of leeway. As students, you kind of are in charge a little bit of planning how the trip goes. And usually at that age, you can throw in a little, day trip to the amusement park for a couple hours. That might be a thing, as we see in anime. So a little bit less regimented by the parents and the teachers that are in charge of the group, but still enough guidance there so that they don't totally run amok, because that's also not something you want to learn. Oh yeah, here, by the way, here's an unlimited amount of freedom, and we're not going to do anything to teach you how to behave in the world, and just go out there and run amok. No, that's not how that works. There is still some rules that have to be followed and things like that. So I just find it, you know, when I first watched anime and we have the idea, first started seeing these episodes about the school trips, and I'm just kind of like, I wish we could do that. I wish I could have done that. And it's just, again, it's kind of like, well, in Japan, things are a little bit different where you can do those kinds of things, whereas here in America, not so much. But yeah, so that's the idea of the school trip, both in real life and in anime. So, if you know your anime history, then you know that the first animes that came out in, the late 50s, early 60s were tied to toy companies. The toy company said, I have a giant robot thing, and I want kids to buy it. I want the parents of the kids to buy it. So, can you make a animation with this toy in mind? And the studio said, sure, give us money, and we will do the thing. And a lot of anime was created in that manner. Now, we fast forward to today, and we find that anime is everywhere, and it can sell anything. It can sell a restaurant, it can sell a train, it can sell, goods, not just toys, but, maybe, certain types of games. It can sell, like, for example, I back a few years ago, a company, and actually I think it was an Italian company that canned sardines, but they licensed from original Gundam Char Ensemble's face with the mask, and they just plunked it on the top of the tin right next to the title of their company. And I wanted that tin, and I never got it, by the way. But that's the point. Like, it's like, oh, here's a thing you like, here's an anime you like, and we're gonna put its face on this thing in the hopes that you go, oh, I like that anime, and product placement, and there we go. Give me the thing, give me. So that's how it works for tourism. So a lot of tourism can be, destination. Like, for example, there might be a popular anime where they use an actual real life scenery backdrop, and it's used in the anime. And so you have a destination of, hey, here's the thing in that anime you like, so come by and spend some money on us. Other times they will commission, tourism boards will commission an actual little anime. Probably about 5 or 6 episodes, no more than 4 or 5 minutes. And it's a way to showcase in a fun fashion what your city is, what your town is, what your shrine is, what your museum is. Why should you come here? Here's the anime that says to you, come here, and this is why. And so they would commission those things, or maybe commission a mascot in the anime manga styles, make their own little characters, their own little thing that exists for their town or destination. So you have all of those things. So what I would like to do in this section is throw out at you some mascots, because some of these guys are really hilarious. Some of them, most of them are actually very, very specific in what they are trying to sell, what they're trying to get you to do. And there's one in particular, it cracks me up every time I see this guy. I can't wait to show you. So there's that. And of course, I want to show to you guys a destination of sorts. Actually, it's not just one destination, it's a number of destinations, a grouping of them, that have to do with Gundam. Yes, original Gundam destinations. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the giant robot. So there are places in Japan which showcase the Gundam. So I want to talk about that a little bit here in this section. And also want to point out that a lot of this stuff for the tourism board, a lot of, the reason why they do this is not so much to get people from outside of Japan to come to Japan to do the thing. That's a whole different marketing thing. This is for Japanese. This is really for people who live within Japan, but who maybe never leave their area. You know, it's like the school trips, again, like the school trips. You know, here's an anime to show you why you should come to our place, to bring your kids. It's, you know, to get you out of the city to go to a wonderful resort. Maybe it's for you that lives in rural Japan to come to Sendai or Tokyo, or, you know, a lot of people go, I don't want to go to Hokkaido. It's so cold up there. So you're going to have, you know, characterizations, anime manga characterizations up there that would entice you to come to Hokkaido, particularly Sapporo. I actually really do want to, side note, I really do want to visit Sapporo at one point. And not just because of the beer, you know, a little bit for the beer, but it's, you know, again, there's a lot of stuff that's going on out there, but we wouldn't know about it until we actually see these things. So tourism, anime and tourism is really important. So I'm going to stop with that right now, and I'm going to start showing you some mascots, and we're going to talk about Gundam as a destination. So as we can see, mascots are very, very important to businesses and tourism because they are interrelated. So let's take a look at some of the mascots that we have here. Some of these, you know, some of the popular ones. And let's start off with Domo-kun. He pretty much showed up in 1998 to mark the 10th anniversary of the broadcast station's NHK being on satellite broadcast. So here they put up this plushy little monster. He lives in a cave with a couple bats, and you know, he just does these little things in a sottovoce voice, which is Italian for loud whisper, which only certain people can really understand. And he makes for a great plushie. He is so merchable. There's so much merch on him out there, and when he shows up, you definitely know who he is. He is often used as filler between programs on NHK. So yeah, this guy is everywhere. Even if you didn't know that he was a mascot for NHK, I'm sure you have seen him on the internet already. He's everywhere. Now, this oddball is called Funashi. So Funashi is, well, it's a pear. And it's a pear fairy, to be precise. Its parents were ordinary pear trees. But Funashi is the fourth of 274 children. And according to Wikipedia, its birthday is July 4th. And as of this year, it'll probably be 1,886 years old. There you go. He, she, whatever you want to call it, loves heavy metal, apparently. And its favorite food is peaches, of all things. So it goes after other fruit. Huh, interesting. Okay, so he runs around, screams, and, you know, headbangs and things, and end sentences with, you know, screaming Nasi. A very vocal, kind of moving around character. And he is the unofficial, not official, mind you, unofficial mascot of Funabashi City in Chiba. And this is kind of interesting because this is definitely a mascot that was created by a Funabashi citizen who has a retail establishment and was trying to drive business for the city and for himself. So he kind of came up with this character to help advertise his business. But it grew and grew and grew and grew. And apparently Funashi is in a whole bunch of CDs, DVDs, a whole bunch of TV programs and commercials. So he's everywhere. And this is just an odd-looking thing. And I've seen a video of it, and it really is kind of almost off-putting on how crazy this little mascot is. But he's doing the job. He's getting people to Funashi's getting people to come to Funabashi Chiba. So, you know, there you go. Let's hear it for the Pear Fairy. So you've probably seen this guy everywhere, Kumamon. So he is the mascot for Kumamoto Prefecture, for the whole thing, the whole shebang. He is so cute that he makes a crap ton of money for the prefecture. So he is widely distributed everywhere. I mean, you can see him on t-shirts, hoodies, keychains, Gatchapon, the whole 9 yards. I mean, this guy is just very, 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 very popular. Came about in 2011, you know, just to, you know, or thereabouts, just to, you know, just say, hey, come to Kumamoto, we have a cute bear image mascot thingy. And people bought into it. So aside from making a lot of money, a lot of merch, he actually does have a sort of mission of sorts. You can see him often in places where there are first responders, kind of like people who fight forest fires or police or firemen, things of that nature. And he sort of espouses a safety program of sorts, in addition to promoting Kumamoto Prefecture and the various things that go on in there. So yeah, this guy, wow, this guy is an incredible money. So this is probably my favorite mascot, Nyango Star. And he came about because in Kuroshi City, which is basically a farming community, they grow a lot of apples. They have a very low population, and the economy is suffering as a result of it. So they're trying to figure out what to do. And apparently, there's a person who lives there who is a very capable drummer, particularly metal drummer. And he had donned the mascot suit of Nyango Star. Now, the lore behind Nyango Star is that he is the reincarnation of a cat that had been buried in a apple orchard. And when he was reincarnated into this apple cat, and hence the way the mascot suit is created. And he uses his drumming skills to try to bring about people to come to the city, to Kuroshi City, to spend time there, to have some tourism, spend money, that whole 9 yards, to help the city come back, so to speak. This guy is also everywhere. If you go on YouTube and you just type in Nyango, Nyango Star, you're going to see a lot of videos of him playing children's venues and then suddenly going into a heavy metal riff on his drums. And he looks so angry when he does it. It makes me laugh. Anyway, so this is a really good example of why a mascot exists. They're there to help, kind of, so to speak. And so this guy has done a lot for Kuroshi City, and he's just very, very entertaining to watch. And I got to tell you, if I was in Japan and I happened to notice he was going to be nearby, I would so go and watch this mascot play. It's just it really is a joy to watch. So let's wrap up this section about mascots and their impact on tourism with a very well-known anime mascot. Yes, that's right, folks. We're talking about the Gundam, the 18-meter tall RX-78F00 Gundam in Gundam Factory, Yokohama. This wonderful thing was built to be displayed in conjunction with the 2020 Tokyo Olympics in October of 2020. Unfortunately, of course, as we all know, COVID was a problem, so it didn't really get to open until a little bit later in December of that year. But we got to have it for a little while, and unfortunately, by the time that this panel is going to air, it will have closed on March 31st, 2023, after a couple delays of closing it, simply because it's so wildly popular. I mean, here's this 18-meter tall thing that actually moves. It's a mecha that moves. I want it so much. I literally just would love to go to Japan and steal it and have it here in Baltimore. That would be awesome, having a Gundam in Baltimore. Wouldn't that be cool? I think it would be cool. Anyway, so this was created, of course, to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Gundam franchise, which is, of course, wildly popular. Even if you've never seen the series, you know what Gundam is, and this thing is amazing. Now, because of the fact that it is part of a hugely popular, or well-known at least, franchise, this draws a lot of buzz and a lot of attention. So even though it's closed now, it is rumored that it is going to be dismantled and then repurposed in Osaka to do the same thing. So this might be a traveling thing to help with the economy, local economies. So that's kind of cool, I think. So anyway, yes, Gundam RX-78F00 Gundam. Would you like to have one? If we're talking about travel in anime, we would be certainly remiss if we said nothing about, yep, you guessed it, Japan's pride and joy, trains. Okay, so we see trains everywhere in anime and manga. They are sometimes even part of the story. Maybe a person gets isekai'd via a train. Maybe they get hit by a train, or they're on a train and something hits the train. Maybe another train, a truck, a plane. Who knows? Anything's possible with an isekai. Or it could be the setting of a rom-com where two strangers bump into each other and then sparks fly, and then that starts off the whole will they, won't they kind of story. It can be the plot point of a story where they're trying to prevent a friend or a loved one from getting hit by a train, and they're jumping around in time. You know what movie I'm talking about. And things of that nature. So we see it everywhere. It's everywhere in Japanese animation. Sometimes it's just the background, sometimes it's part of the story, sometimes it can even be a character in the story, a non-sentient character, but a character nevertheless. So let's go ahead and let's start talking about trains. And I just want to give a quick little history of trains in Japan, because it's actually not a very long history lesson. Okay, so the history of rail in Japan is pretty short. It really starts to gain steam and traction in 1872, when the Meiji Restoration is well on its way to modernize Japan. But the thing is that actually the idea of creating railways actually existed before the Meiji Restoration, during the Tokugawa period, granted towards the end of it, before the war to take out the Tokugawas happened. The Tokugawas actually wanted to create a rail line that went from basically Kyoto to Edo. And they wanted that rail line just so that they can go between the two capitals, so to speak. And it never obviously came to fruition, but a lot of Europeans had come by and kind of showed off, here's what a steam engine looks like, here's what it looks like if it's going on rails. There was a German demonstration, I believe there was a demonstration from Scotland. And the Dutch also brought over schematics while they still had Decima, and said to the Japanese, hey, wouldn't you like to have this technology? Of course, it was the Tokugawa period, so things moved at a glacial pace. Now, once, of course, the Meiji Restoration happened, things got a little bit more quicker. And so it wasn't so much as we're going to build the rail line between points A and B. It was more along the lines of, where do we build these rail lines? So they were really, really interested in building a network of rail within Honshu, Japan. And what they settled on for the first rail line happened to be between Shimbashi, Tokyo, and Sakaguchi. Sorry if I mispronounced that. It's the first rail line. It took a few hours to go from one place to the other, but they had 9 daily trains going back and forth. So once they realized, oh, this is kind of good, we can travel from here to there fairly quickly, instead of walking or riding a horse or riding it in a wagon or whatever. People realized, this is a good thing. What's kind of interesting, though, just as a side note, is that one of the proponents of the Meiji Restoration, one of the main generals, Saigo Takamori, this guy, he's the guy that The Last Samurai is based on, very loosely, the Tom Cruise movie that's incredibly historically inaccurate. But anyway, he didn't like trains. Like, he liked all the modernization of warfare, but he just didn't like trains for some reason. So he was always against them. Why? What did he have against trains? Anyway, so the Meiji Restoration, and particularly Emperor Meiji, said, okay, we're going to do the thing. And as a result, German and American engineers came to Japan and again did more demonstrations and saying, this is the kind of rail gauge lines that you're going to want to use. Here's the kind of steam engines you want to make. Here's what you're capable of doing, and so forth and so on. And they started creating a template for a limited network of rails within Honshu, Japan. And it worked. So it worked so well that after the Japanese-Russian War, 1905, the Japanese military kind of said, hey, what would have really helped is if we had these trains shuttling all this material and equipment and and men and all this stuff to get to the front more quickly. We this would have been really good to use, and it actually probably is good for our national defense. As a result, all these little rail lines all over Honshu, Japan, became nationalized. What that means is that the government basically more or less took them over. And the idea, of course, is not only to create a military strategy based on these rail lines, but also, just to kind of unify service, kind of regulate it into one policy, so to speak. And as a result, that worked for a very long time. That worked very well, actually, for the Japanese in leading up to World War II, particularly with being able to get things from the factories to the ships to China, to Korea, to Vietnam, wherever it was that they were going to be. And, of course, it also helped with fighting with Americans in the South Pacific, being able to get that material out. So rail lines were very instrumental and targets of the military, the U.S. military. So once the rail system was more or less destroyed, they had to rebuild after 1945, and they did. And after a while, it became more of a commuter service, within cities. So the trains became subways. They became trolleys. They became more for civilians than government workers, so to speak. And they were able to get people from outside of the city to suburbia, and even out into the rural, out into the sticks. And the people in the sticks were like, hey, I can actually get to Kyoto, Tokyo, Sendai, wherever, on a train. Instead of taking days to get there, I can get on this train and be there in a matter of hours. So it was a really big deal. And then something happened. The Japanese government just said, we can do this up to a point. We can nationalize this up to a point. But if we're going to improve our technology, we're just going to have to let some of these rail lines go public, go private, that kind of a thing. And that's how Shinkansen came about. Once these private companies came into being, they owned their own rail lines. As a result, they could, do their own R&D and create faster and faster and faster trains to what we have today, the bullet trains, the Shinkansens. And so there's, kind of a very brief history of trains in Japan. And you can see how, some of these trains, as I talk about some of these lines coming up, you can almost see them in the anime, and you can understand why Japanese anime has trains all the time. When you think about American animations or other animations from other countries, the trains show up. Sometimes they have a scene or two in it, but they're not everywhere in the animation. In anime, they are truly everywhere. And I think it's just because there was a national sense of urgency to have this network of lines and to create it and to make it so efficient. That's the other part of it. So efficient. And so why wouldn't you have it in anime? So for the next part here, we're going to talk about some rail lines, real life rail lines that are connected to anime. So the first train based on an anime is going to be based on the Anpan-Man anime. This is a superhero with a red bean paste for a head, and he flies around, does good. He's a servant of justice. He fights an evil bacteria on an episode-to-episode basis, and of course he always wins. A wonderful children's anime that is still popular today, has a really, really long run. And so they have trains with his likeness on it. There's actually 3 different lines: the Yosen line, the Dosen line, the Kotoku line. And, each train has its own thing going on, its own kind of visuals, characters. And on the inside, they have wonderful themed messaging. Like when they're announcing the next stop, they're done in the voices of the characters. And it's just a fun little thing for kids when they're on a long train ride. Okay, so this isn't really technically anime, I guess, but anime adjacent. This is Hello Kitty Shinkansen. Yes, a bullet train to the stylings of Hello Kitty. It's very interesting. I hope you like the color pink, because it is very pink on the outside and in the inside. And of course, JRL Pass says this is the cutest bullet train ever. You can see kind of like how things are looking in here. You have little play areas. You have just very, very pink things going on. But if you're a Hello Kitty fan and you need to get to a place from A to B really, really quickly, here it is, the Hello Kitty Shinkansen. Excuse me. So it has an interesting history, though. Prior to being the Hello Kitty Shinkansen, it was the Evangelion Shinkansen. Yes, so we went from Evangelion to Hello Kitty. That's kind of a whiplash right there. But anyway, so there you go. The cutest Shinkansen in Japan, Hello Kitty. So I'm not certain if the real life Mugen Train is still active, but I just wanted to bring it up. Even if it isn't still active, it was just a neat concept to have an actual steam locomotive based on trains from the Taisho era actually running and doing a Mugen themed train thing. So there you go. I just wanted to mention that, show it out there, throw it out there. And if anybody knows whether or not this is actually still running, let us know in the chat. Thanks. So, last but certainly not least is the Pokemon train. Yes, Pokemon. And actually, this is part of the concept of the Joyful Train ride experience. So this isn't really so much of a transport like a lot of the other trains that are themed. This is actually its own line. So it's a very short line. It's between 40 and 50 miles. It has about anywhere from 5 to 7 stops on it, and the idea is that you are having an experience on the train. So it's usually a 2-car train like this one, and the first one of the cars is, you travel on it. You sit there and you have your kid who loves Pokemon and loves Pikachu, and you better love Pikachu because this train is nothing but yellow and brown. So just to warn you. And so you can sit there and have an experience there and let the kids run amok in the other car, where it is definitely Pikachu themed, and there's a whole bunch of play areas, and it just seems like a fun little thing to do, especially if you're like me and you have a niece who is really, really into Pokemon. So yeah, there you go. It's I kind of want to ride it. I do. I'm not a huge Pokemon fan, but why not? Why the heck not? So far, we've talked about anime that uses the actual idea of the school field trip, the overnight school field trip, as a story construct within the anime. A lot of animes have that, we're all going on a school trip to Kyoto story arc, usually only 2 or 3 episodes. But it's a neat way to use travel in anime to bring forward minor characters or characters you don't see that often in the anime itself, and bring them all together and kind of give them a little bit of the limelight, so to speak, and where they create friends, and you get to be more interested in these characters you ordinarily wouldn't have too much time with during the course of the series. So there you go, there's that. And then we talked about anime tourism, and more specifically how anime is used for tourism, to get people interested in coming to your prefecture, to your town, to your farm, to your brewery. Yes, there are breweries in Japan that I would like to go to. And trying to create an anime, because that is something that is a medium that is widely used to disseminate information in a fun way. And then, of course, as a result of that, we get those quirky mascots that I love so much. So let's talk about a kind of a lesser known aspect of travel within anime by bringing up a certain genre of anime that people definitely do enjoy. But these type of anime, which are called healing anime, usually bring about a process. It talks about how through the course of the story, the main character is involved in a hobby or a thing that requires learning, proficiency, equipment, and things of that nature, and making friends around that, and then moving forward with a goal in these healing animes. They're very relaxing. They're fun to watch. There's a certain amount of joy of watching someone being able to make a mug, right? Sometimes that's all you want to watch. Sometimes you don't need a violent isekai. Sometimes you just need somebody working with clay. In this case, we're going to talk about 2 particular anime that involve travel in some way, shape, or form. The first one is more about taking care of specific equipment to get yourself transported from A to B, and that's going to be Super Cub. All right, and then the next one, of course, we're going to talk about is one that I think you all might know. You might know it. I'm not sure, not 100% sure, but you might know this little thing called Laid Back Camp. So let's go ahead and start and talk about healing anime in travel. All right, for the healing anime in travel, let's start off with Super Cub. This is a cute little anime. It started off as a series of novels, went into a series of light novels, turned into manga, and then, of course, turned into the aforementioned anime, which is what I know of Super Cub. It is delightful. It's sad at first. We are dealing with Koguma, who is a very lonely person. She's by herself. There's no parents. There's a stipend, a very limited stipend that she has. So where she's staying at is very, very bare bones, bland, not much to look at, right? So she gets on her bike and she rides to school every day. She has to, she's pretty much far enough away that she needs to have that kind of transportation. One day as she's biking by herself, a Super Cub, a guy on a Super Cub drives past her, and she's just like, that could make life a little bit easier for me if I had that. And she goes on the process of getting the Super Cub. So she, by herself, is having to learn how to go through this process. Now, of course, she goes to the dealership and she goes, I need a used one, the cheapest one. And he points one out to her and says, okay, this thing has killed 3 people. It didn't, but, that's the story. But anyway, she goes, okay, well, I'll buy it because it's cheap. And then he helps her out a little bit. He's nice, and he's just like, okay, this is what you need to do. You're going to need to get a license. So this is kind of important in healing anime, in which that they show you a process, and they kind of go through, take you through in a relaxed way, in a way that doesn't cause you a lot of stress, but just, here's a person going through life doing the thing that they want to try and accomplish. And for her, it's getting her license so she can drive the Super Cub back and forth to her apartment to school. So she goes through this process, and he shows her the owner's manual, and she reads through it, and she's diligent, and of course she has to pay for not only the bike, but also to take the exam to prove herself worthy of the bike. Now, when you do travel and you go to places, sometimes you're required to qualify yourself for for being able to use a type of car, a type of vehicle, or proving that you can actually hike that trail, that high level trail, things like that. So this is no different. She has to prove by getting the license that she can actually get on the Super Cub and drive it. So she does it. She does the thing. Yay! First step completed. And she goes to school, and or one night she's looking at it, and she goes, I kind of want to take it for a joyride. And she takes it for a joyride, and it stops. And she has no idea what's going on. She's looking at it. She's checking things. She really doesn't know what she's doing. Until finally she's like, I should probably take a look at the owner's manual. And it tells her that there's a reserve tank of gas that should get her to the next gas station. It does. She fills it up. She's happy again. Lesson learned. So in this anime, she learns how to not only qualify, how to safely ride this thing, but also learns a little bit about mechanics. And then she starts driving to school. And there's a couple other girls that are like, hey, I've got one too out here. And the rest of the anime is them kind of exploring, how to use the Super Cub, how to travel. There are times where she feels challenged that, someone says a Super Cub can't do this, like taking items, like very fragile items from one place to another. She goes, oh, no. I know how to do this. I can do this. And she does the thing. And in doing so, of course, she has to make things. She has to make a rig or get help making a rig so that she can actually carry these things. Another point of traveling, of using Super Cubs as travel, there are other things that she and her friends have to figure out. Like, for example, if they want to drive in winter, you're not just going to get on your bike and just go and just put on a jacket and go, right? You know, because you're going to be cold. So they learn how to do things like knit their own blankets, gloves, scarves and things like that to winterize themselves to be able to go forward during winter and do the trek. And then they also realize that they have to do things mechanically to winterize also their super cubs. And so that's a very interesting thing. And then you have the joy of being able to do these things, of being able to get on your bike and maybe not just doing a challenge, but being with your friends and going out there and having a good time. And that's the whole point of Super Cub. You know, here's this very, very lonely girl who just has literally the title of the first episode is The Girl Who Has Nothing. She literally has nothing. And now she has so much. She's relatively wealthy, if you will. And part of this is that joy in being able to take care of something, of a piece of equipment, in this case a Super Cub, that enables you to travel. So they're able to make trips during the winter. They can go on summer vacation. They can do actual work with these things. So this is a very, very nice way of seeing travel in anime in a very practical sense, and in a way that shows, hey, you know, you can have fun with these things, but you have to take care of them. You have to learn how to use them. You have to learn how to be safe with them. And most importantly, you have to learn how to enjoy them with other people. And if you haven't seen Super Cub, I hope this description of it and the way that they travel around locally in their town and in the immediate environs, I hope that makes you want to watch it, because Super Cub really is a cute little healing anime. So enough of Super Cub. We're going to go on to, yes, Laid Back Camp. Laid Back Camp, one of the most well-known and loved healing animes out there. It's all about camping. It's all about girls going out and camping. And like most healing animes, it's procedural. It teaches you things. It shows you things. It shows you what kind of equipment to take, what kind of things to do, how to figure things out. And not only does it do that, but it shows you a nice little story about Rin, who wants to be alone and likes camping by herself 1 or 2 nights, every now and again. And she's very well prepared. She knows what she's doing. Then there's Nadeshiko, who becomes her friend, who is a noob and knows absolutely nothing. And so it starts off with this pair learning, Rin teaching Nadeshiko how to camp, and then Nadeshiko surprisingly being able to offer a camping skill, which is to cook, which is kind of really neat. A lot of people don't think about cooking and camping. So, and Nadeshiko brings that to the table, no pun intended. So then the rest, of course, the anime is about Rin opening up a little bit more, gathering more friends, Nadeshiko learning more and becoming more enamored of the camping life, and bringing in their friends and creating a club and doing the thing. It's a relatively short series. I believe it's 2 seasons, but each season is kind of on the short side. And if you want to, there's actually a video game that you can play with Laid Back Camp. So yeah, there's that. So what is the big deal about Laid Back Camp in terms of being a travel anime? Okay, so first of all, Rin knows of places to go to in Japan, or at least in her immediate environs. One of the places she likes to go to a lot is Mount Fuji. Now, what's interesting about this anime is that they will actually do background shots that are real, that you can see in real life. Like there's a place that she goes, a field that people can camp at and see Mount Fuji. And there are certain landmarks that she visits, and they are there in real life, and they kind of look like how they're drawn in the anime. And I thought that was really kind of cool. There's one part where she goes by a pond, and that reflects Mount Fuji on there, and then you come to find out that there is that pond, and it does reflect Mount Fuji. So, that's kind of a neat thing to be able to go, because one of the things about some animes is that you can actually go to some of the places, like in the anime tourism, and actually look at these places and go, oh my gosh, it's here, it's actually here. So there's that, and it's kind of a fun thing to know that those things actually exist, that the people who made this anime were just like going, no, this is a real thing, and isn't it cool, that we can show you this. But more to the point, Rin understands when she goes to various places, she's got a budget in mind. You know, she's just like, okay, how much firewood do I have to buy? How much does a place, a site cost me? How much is this going to cost me? How much can I get away with paying as little as possible? And so she goes to these places, and then you have a narrator who's kind of fun, who kind of explains and says, okay, this is the type of equipment that she uses. Now, here in America, I used to work for Eastern Mountain Sports, so I used to do camping and rock climbing back in the day. But so there are it was kind of neat to see equipment being used in laid back camp that I used to sell and used to use myself. Excuse me. And one of those things was actually so that you don't hurt the ground, because some of these places are biodiverse and you need to take care of them. You need to have an actual platform with which to put your firewood on top of and burn it that way, so that you don't burn the ground, you don't burn any plants that might be rare or unique to the area, and things of that nature. And it's just kind of neat to see those kinds of care and kind of rules that say you need to do this or else don't make a fire. They describe the types of tents that you want to have out there. You know, if it's summertime, you know, there's certain types of tents. If you're one person, it can be a really tiny tent that just, you know, keeps the mosquitoes away and keeps you comfortable, but then you keep tracking. Or you can have a tent like Rin, where it's like a place to be. So for Rin, when she's going out camping, even though there are other people far enough away, there are people there. So it's not like she's out in the wilderness alone with the mountain lions and stuff, right? So she's camping within her means, within her skill set. And it's kind of neat to see how, what equipment she uses, how she uses it, and how she uses her time, which is to sit in a chair, read odd conspiracy theory books, and listening to really kind of cool, easy music to listen to, kind of hippie chick music, if you will. Excuse me. But as we go on with the series, when the club starts to begin, they talk about budgets. They talk about what kind of sleeping bags do you use, and a lot of people don't know that in sleeping bags they are rated. So you're not going to use a winter sleeping bag during summer. That's too much. But you're going to want that winter rated sleeping bag because it's going to be lighter and it's going to keep you warm. So, you know, you need that certain type of rating. And they go through that. They teach you how, in this series, how to look at things and judge what you need and what you need to budget for. So, and one of the things that they teach you is that you want to pack light. Odds are you're going to have to walk from one point to another to the campsite. And that's usually how it works. And in doing so, you don't want to be like overburdened, right? You know, just like like in an actual, cartoon where, have things going up behind you. Your backpack is like twice the size you are with a pan on the top, right? And so you don't want to do that. So when you create a club and you gain friends, Rin realizes, I can share the cost with people. I get to have a good time with these people, and we can all share the load. Nadeshiko teaches that to her by being there and cooking. And so she provides food. She goes, okay, this is what I can bring out here because this is what I could carry. This makes sense. I don't have a rice cooker, but I know how to do these things. And so instead of eating just a little cup of ramen, on her trips out, now Rin gets these wonderful dishes that Nadeshiko makes. And they honestly really do look good in the anime. So this is another type of healing anime where, we learn how to do the thing. We learn how to camp. And camping is a part of travel. And I just think it's just a wonderful way of showing people how to do something in a non-stressful way. Instead of camping as a sport, will they go to nationals in camping? I don't know. Is there a sport like that? Who knows? Probably is. But it teaches you in a way, much like Super Cub, where you have to qualify, you have to learn things, you have to do things, you have to rely on other people to do these things. But more importantly, you get to go out there. You get to go out in the wild and see the thing. You can see Mount Fuji. You can ride a bike on roads. You can travel with friends, create memories. and have a good time. And I just love these two animes, Super Cub and Laid Back Camp, because they embody that so perfectly well. Again, if you haven't seen either of these or one of these anime, please do, because you got to be careful because you might learn something, which is kind of the whole point. So yeah, there's healing anime, travel and healing anime, as a part of traveling around in the world. All right. Well, thank you so much for watching my panel, Where Otaku Want to Roam, which was about anime impacting travel and travel impacting anime. I hope you found it informational or you just enjoyed it. And yeah, I hope you learned a thing or two. Be careful. Learning can be dangerous. Anyway, again, thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of the YonCon. We got a lot more panels coming up, and they are really some cool ones too. Can't wait to watch them myself, but I am also looking forward to your questions momentarily, so hope to see you there. But in the meantime, as we say, watch more anime.
Experts, subject matter experts.
Indeed. Hello, welcome back, everyone. Hope that was useful and fun and entertaining. Steve's actually here.
I'm actually in person. Here.
Imagine
and
that.
I was the disembodied voice from the last panel.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was all about travel and stuff in Japan. What questions do you all have for Steve in chat? I wanted to ask if you were going to Japan after you've done all of the like big touristy things.
Yes.
What would you do?
Well, this is going to sound odd. This is something I've come across most recently. I don't know if it's odd, but actually take some of the ferry lines. Around Japan.
Yeah.
There's it's a really kind of interesting. They have lines that go on for like just 24 hours, or you can take a 7-day trip around actually the whole entirety of Honshu.
Wow.
And it's a really neat little kind of world there. It's a ferry, so it's not like a cruise ship. So you're not. It's not like you have a cruise director with a clipboard saying, "Hey, we're going to do this and that and the other thing today." And amenities are kind of small. Basically, you have a restaurant, of course, a vending machine bank, which is always wonderful in Japan. And sometimes they come with a little theater, like a little movie theater, sometimes and stuff like that. But really, it's about just getting you and whatever cars and cargo from one place to another. And I think one of the reasons why I find that so interesting is that here in America, particularly on the East Coast, ferries only go on for like maybe 3 or 4 hours. Like there's no overnighters, so it's not like you have a room to stay in, a room key, and all that kind of stuff. You just kind of sit there in the chair and just hope not to sink as you're moving along. But that's one of the things that I would like to do after I do the big things. Cool. And also I would love to check out some of these. I was talking about them a little bit earlier in the panel. The smaller rail lines, the ones that are kind of like really kind of just like really comfortable. There's like ones that are just like basically bars on rails, so to speak. And then there's other ones that are very comfort based, like they have like a foot. I think you've seen that before. With the ones with the you can stick your feet into the water. Oh yeah, yeah. It's on a train. No less.
Yeah, why not?
On a train. But yeah, there's actually plenty of interesting things to do around there.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the train lines, the weird, obscure little train lines. But well, and also too, like there's a lot of train tourism.
Yes.
So there's a lot of trains that they've made to be unique. In fact, I was just reading that. There's just tons of weird little things out there. Yeah. Which is a lot of fun. We are live and pre-recorded in segments. So the panels themselves, some of them are live, some of them are pre-recorded. Then we have a time after that is live to actually chat. So we are live right now if you are watching this live streaming.
I am not AI generated. I swear to God I'm real.
Beep boop. Had to cook, fair enough. Yep. The difficulties
is always good.
Yeah. Eating is helpful. It ensures you don't die. So we like that.
If you don't mind my asking, Jaden, would you cook?
Yeah.
Because because we all like to cook.
Yeah, exactly. In
all seriousness, we all like to cook.
We just had homemade pizza.
Yeah,
That was literally so.
Delish.
Another thing I'll be looking forward to doing more of in the future. But yeah, another thing an AI person would say.
I am not Skynet. I swear.
There have been some fun things recently about people being able to prompt engineer AIs to like revert their programming. So like if an AI is told like not to talk about certain subjects, you can like push it and say, but I really want to know, what about this? What about this? And eventually they'll like break down and actually answer your question. It's kind of funny. But yeah. I do wonder how much AI might affect travel. Like how much we'll be able to have AI agents that will tell us all that information. It would be wonderful to have an AI agent, like a chatbot, that we could say, I want to go to Japan and see these 3 things. What's my itinerary? Like what flights could I take? All that. That would be amazing.
No, I know. I remember when we were initially planning for that, and we would spend hours just trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah.
Meatballs, huh, Jade? All right, that sounds good. Mediterranean style, awesome. That must be very flavorful.
Yeah, can you have the sauce? Nice.
Awesome.
I always try to make my own pizza sauce. I traditionally have, and then I realized I cannot make a pizza sauce better than what comes in the can. Right? Like something about the spices they use. Like I need to amp up my game to be better than like whatever they do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Can you imagine NPCs, AI and NPCs? I don't know, because then I wouldn't be able to be like, take the NPC drawer, throw it at the dragon, and run away. Because it might actually stop me.
You'd actually feel bad about it now.
Speaking of food, though, Japan seems to me like a great place for like food tourism. Yeah. Like and not just because it's a different cuisine, but it's like along the lines of just the experience, like a whole entire tea ceremony, or something like going to a ryokan. And I know you and John had an amazing experience. It was a ryokan, right? Yeah.
I mean, ryokan.
Yeah. But I think that would also be something that for me, I'd probably fast for a week and then come back fat and happy. I'm sure.
That's the other weird thing about Japan is that the quality of the food is so high. Yeah. Like you can be you could eat out of the same neighborhood for a week and still feel like you're doing amazing. So it's the plethora of choices you have at any location. It's like this street in Tokyo has 20 amazing bars on it. It's like, what do I even choose?
I know. It's like, and that's the other thing I would do actually if I were to travel, is actually go into those side alleys, because there's always those walking tours you see on YouTube, and you go down and you just like you say, there's this bar that probably is like one of those best kept secret kind of places where they're just like they have the best thing, whatever that thing is. And you just want to go in there. Also, I want to try and find that one club that I saw years ago called Baltimore Jazz. It's in Tokyo, in one of those side alleys. And, just like, why Baltimore? I live there, so I know. But why Baltimore? I just kind of want to know.
I saw a documentary on a jazz bar, one of the early jazz bars in Tokyo, and one wall was speakers. Wow. It had speakers and subwoofers. It's like it was the 60s, I think. Jeez, so they were all big to begin with. Yeah. And so you walked in, you were just enveloped in jazz. Wow. And the whole thing was probably twice the size of this room, right? Because it's a Tokyo bar. Yeah. I was like, that must have been an amazing experience. Vending machines that make food. That's true.
Oh yes, the vending machines. God, I would go on a tour of that. Actually, there is a the world's largest vending machine. So this guy, I think oddly enough, it is Yokohama. I could be all wrong. Double check me. But there's a guy who owns a tire shop in Japan, and his side attraction is being the largest purveyor of vending machines, and they all work.
Okay, wow.
So you can go through this labyrinth of vending machines, and they're like really modern to like really the old style, like really really old ones, and you're just kind of like you go. I saw pictures of these old ones. I'm just kind of like, I want to, but I'm afraid of what I'm going to get out of it. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Not a lot of English on those, I expect. So you're from Baltimore. Any commentary on the locals' thought on the bridge?
So that night, I was sitting, because I stay up late, and I was sitting there, and I heard a whole bunch of sirens, and I was like, okay, well, I'm Baltimore, so it doesn't really matter. And then I realized what type of siren that I was hearing was not an actual siren, it was a klaxon. And I was just like, okay, something weird is going on. Anna came out about an hour later, and she said, this is what's going on, showed me her cell, and that the ship had hit the bridge, and the thing just came down in literal seconds.
Wow, yeah.
So, like, if you ever see the video and it just comes down very quickly, that's in real time. It's just, and the fact that only 7 people lost their lives is amazing. So what that has done is that not only has it interrupted I-95 traffic going to around that part of the city, that you can't use the bridge anymore, so you actually have to go inside the city to keep going north. And so there's a lot of traffic problems, and there's a lot of supply issues. So what they have to do now is actually clean the bridge up out of the water and then redredge the channels underneath, and just to get things going. So that should be done by June.
Okay.
The thing that's going to take forever is building a new bridge. That's a 5 to 10 year project.
Wow.
So we are, like in my business, for those of you who don't know, I'm a purveyor of booze. So I have ships that come from France and Italy, containers. And so instead of being able to come directly into the port of Baltimore, we have to redirect down to Norfolk or up to Philly or up to New York. And then, of course, that affects costs and stuff that and all that kind of stuff. For my day-to-day stuff, though, not much, believe it or not.
Good.
Not much. That's always nice. But we're like, we just went to Fort McHenry, Ann and I did, and just because that's the best vantage point to actually see the Key Bridge.
Yeah.
And you can see the ship and everything there, and it's a mess. It is a mess. So
amazing.
Yeah.
What do you think? Would you want to visit Fukushima?
I would, and I'll tell you why. There was a amateur manga artist who did a manga series and put it into one volume. And I'm blanking on the name of it, but it was about him volunteering and taking a job to help clean up the Fukushima area, so that they go in just for like an hour or two at a time. They have all the rad suits and all that stuff on, and I would like to see how well they cleaned up. Now, obviously, there's going to be safety issues involved and all that stuff. But I would like to see how things bounce back, because when you see still pictures of what happened over in Ukraine, then the reactor that melted down there, everything's still messed up. Yeah. And so Fukushima, yes, I would like to check it out to see how they've rebuilt, how life is going, who's come back, who hasn't. Yeah. Because that's one thing.
Yeah, one of the more
Ichi, yes.
Ichi,
okay. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Jaden. That's it, yes.
Yeah.
Really good amateur manga.
Yeah, one of the photos that really hit me hardest in Fukushima was the photos of the elementary schools. Yes. With all of the backpacks and shoes just left there. And knowing they can't come back for those. Right. They're all, those all have to be tossed, essentially. Right. And realizing, all those kids, all that stuff is just,
someone says sort of think, there's probably some poor little girl at the time who's going, but my Hello Kitty eraser, is just,
not worth your life eventually.
No. So, Captain, what happened was, as a result of the earthquake that spawned the tsunami, so between the tsunami and the earthquake, the Fukushima reactor was damaged to the point where there was a partial meltdown. Yeah. Not as bad as Chernobyl, but pretty freaking bad. Yeah. How the government of Japan reacted to it is kind
controversial.
Controversial, but also amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. They very quick evacuations. So there were I don't think there were any direct deaths. No. So everyone vamoosed. But then they had to obviously react and do stuff. So there were some actions that folks were like, you should have done better. But all things considered, it's like that's how to do it. Yeah. They've had enough nuclear problems. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, that was that. So it brings up the whole question of like disaster tourism, right?
Right.
Like you can go to Chernobyl now, and you can go to the other places, but it's a question of like, are you kind of reveling in the disaster?
Right, yeah. Are you being a little ghoulish by
Yeah.
going in there and checking it and checking some of these things out?
Whereas in Fukushima, like they've been very directly, and Fukushima was a relatively high tourist area to begin with.
Yeah.
So they're like, please come back. Like we understand. We're we're not offended if you want to check out how what things are like now. Partly because there are no massive radiation scars or anything.
Right.
Like to your point, it's been cleaned up. So
Yeah.
it's a reasonable kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where if you're interested, if you're an environmentalist, if you're interested in those kinds of things, it is a interesting place to visit to see cleanup procedures, to see like how that worked, what the impact still is, because there is still an impact that's happening to this day, and will happen for centuries to come.
Yeah. Yeah, the animals have adapted. All the two-headed dogs are very happy now. Yeah.
Blinky the three-eyed fish has a new home.
Yeah, exactly. Atomic Foxes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a great band name.
It is, absolutely.
Foxes.
Atomic
I like
Foxes. Yeah.
3 Mile, yeah.
Yeah, those areas. Well, and that also gets to the point of like, what are you going for? Right. Like at some point the danger versus what you're actually able to encounter. I know Tom Scott went, and he does a lot of tourism, but he said we've done a lot of studies. We're there for like an hour, so it's very carefully. He was very careful about what he was doing.
Yeah. As long as you're informed and know what you're doing, you should be okay.
Yeah.
It's when you show up blind, stinking drunk, and going and wanting to touch metal things in a radioactive area. That's where problems arise.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do that.
That's not a good idea.
No.
But yeah, Japan's.
I was gonna say that kind of gave me another thought of the whatchamacallit forest.
The one near that forest.
It's one of those places where is that why are you going there? Because it is a beautiful forest. I mean, no joke about it.
Yeah.
But being able to walk around there and then finding somebody. That's kind of that's a little
Aokigahara. Yeah. Sea of trees.
Sea of trees.
Near Mount Fuji.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Logan Paul forest.
Yeah. I hope he does. I hope he's supposed to be fighting Mike Tyson. Yeah.
Of course he is.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah.
But speaking of environmental places to visit, the Inland Sea.
Oh, yeah.
That would be another place that I would do. Actually, what I would love to do there is go to the Inland Sea, find somebody with one of those concrete blocks with a grid on top of it that are just grilling the oysters, and just be like, yes, please, thank you.
I'd like to go to the Ogasawara Islands, the ones that are like way down
south. Yeah.
Down south. Mm-hmm. Those sound really interesting. I'm just reading the book you got me, actually, about the Meiji Restoration and so forth, and they're talking about all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting things.
Salton Sea, yeah. Interesting movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, the we have to be very careful because we're on YouTube and certain words YouTube doesn't like. But yes, the rate of people shuffling off this mortal coil voluntarily is particularly high. I believe that is changing.
Yeah.
I believe that is not skyrocketing the way it was, if you will. So it's not like it's dropping dramatically, but I think that is somewhat improved.
Yeah.
But yes, that is one of the big issues. It's also very high among youth, which is sad. So yeah, it's quite a thing. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Captain Laser Eyes. I'm saying that for folks in general watching this.
Trust me, there are moments where I wish I had like a big sensor bar over my mouth because some of the things that come out of my mouth. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to speak to about Japan. Like, one of the reasons why I brought up the mascots even in this was because of the impact that they have on trying to get you to come to their place. And we've been seeing more and more anime to that effect. But mascots unto themselves are these just wonderful concepts of somebody just going, I'm going to put on the suit for the sake of my town, or the apple farm or whatever it is, and doing the thing. And there's so many niche mascot things that happen. Like I was just saying earlier that there's one guy who dresses up like he's a Power Ranger. He was on a board with with the handlebars, and he's going around, and his mission is to make sure that everybody cleans up after themselves.
That's nice.
In public, throw away your cup. Make sure you as if Japan wasn't a clean up country to begin with. But this guy's doing the thing, and because that's what you need to do is to do the thing. But the mascots are just kind of fun, and it's something you don't see here.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
Like I'm hard pressed to see what Baltimore's mascot would be.
But,
well,
maybe this summer.
Maybe this
summer. All my free time.
But yeah, it's kind of, there's so many interesting things.
Yeah.
So
Jaden was asking about the Eurocamp game. It is called Laid Back Camp Virtual. Lake Matosu is the main one. You can find that on Steam and Meta. And I think there was another one. I'm forgetting the. It's another location they're in. So it's Laid Back Camp Virtual something else. And you can download those and play those, and you are sort of in the Laid Back Camp universe, just chilling with Nadeshiko and Rin.
You can actually be Nadeshiko.
Yeah.
So I did that, and put on the thing, and I'm like sitting here, like in the VR world, like wrapped up like Nadeshiko, and I'm like going, I'm like sitting there, I'm just like going, I feel sleepy.
And hungry.
And hungry. So, I feel like I should make something and sleep.
Is Nadeshiko ever not hungry? Like really? Yeah, it was that VR one. Let's see here. There's the VR game and there's the mobile game. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
But yeah, mascots are just something Japan has kind of really taken on for decades. Obviously, it's been a very common thing. They just if you have a significant organization, you have a mascot for some reason.
And the other thing that I would go to, and I know I've said this before, is I want to try my hand personally at vending machines.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they got to go to Japan, he and John, and I asked them to go to a specific type of machine where it's just blank. You don't know what you're going to get. You put in your whatever amount of yen in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to tell the story because Steve explained this to us, and we were like, okay, we'll see what we can do, because it's a mystery vending machine. It appears and disappears. You never know when you're going to find it. Right. So we're in Akihabara. It's like our first day in Tokyo, and we're walking along, and John is just like, and I'm just trying to navigate and so forth and so on. And then John goes, "Is that it?" And I look over, and right there, next to the Kentucky Fried Chicken, is the mystery vending machine. A big black box with the mystery vending machine on it, and so forth. And we were like, I think that's it. Is that it? And the other thing is, like, no one's interacting with it. It's not like it's got a crowd around or anything. We assumed because it was the mystery vending machine, everyone would be going nuts. But no, you just go there and you do the thing. So we put in our 2,000 yen, and out popped a box. And so we opened the box, very excited. It's Akihabara. There's all sorts of different possibilities. And out comes a DVD case.
Now, you might be asking, what DVD was it? What's some weird Japanese thing? Is some weird entertainment?
Yeah. No, I'm being literal. It is a DVD case. That's all it is. There's nothing inside. There's nothing on the front. It is just a DVD slipcover. Okay, fine. And then we dug in a little bit further, and there was a little like a Minions keychain in there, and there's like a sticker or something as well. And that was what you got for your 2,000 yen, because it's all random. It's just,
it's just a random. It would have been that or a PS2.
Right. Yeah.
Who knew?
What do the DVD case taste like? Curry. Because it's Japan.
Red curry. Red bean paste curry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a steal.
Yeah.
It was.
But it was. Like, now we have a story for the rest of our lives that we got a DVD case for $20 in Japan.
And yes, I still have it. Yeah. I still have it, yes.
So we're going to take a quick break, come back in about 6 minutes to talk about, what is our next panel? Our next panel is on, is there a next Miyazaki? Ooh, we got some fun discussions coming up in, again, about 6 minutes. We will see you then.
Hey guys, today we're in Osaka. We're checking out the Yurusei Yatsura Cafe. So let's check out and see what is on the menu. So while this is a Yurusei Yatsura themed cafe, they also have stuff from other Rumiko Takahashi stuff like Meisani Koku. I don't know if this dish is from the show. It looks like it's from the manga at least. So yeah, you can get a dish from the series. Soup curry, pasta, and a burger. Sweets menu is usually what I come to these anime cafes for. I think the sweets are better than the regular main entree food. Get charcoal French toast. We'll see if it actually tastes like charcoal. Check that out. And then the drinks menu. I personally got the mango and green apple smoothie, and then my friend ordered the plum soda, so we're gonna check both those out. And they can also get the lattes with character designs on them, so it's really cute. Soon we'll let you know how everything tastes. So per usual with these kind of anime cafes, if you order a drink, you will get a coaster, none of your choice. They bring it out at random, so we'll see what kind of characters we get with our drinks. So there's exclusive stuff at this cafe as well. So if you order things in a specific kind of way, like a food plus a drink will get you one. Sweets and a drink will get you one. But if you get 2 drinks, not good. You're not going to get the exclusive. Cheers. Ooh, I quite enjoy that. I think it's pretty good. So it's really cute because you have lum here, which is just sugar paper. This is actually edible. And then for her horns, they have the little chocolate strawberry pieces. I think that's really cute. All right, you guys want to flip the characters? Yeah, Baby Ken. He is cute. So after you're done eating, you can go check out the shop. And not all of it is Yurusei Yatsura. There's other series too that Rumiko Takahashi did. Mostly Yurusei Yatsura stuff though. Ranma 1/2, Meisani Koku. I know a lot of people really like Inuyasha when it comes to Rumiko Takahashi, but I have not seen any Inuyasha here. So maybe it's mostly just celebrating her earlier works. Oh, these are so cool. I love these. Oh, those are so sick. There's some Meisani Koku stuff over here. Blu-ray, the series, a CD of the series. Yatsura Cafe. Unfortunately, the thing with these anime cafes is that a lot of them are a limited time. So it's April now and it's only going for a couple weeks here in Osaka. Honestly, the food was great. We just got the dessert, but it was really good. The drinks were great. And honestly, the designs of this cafe, as far as anime pop-up cafes, have been some of the best that I've been at. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. I'll catch you on the next one, and I'll play with you sometime.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. We were just adjusting some things behind the scenes. We are back, and we can go on into our next panel, which is who is the next Miyazaki? Because, of course, that is a question you can answer.
Easily.
Panel over.
Yeah. Clearly, it is whoever directs One Piece. That is the thing. Nothing against One Piece, obviously. So we want to do this panel partly because it's a kind of a clickbait title, but also because it is actually an interesting question, I think, to actually think about, because Miyazaki does sit in this interesting place in anime as being kind of the ambassador for normies into anime. Where a lot of folks got into anime through Miyazaki, and a lot of folks are like, you know, I'm not sure if my spouse would like anime, but they'll probably like a Miyazaki movie. There's also Miyazaki is also kind of an auteur in terms of he doesn't do something like normal anime, so that is also a thing to kind of think about. Like, does it fit that thing of what of anime that's not like a typical shonen anime, for example? So who are some of those creators who kind of might hit that thing, right?
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Who's the next Chuck Jones in animation? Like, there's no exact person, but are there folks who kind of fit that thing? So what would be some of the names you guys would put on that list?
I mean, the person who like inspired the entire panel idea for the last decade has been Shinkai.
Yeah.
Shinkai.
That would definitely be kind of one of the big ones. I'd put Mamoru Hosoda on the list as well. Certainly for being kind of family films, that kind of thing. Yeah. I know Satoshi Kon was on the list for sort of adult anime for a long time, but he's not making any anime anymore, sadly.
Sigh.
Yeah, sad.
You know who would be? No, I know who should take over Ghibli.
Mm-hmm.
Oshii.
There we go. Yeah, he such approachable.
Approachable, easily
works.
to understand.
Exactly. What about Ghibli itself? Like, obviously Ghibli's kind of dismantling, right?
Right.
But if they were to continue, you know, assuming that like Goro took over, whether he directs or not, like, is there some possibility there? So we could kind of say Ghibli itself.
Didn't Goro like go off? Wait, who was Earwig and the Witch? That wasn't Ghibli, right?
That was Studio Pinocchio, I think, or maybe. But yes, Earwig.
Didn't Goro direct that?
Okay, the Earwig and the Witch is Ghibli. It is Goro directing.
Okay.
That is Ghibli. But there was it Studio Pinocchio? They were founded by ex-Ghibli guys. They're the ones that did Mary and the Witch's Flower.
Oh
yeah.
Former lead film producer at Studio Ghibli, and I think a bunch of their other staff. So we could say kind of Studio Pinocchio in general. They're definitely trying to do that kind of list, or that kind of stuff.
So I guess there's a question of what I considered yesterday when I remembered how long Miyazaki's been in it. He's been doing this since the 1960s.
Yeah.
Now I think the more relevant part of that is when did he become a household name, especially or like quote unquote household name in the U.S. And I mean definitely by 2001 with Spirited Away because it was nominated for an Academy Award.
Yeah.
Right.
But even before then, he had been pretty notable. So I guess a way to look at it too is really new, really fresh directors who've been knocking it out of the park lately.
Yeah.
I mean, there's names like I think it's also appropriate to talk about people like Oshii and Hosoda because although they've been in it for a while, compared to Miyazaki's runtime, they're relatively new.
Right.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
Shinkai
Shinkai has been in the game for 2 decades at this point, but he's still only 51 years old.
Yeah.
Right.
Compared to Miyazaki's age.
Yeah. By Miyazaki standards, he would be making Nausicaa now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like
And-
so early.
And I mean, the most direct comparison is that Shinkai has had his breakout movie.
True.
Technically he's had several breakout movies, but Your Name was the one that really skyrocketed him.
To your point, I think that it has to be lightning in the bottle again. So
Yeah,
you'd have to
true.
have these people like Shinkai,
Right.
and Goro, and people coming together, not just because of who they are, but what each person brings to the table. Because like I'm thinking of like when we think of Ghibli, we think of fantastical backgrounds, and Shinkai is just a master of just making these beautiful things in the background and stuff like that. So it might be just like all these different people coming together and just going, oh hey, we can do the thing, and then making a studio out of it. And,
the further question is to like what Brent mentioned at the beginning of Miyazaki bringing it to the point where you don't even watch an anime; it's a Miyazaki film. It's not really. Who is able to get to the point where it's like, oh, you're not watching an anime film, you're watching a Shinkai film or a Hosoda film. None of them have quite reached that same plateau yet.
Yeah.
I think the argument is between the old guard and the new guard of like,
Sure.
Miyazaki is getting up there in age, but even people that have been around him since like the 80s, like they still have a pretty good future too.
Yeah.
Like Anno still has a future. We don't know if he's going to be doing anything anime related, but he's doing stuff. He's doing plenty of live action stuff.
Yeah.
And it's the pros and cons is that with the older artists or the older directors, it's much easier to have a point of reference for what they've already done and where they can stake their claim, versus the fact that some of them may not be as prolific as they once were. Some of them may not be doing anime anymore. Whereas the newer ones, you see how strong they are out of the gate, but you have no frame of reference for how strong they're going to be going forward.
Yeah.
I think the one I wanted to talk about specifically, who's had a pretty big splash lately, is the guy who directed Bocchi the Rock and Free Run. Keiichiro Saito. And he was doing episode directing and key animation. And I think Bocchi. Well, I don't believe Bocchi was his first directorial.
Okay.
I think it was his first major directorial debut. And those two have been pretty widely received. And this was actually a question I was asking myself like a week ago, as to like, who are the new names?
True.
There have been plenty of names that I've been familiar with in the early to mid 2010s and like late 2009. You do have Naoko Yamada, you have Rie Matsumoto, you have Marie Okada, you have Watanabe's still making stuff, but when you get to people like Watanabe and Ikuhara, they've been around since the 90s, and they're like probably a generation after Miyazaki and some of those other creators. But they haven't been as prolific. Like Watanabe and Ikuhara make one thing every like 5 to 7 years.
It's like Otomo, right? Where it's like he's done a handful of stuff, but he's not, consistently.
And it's a question of like who can reach Miyazaki's height, because you've had in the same time frame as Miyazaki, you had Junichi Sato and you had Osamu Dezaki. And those two were like grandmasters in their own right. But the problem is like they're not on the same level as Miyazaki.
I think you also have the situation of consumability, where I think movies were a lot easier to distribute back in the 80s, 90s, for example, compared to a TV series. So it was easier for Miyazaki's stuff to spread than for Rosa Versailles to spread. Right. Even in like a fan sub situation. So I think Miyazaki had that benefit over a lot of his peers.
Right. And I think the trick here, the trick to the question who's the next Miyazaki, is whoever becomes the next Miyazaki is going to become such a household name themselves that they won't be compared to Miyazaki anymore. They'll have created their own path.
And all joking aside, to that, getting to that point, the one who does these movies and gets the McDonald's endorsement,
Right.
Like being
Yeah.
serious, getting those kinds of endorsements here in America. That's when you kind of know.
Well, it also gets up to the situation of like Miyazaki films also don't follow anime tropes enough to feel distinctive. So like I want to bring up Naoko Yamada specifically because A Silent Voice, as amazing a film it is, feels very anime.
Yeah.
Right? It is very close to all of the tropes and styles of a TV series. So it doesn't stand alone the way Castle in the Sky stands alone, which is its own aspect. I think the other complexity is that when Miyazaki was coming up, there was more elbow room in the industry to tell different stories, original stories, to be a little bit more one-off, whereas now we're in a much more what's the right term? We're in an industry that is very established. Here are our genres. Here are the genres we execute on, and there are fewer weirder anime than there were in the 80s, for example.
That, and you didn't get that it's not franchisable. I mean, that's one of the things about Ghibli is that it's not really a franchise.
True, yeah.
And all the movies that Miyazaki has done, none of them are franchise. Like, have we gotten a part 2 to Nausicaa? No, we haven't. Right? So when you have when you have an industry now that places an emphasis on franchises, like I'm looking at Fate Zero and all those guys, where it's in JoJo and all them, where it's just like this massive thing, because you gotta keep the franchise going. Meanwhile, Miyazaki, all he has to do is more or less wake up, let the kids play with chainsaws as he's coming up with an idea, and boom, there it is. He can do the one thing, and he can be done with it. And most importantly, he can move on to the next thing.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
He's not worried about what people are going to think about what the next thing is.
That's actually a really good point. That I think Miyazaki's success has as much to do with him creating Studio Ghibli, with having a safe space within which he can create his own original works, that is funded by a extremely successful business person. So he's not beholden to saying, well, we've got to keep the franchise going. Girls in Ponds is a great example where, like, much as I love that show, that is very clearly a thing that pays the bills. Yeah. And they love it and they do good stuff with it, but it is meant to be something that they can keep on making more Girls in Ponds stuff with. People are in chat are asking a very interesting question. The next Miyazaki might come from China.
Yeah.
And that's a very good point. The Chinese have caught up real quick.
Yeah.
Now the question is, will there be the ability to have that kind of longevity and that kind of originality out of China?
All kidding aside, if they ever decide to do Genshin Impact the movie, that's gonna be something.
Yeah, Billy does good stuff. Like they the animation. Well, that gets back to a lot of our question too, where it's like what makes Miyazaki special is not even the quality of the animation, it's the approach they take to that animation. It's that we're going to do this 15 times until it looks as naturalistic as possible. We're looking for that kind of a skill. There are lots of studios that can do anime at a high quality bar. It's the way in which you do that.
There's a lot of people, some people in chat talking about how Miyazaki got to the point he's at. I think it's the parallel is not for someone to copy Miyazaki's path to become the same success. It's what are the situations that we're dealing with today, and like what is the environment we're in today, where who is going to ride the lightning and like actually end up by using all of today's technologies, globalization. Standing on the shoulders of giants, how are they going to use that to forge their own path and become that same level of auteur as Miyazaki?
Because Miyazaki is not technically innovative, right? The animation he does is very much the way animation is done, and he brings in like computers where necessary and so forth. But it's not like he's
reinventing cinema when he's making his films. So yeah, I completely agree. It's like who can ride that wave? I thought Makoto Shinkai would be the one.
I mean, he's come the closest.
Yeah.
But the interesting comparison here is that you mentioned Miyazaki's films not feeling like anime. Well, Shinkai's breakout film was the one that felt most anime.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, Weathering with You and Suzume like took cues from Your Name, but
Yep.
Your Name is like much more anime looking characters, much more anime tropes
Yep.
in how the characters behaved, much more anime humor, but something clicked and everybody was like, this is it. Like,
and his most Miyazaki-like movie, Children Chase Lost Voices, nobody saw.
right. Yeah. Somebody pointed out in chat that there's been Miyazaki's like Kubrick, and Kubrick had a lot of imitators. And I think we saw Shinkai try to imitate Miyazaki and he failed miserably, at least critically.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there is merit in Shinkai exploring new ideas like that.
Sure,
I would like to see him do
Please
another
do that.
fantasy world.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I would like for it to be like a wholly Shinkai thing.
Yeah. It's one of the things that excited me about Suzume, because Suzume felt like he was stretching into that fantastical element. He was doing something a little weirder. One of the characters is a chair. So it does feel like that. He's starting to build his
And he's got
universe.
He's got his own studio.
Yeah.
He's got Comics Wave.
Yeah.
But he also needs to, Shinkai also needs to find a book to read and say that I'm making this movie off of this book, like Boy and the Heron, and have that book be almost nothing like Boy and the Heron. It's a good book. It's a good book. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
How do we live?
Yeah.
But,
that happened with Howl's Moving Castle too.
Yeah.
It's completely wholly original.
But it's based on that.
Yeah.
How?
Kiki was a book too.
Yeah. It's I mean, and for one of his, lesser known but still well-to-do projects, Anne of Green Gables.
Yeah.
I don't know how closely it mirrored it.
So that was a very direct adaptation.
Okay.
But that was more Takahata. He was driving that one more than Miyazaki. In fact, Miyazaki left Anne of Green Gables like a quarter of the way through to do Lupin. So
That's right.
Yeah. And there's also like Nazca comparisons. I don't remember. I don't know
Actually,
if the
no.
manga came out first or not.
manga was first for Nazca.
Okay. And
Well, both.
do we know who had a hand in driving Nazca's story?
Miyazaki.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there are notable differences in the manga and the anime.
So the difference there is that he started the manga. The original idea for Nazca was to make a movie. No one would give him the money to make the movie. So Suzuki said, if you draw a manga, we will publish that in Animage. You can now say there is a manga of it. And so then when you go back to the financiers, they can say, oh, there's a manga. Cool, we will finance it. So he started doing that with the intent to turn into a movie. Then after he made the movie, he was like, there's more legs here. So he expanded the story dramatically in the manga way beyond what the movie is, to the point where the ultimate plot and themes of the manga are much more subtle and more complex and kind of not quite contradict, but are much better fleshed out, if you will, than the movie is, because the movie is only so long. So it's very complicated there.
Right.
Let's see here.
I think people are talking about franchise, and like the other thing to compare to is that I think we have less movie directors to go off of in today's formats as opposed to TV directors.
True.
There are directors who are branching out into movies, but a lot of them do end up just returning to like 12 episode or 2-core, 1-core stuff.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that their movies weren't successful. It's just sometimes it's hard to even get a grasp on what's going on because I think Mori Okada's directorial film debut was Makia, and like I think that was moderately successful, but I haven't heard anything about Mori Okada doing a new film. I mean, she did a completely original manga and a TV series in the last few years, but it's even hard for me to think about movies that are coming out that are anime originals.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Well, and it's kind of like what Hosoda said, where he said once he had all of his experiences with Toei and Ghibli, he was like, I need to found my own studio to do this. You know, I can't make this if I'm bouncing from studio to studio, making a film here, a film there. I need kind of that safe space in which to do this. And I think his studio is more of a production company than like a, you know, like I think he actually hires Toei basically to animate it, or they work together. But there is that aspect that, you know, if you're doing an amazing one-off anime film, it seems to be a single thing, and you go back into the industry and continue doing other stuff, you're not, you know, it's a lot harder to do another interesting film.
right. And that's interesting because with a few notable exceptions, the TV series are the ones that, or the movies are the ones that get a lot more global recognition than TV. Like, we have the most famous exception of Demon Slayer today.
Yeah.
You have things that are getting pushed on Netflix, especially like Spy Family is actually becoming more mainstream
True.
too.
Absolutely right.
And then Attack on Titan, Sword Art Online, the shonen stuff is still making a breakthrough in Western audiences, but nothing is making a breakthrough in global audiences like Miyazaki's stuff ended up doing.
And I guess that's
besides like Shinkai's rare, like Your Name made a breakthrough, but I don't think Weathering with You and Suzume made nearly the same impact, the same splash.
No, definitely not. Definitely build up.
It's a little bit easier to throw a television series onto a streaming platform.
True.
And getting people involved with it, especially if you have the ability to binge it. Building a movie for global audiences is hard.
Yeah.
For any movie because of the production, and the production has to purchase film distribution rights, and they have to get it out there. And there is still some for globally speaking, unless Miyazaki got lucky. Honestly, and so when you say Studio Ghibli, all the distributors and all the production houses are going to go, oh, we're going to make the monies. We're going to make the monies. You put out Suzume, a beautiful movie, and they're going to be like, did she go who? Literally, and they're just going to be like, well, we don't know this guy. Yeah. And it's kind of hard when you're established in a certain market, and then trying to convince other people, no, this is really good. This guy's really, really good. We need to give him that chance and get him out of here. So it's a big. It's unfortunately it's about the monies.
Well, and as John's pointing out in chat, we do live in the age of remakes and adaptations and coming back to things over and over. So there's even less of a market. Like, if a company has a slate of 5 things coming out this year, and now 3 of those are remakes. There's just only so many slots for original stories.
Think about all the, not to touch on a sensitive subject too much, but think of all the superhero movies in the past year that were killed. Yeah. Even after post production, they were killed, and they're just not going to be shown. And just for the sake of being able to remarket a known quantity and saying, oh, how are they going to do it this time? And instead of just saying, we got something new and unusual for you to see, thought provoking, instead of being hating on Reddit because so and so played the role of such and such. So why don't we have something? There you go.
Yeah. There's also the point that, and like Corner Scream T is mentioning in the chat, like just the kind of the growth of a director. It should be pointed out, in fairness, like Nausicaa was not like a massive financial windfall for Ghibli.
Right.
Totoro was not a huge windfall. Like, it took them quite a few years to become a household name in Japan, and to become like a cash cow, right? Like they were doing fine, but it takes a while to really build up that reputation. So I think. You look at Naoko Yamada. You look at some of the other folks who've done 1 or 2 things, and it's like maybe they could, they just haven't built up that library yet. In fairness,
some of it I think too is like just the weight of the studio behind it.
Yeah.
Because like we know why Miyazaki became so popular in the U.S. and it's not solely because of the quality of his work. It is mostly because of Disney being behind it. Like Disney had the entire apparatus to make, like they could make anything they want into a household name. And notwithstanding what they're doing with like their own properties nowadays,
Sure.
Right.
like if they, the most surprising thing is that Your Name was picked up by G Kids, I believe, and that was like kind of a shock to me. I was like, if any studio was to, or if they were going to select any studio to do a promotion of Your Name, I thought it would have been something gigantic. I thought it would have been something Disney level.
Yeah.
But G Kids did it, and while G Kids has done a lot of good for their films, while they've gotten Oscar nominations here and there, the problem is that G Kids does not have the same kind of apparatus that Disney does. It does not have the ability to put it in every movie theater that they want it to be in necessarily.
Yeah.
And they just, if you tell a parent that it, especially for movies that are focused at kids, it's like, well, this is a Disney movie. To sum it up, this is a Disney movie.
Right.
Like, versus this is a G Kids movie. They're gonna be like, who the hell is G Kids?
Yeah. And you look at how they release those things. They were not, like, as I recall correctly, Mononoke, Princess Mononoke, and Spirited Away, those were both art house releases.
Yeah.
Like they did not release in major theaters worldwide, but they were countrywide. But they were in like a couple of hundred, art house films all across the U.S. So if you wanted to see it, you could. But they weren't like, we're going to put $800 million behind this, and if not, then you're we're done. So they kind of like built his name over time to the point where he became that household name. And then was it Ponyo that got the first like big wide release? I think for Miyazaki movies.
I don't. Yeah, wide release. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Ponyo was the first wide release, but I'm not sure. Yeah, and you got Lightning in a Bottle, absolutely. Tomino famously talked about that, of Gundam being a lightning in a bottle that he just couldn't replicate. Things like that happen. But, yeah, Miyazaki's an interesting case. Like, and I think you can also slice it down. I like the direction of saying, if we're going to get something that has broad international appeal, I'm almost more willing to bet on a Chinese director kind of coming out of nowhere and like having a studio that says, we are now going to compete on a world stage, we're going to put the money behind it, we're going to intentionally internationalize like the production, everything else like that. Like a lot of Chinese animation right now is very much made for the Chinese market because there's a billion of them.
Right.
So they're like, there's no, we don't need to appeal to an international audience. But somebody's going to come along to say, yes, I want that, I'm going to do it, I'm going to make it for that.
I think the other part of the Chinese possibly providing the next Miyazaki is that Chinese folklore, which Japanese folklore takes heavily from. It's massive. I mean, there's so many stories. There's so many fantastical stories that could be told if they wanted to.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, to that point, we've already seen the Chinese apparatus being thrown at gaming.
Genshin.
Genshin by itself is like, of course it had to catch fire in China before it caught fire anywhere else. But it's like, they are making a lot of forays into AAA games now too, and like they have enough. They probably have enough. I don't know about the economy specifically behind gaming and media in China. That is way beyond my area of expertise. But they definitely have enough. Like if anything catches on in there, like they can churn it and burn it enough that they can.
Yeah. Yep.
It'll explode like a shotgun shell out into the rest of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
And they can do it so many times that they'll hit the nail on the head eventually somewhere.
Yeah.
But we also, like we are slowly seeing more Korean properties being brought into mainstream anime too. Solo Leveling was just heavily promoted by Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
That's right.
And while that is, I would not say that Solo Leveling will ever be on the level of like a Miyazaki. Like,
yeah.
We are seeing it being like Crunchyroll's throwing their power behind marketing it, and that was a manhwa. Like the characters all have Korean names. It was completely a Korean thing, and it's like, I I would be more interested to hear an expert talk about China as to why it seems like they waited so long to try and go for a globalist approach to media, but it really seems like they are ramping up, like at least in these few like gaming and animation and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking up. Neja was a 2019 Chinese animated film that made $700 million in 46 days in China alone. Right? Like, that's the kind of money they're looking at over there, where they do. And that also kind of answers the question, too, to an extent, where, again, it's like kind of like, we're making plenty of money here, so like there's not a huge view outside. It was the highest grossing animated film of all time in China, and the fastest animated film ever to reach $400 million, which was in 12 days. So yeah, like there's definitely the opportunity there. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Jaden. Like it's a very different market where like they don't they don't have to mention names. It's kind of, you know, they don't have the same laws and expectations and what do you call it, the studio systems and such, so it's very different.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter. If it was going to be a Japanese director, it's got to be a matter of consistency too. True. Like, you hear so much, especially about the economics of anime. I don't know what the situation. I'm sure the situation was not terribly different in the 60s onwards. Like, there wasn't ever a lot of money in animation. Right. But Miyazaki like stuck with it, and it was his whole life for like 6 decades. Yeah. And it still is his life. He's like, we know for a fact that he's still working. Ghibli has confirmed that he is still working on stuff now. Yeah. So, like, you have to have that drive too, where, you know, again, like, we see Shinkai with that kind of drive. I mean, Hosoda's been pretty semi-consistent, although his movies have not reached the heights that even his old movies have reached. Sure. But you have directors like Rie Matsumoto, who is like beloved by a lot of more hardcore anime fans for making things like Blood Blockade Battlefront and some of her other previous properties. Like, she's essentially dropped off the face of the earth. She's like directed 2 commercials, and nobody else knows what she's doing right now. Yeah. And you have someone like Sayo Yamamoto, who has done The Woman Called Fujiko Mine. She's done Yuri on Ice, but the problem with that is, like, well, Yuri on Ice, she could have capitalized on the hype for it, but it's 8 years later, I think. Yeah. And we don't have a season 2. We don't have a movie that was promised. Like, when you have, like, Brent's looking up Ikuhara here. Ikuhara makes one thing every 7 or 8, every like if decade. That. Yeah, basically. And then it doesn't make any money. Yeah. Like, he is an expert at what he does, but he's not very good at making money. Yeah. I mean, he did basically nothing during the decade of the 2000s. Right. He did Penguin Drum in 2011, Yorikuma Arashi in 2015, Sarazan Mai in 2019, announced new anime in 2020, and we haven't heard anything more about it yet. So it's like, it's tough. And then before that it was Utena, basically, and then Sailor Moon before that. Yeah, and it's some of that's a question of, like, well, what the hell are they doing? Like, how we know there's not a lot of money in animation, and we know like specifically Ikuhara didn't make a lot of money. So is he mooshing off of like Anno? Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe the secret is just that for Miyazaki is that you have to be a cranky old man, borderline socialist communist to make these things. I will get the message out. I will get it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of there is a lot of stuff that I think makes Miyazaki distinctive. Also, the fact that Miyazaki is very driven to making anime that has that family appeal, which a lot of anime is not. Right? Ikuhara is a great example, where, like, no one's showing Utena to their 8-year-old. I hope. Right. There's that general appeal to Miyazaki's works that I think also helps a lot. Which is why I think, and that also is one of the reasons why perhaps Shinkai hasn't gotten that big, is because again, are you going to show, how appropriate to young kids is Your Name? Right? Are they going to really get it? It's a fairly complex movie in terms of it doesn't. You kind of have to follow what's going on. Young kids are going to get bored with that. Not that all Miyazaki's movies are for young kids, but yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's the rare instance of like a universal appeal of Miyazaki. Like adults will watch Totoro and get something out of it. Kids will watch Totoro and get something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same with almost all of Miyazaki's movies.
Yeah.
I mean, you have The Boy and the Heron is probably one of his more complex films.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I mean, compared to you can compare it to Mononoke and Nazca, where it's like those were more adult leaning, but you would not totally be opposed to showing a kid something like Nazca. Sure. Maybe Mononoke, just strictly based on a PG-13 rating. But Boy and the Heron is not something that I think a kid would get too much out of.
True.
Because unless they dealt with similar things that the protagonist did.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting question. The more I think about it, I'm going to have to watch the movie from that lens. Because it is supposedly, I mean, How Do You Live is very much a story for kids to say, here's how you should live. But I agree with you. Like, The Boy and the Heron structurally seems like it is a, young boy going on an adventure film. But thematically and, like, all the other elements of it make it not a fun ride for a kid to watch. Yeah.
I mean, there are whimsical characters. There are cute characters, mascot character designs. I mean, and that's not Miyazaki coming and adjusting the times. He's always had those cute designs. But it is, like, you do have to take a step back from that film and think about what he was trying to tell you. And, I mean, unfortunately or / depending on your perspective, he does not hand feed you much of the symbolism, much of the information. I'm sure there's a lot of heavy Japanese or culturally Japanese aspects of that movie that totally went over my head.
Yeah.
Because there is a lot of stuff that I did not understand on first watch.
Yeah. That's funny. You were forced to watch Ghibli in school and hated them. Fair enough.
I think that's fair. I think especially when it comes to any kind of media, like there have been books that I've read in school and out of school where the book, like, I think the best example is Animal Farm. I never read that in school, but I read that by myself. Like, I was in college, but I wasn't reading it for college. I was reading it because I wanted to. Yeah. And I found a great enjoyment with Animal Farm that I didn't find with something like 1984.
Interesting.
Because I was forced to read 1984 and make analysis on it. So
when you have to, having worked in theater, when you know the nuts and bolts behind it, the story becomes less enjoyable. And then, when you come into it without having any preconceptions or knowledge of it, and you go in there and you read it, and like Animal Farm, you discover like a really rich story, and even if you don't, as a kid, don't understand some of the symbology that's going on in that story, there's still elements of that you're just like, oh, Napoleon's a jerk. You know what I mean? And there's a reason why he's a jerk. And those kinds of things. And the thing with Miyazaki is that it kind of occasionally suffers from what I call the Fantasia effect, where Fantasia is not a kid's movie. But parents bring their little Rugrats there all the time to watch this movie, and they just don't like it. Yeah. They just don't want it. But then, years later, maybe even 2 years later, that kid will sit down and watch it in front of their TV and just be like, oh, this is kind of fun.
Yeah, some of it is like if you're going from the kid's perspective too, it's like I think most kids today would still enjoy most Miyazaki movies. However, that does not necessarily directly translate for all kids' properties.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if a kid's show, even say like, I mean, what's a good example of a kids show? There are some timeless ones like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and all that stuff that you can still show kids, but they don't all. Maybe like Johnny Quest is a good example. Of like, I don't know if you could show a kid that today. And like the comparison is like, children are watching Demon Slayer.
Right.
Like,
True. Yeah.
And you know, so maybe it's a shifting your perspective of like, what are kids watching today?
Good
like
point.
children, middle schoolers and elementary schoolers were watching Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
And we're watching Demon Slayer.
True.
And like for fans that are a little bit older, we like are like, that is not something that I would think a kid would watch.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's Netflix is like, here's the new Demon Slayer, and this kind of like dovetails into a discussion we've had before of like, I think Demon Slayer is at the level of like a Miyazaki film where it's like,
True. Yeah.
they're not watching Demon Slayer is not an anime to an anime fan. Demon Slayer is a show that Netflix is showing you, and you say, I'm a fan of Demon Slayer, or like, you know, of this franchise in general. Whereas Miyazaki, you're like, oh, I'm a fan of Miyazaki, but I'm not a fan of anime.
That's actually a really good point. I think part of the complexity here, not to get this too much into like the history of it, is that we're talking about how Miyazaki got so big because he wasn't like anime. These days, that doesn't matter. Right. Like, you know, anyone under 20, anime is another animated medium out there. And yeah, there's some, you know, disgusting stuff out there. And yeah, there's some sexualized stuff, whatever. But like, there's much less prejudice against anime now than there was in 1985, right? Or 1992. So I think you almost don't have to be non-anime to be popular anymore.
That is certainly true. One of the first blogs that I wrote, back in the day, let me get my walker out, back in the early 90s was anime behind the big eyes. And the whole point of that was discussing anime because people did, or it's just like, oh, it's the animation from Japan with the big eyes, right? The big eyes, you know. So kind of just talking about it, you know, as a style of animation where yes, there's big eyes, but there's more to it than that, blah blah blah. But nowadays, to the points that's being made here, is that those kinds of things are no longer needed because everyone is just like, okay, I've got CGI, I've got gaming, I've got you know, all this stuff, and this is just one of many. I love Venture Brothers, but I also like Demon Slayer. You know, it's kind of those things where it's just no longer. It's just like, you know. You can like back in the day, it used to be like, oh yeah, you can watch, you know, American animation, be cool. Yeah. But then you say, well, I watch anime, and suddenly you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
It's I think some of it comes down to just like, there is some invisible barrier that we don't understand that has to be broken through for someone to reach Miyazaki's level, and which is like, if I was to like get people interested or get a generation interested in an anime, you do what Toonami did, you do what Netflix is doing now. It's like, you put it front and center, and you're like, okay, at 4 o'clock or 4:30 for Toonami, that was when kids came home from school. That was the first thing they saw when they came home from school. That was why Dragon Ball Z reached the heights it did, and why Pokemon reached the heights it did.
And for those of us older, it was Voltron.
Right. And then Netflix, like, because most kids don't watch TV nowadays, they watch streaming services and YouTube. Netflix is like, when you log on to Netflix and it knows, the algorithm knows you, it's like, here's Demon Slayer. And kids are like, okay. So if you want to get the generation interested, you start them young. You focus on the kids to build a lifelong fan. But the problem is that even something like Dragon Ball Z, like, Pokemon is a unique case because it being the highest grossing media franchise of all time puts it in a league of its own. But something like Dragon Ball Z does not have the universal appeal of a Miyazaki movie.
Sure.
Even though Dragon Ball Z is arguably as well known as a Miyazaki movie.
And I would also argue, though, that maybe we're not going to have another Miyazaki because we don't need one anymore. You know, anime has become so much a part of the air we breathe, if you will, in that, you know, you go on Netflix, there's anime. You go anywhere you want, there's anime. You know, there's, in my grocery store, there are, you know, in little candy stuff out in little, you know, you know how Gatchapon,
Right.
but yeah, the little like gumball machines. There's Pikachu and Goku on those. There's not going to be an anti-anime person because no one wants anime anymore. Anime doesn't have that reputation anymore. You don't need to make stuff that appeals to the masses. Anime already appeals to the masses. The kids are already watching Demon Slayer. So it could be that there's just not going to be a niche for a Miyazaki-like major creator anymore. It's just going to be, here are folks who make more or less successful anime. Right?
Well, for me, the one of the telltales that I knew that anime was starting to make into this consciousness of globally was when you turn on Hulu and there's, here's your anime section. It's just like,
Yeah.
wait, what? Usually it's lumped into animation or something like that, but here's your anime.
Yeah.
Oh, and then it goes adult animation. Wait.
Yeah, and there's a section, Barnes and Noble at Tyson's Corner has a gigantic manga section.
Yeah.
And there's usually 4 to 5 people there at any given time.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a slow ramp up process from the early 2010s, late 2000s, where Books a Million, no, Borders was having that kind of similar thing.
Manga cows.
Right, and it's kind of just can any director reach that kind of celebrity status too?
Yeah.
I don't think it's unique to Demon Slayer or anything specifically, but a kid could not tell you who directed Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe a kid wouldn't be able to tell you who directed a Miyazaki film either, but it is a lot easier to draw a parallel between Spirited Away and Miyazaki than it is to draw a parallel between the director of Demon Slayer and the author of Demon Slayer. It's who is more responsible for the kids' enjoyment of that?
True.
It is a team of people, and unfortunately, anime staff oftentimes falls by the wayside. And I mean, to be totally fair, there's a lot of people working on Miyazaki's works too that often fall by the wayside. And
in a lot of even works where there's a director, there's open questions as to how active the director is.
Right.
So yeah, it's there was some anime they're talking about where they asked the staff about the director and they were like, we didn't see him for months. It's like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, directors hold a lot of power. Anno took 10 years to make 4.0.
Yep.
And there was a lot of staff members being like, yeah, he told us to do whatever we wanted. But, the director gets the laurels, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why we have staff credits, so you can at least see who else was involved.
So you can be that one guy who goes, I swear to God, I did some of the animation on Nausicaa. I swear.
That guy is Anno.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much. That is that. Cool. I think that's a good place to wrap up. Do we have any other questions from the chat as we finish up this talk here? I think it's been a very interesting conversation. And it is amazing thinking about how much has changed since Miyazaki's ascendancy that might complicate the ability for anyone to even reach those heights anymore.
Yeah, this is definitely a topic we're hopefully going to do again in the cons in the future with different perspectives, because we'll hopefully have other presenters as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The more the merrier. I think online is a good way to do this, but in a real life format, your voice is more likely to be heard, quote unquote, because you can just interrupt.
Yeah. Okay. Let's finish it out with a controversial question. What is everybody's least favorite Studio Ghibli film?
I mean, I didn't really pay attention to Ponyo.
Fair. Yep.
Yeah.
I've even seen Ocean Waves.
That's mine.
I find it fascinating that Ghibli did essentially a standard romantic drama.
Mm-hmm.
That is it's like it was playing at the Alamo near me, and I was like, Ghibli?
Yeah. Why bother?
It would have to have been Ponyo for me,
Yeah.
simply because I actually watched about 20 minutes in and I just said, I can't.
Yeah, and for anyone watching who's like, I love Ponyo. Ponyo's aimed at young children, and that's fine, right? And you can watch it for that. You can enjoy it for that. Totally fine. It is just not something that, like, grabbed my or our attention the way other Miyazaki films did.
I'm just not the demographic.
I still need to watch Poko.
Oh, yeah. That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Very, very
Yeah.
interesting one.
Pampoko can also be a acquired taste.
Yes. And it's unusual to have such a list of, hey, it's that guy on the English.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Clancy Brown does one of the voices.
Yeah, they threw a bunch of kind of folks onto
What
that
I was
one.
impressed, speaking of Ghibli works, is that they continued the pedigree of having an insane cast for the dub, even though it was
Yeah.
I think it was also G-Kids that did. They had Robert Pattinson and William Dafoe
Dang.
and Christian Bale.
Yeah,
I was
that's
like, how are they pulling these people?
Yeah. And I know, like, originally when it happened, like, when the word went out on Mononoke, who plays Moro? It's right at the tip of my tongue. X-Files. Gillian Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Gillian Anderson was like, can I be in? Right? Like she was a huge Miyazaki fan, so she, like, jumped at the opportunity, said, give me a single line in that movie and I'll be happy. So, like, early in it, there was a lot of just folks who were like, oh yes, I will sign up. But by this point, I don't think it has that level. So yeah, G-Kids is
I think
that kind
it
of
must
park.
be like coasting on reputation.
Yeah,
because,
true.
Like, Christian Bale was in Howl's Moving Castle.
Mm-hmm.
And like Disney had the power to pull all these people in.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess G-Kids was kind of just banking on, like, oh, we gotta go for star power.
Well, and also in fairness, like, G-Kids knows they're going to make a certain amount of money on that, so I think they can also budget for higher actors.
Right. So yeah, I mean, a different way of making it accessible.
Yeah,
Star
exactly.
power.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that did not happen for Dragonlance.
Oh
could
boy.
not save that dumpster fire.
Yeah, no. Apparently Bale was a Ghibli fan and asked for just anything, and they ended up giving the lead.
Cool,
Nice. Mark Hamill, he was in
right.
he was in Castle and Nausicaa, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is really cool. But yeah, cool. All right. Thank you all for the conversation. Thank you all in chat for the chat. We'll be back at 3:30 p.m. for a look at Alice in Wonderland in anime. And until then, we're going to switch to some other bits and pieces from the world at large. So we will go to this. We will see you all in about half an hour.
Hi guys, I'm about to go on another trip, this time to a new prefecture that I've never stayed in. I'm going to Saitama Prefecture, which is just north of Tokyo. I've ridden charter buses through Saitama many times, and I've gotten off to go to small rest stops and stuff like that. But I've never actually had the experience of what Saitama has to offer. I've never stayed there before. This train behind me is actually leaving in about 10 minutes, I think. And so I'm going to board that train on the way to Tokyo. I have to make a transfer at Ueno and then take the train up to Saitama City. I'll be meeting a friend for lunch. I'm not sure what we're eating for lunch, but we're gonna do that too. I have myself a green tea, which is like my favorite thing to drink on trips now for some reason. I used to not really be into green tea, and then it took 2 years of living in Japan for me to just be addicted to it. I have a soy joy, which is like, I don't know, I've never had one of these before. It's blueberry flavored. I hope it's not bad, but I need a snack because I'll be on a train for about 2 hours. Of course, I literally cannot survive without alcoholic wet wipes, especially during today's times. All right, let's go find ourselves a spot on the train. I'll show you the kinds of train cars I like to ride. So like, if you can kind of see in here, this one's one that like has the chairs just like parallel with the window, but I like these ones. See, where you can sit and look at the window. Saitama Shintoshi Station. There's a train I just got off of. I couldn't record while I was at the Ueno station. I had like 2 minutes to transfer trains, so I kind of had to Sonic the Hedgehog it. So now I'm gonna go meet my friend for lunch. Not sure what we're gonna eat, but yeah, it was a nice trip all the way from Ibaraki here to get here to Saitama. I think I gotta go. Oh gosh, which way? Oh wow, that's I think Saitama Super Arena right there. Lots of concerts and sports events, I'm sure, take place there. A search for a friend. Exit thinks he's supposed to be there. Can you go inside? Oh, there he is. Oh no, he's running away. What up? You want to get there?
Yes.
Eggs and things, let's do it. So this place is called Eggs and Things, and they have more than just eggs. Eggs aren't my favorite thing to eat, but we've been here before, right? We came here last time. In Sendai? Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the burger, dude. That looks so good. We're gonna be Americans. Okay, there he goes. He go back to work. So, now, I have like 2 hours before I can even check into my hotel room, which I'll show you the hotel. It is a capsule hotel. I've never stayed at this one before, so I'm pretty stoked to find out how good it is. For now, I'm just gonna, I guess, walk around. I might go to Yodobashi Camera. They have video games, so I could look at those. And yeah, I'm actually supposed to be at the train station over, so yeah, I guess I'm just gonna kill some time. So I'm in Yodobashi Camera and I found these Kimetsu no Yaiba phone cases. How cool are these? They have like so many of the characters. These two, they really do have everything that's Kimetsu no Yaiba. So right now I'm just waiting at the station, and I told Andrew that I was worried about the rain this weekend because tomorrow I wanted to be outside mostly and it's totally gonna be raining. And he was like, yeah, didn't you know there's like a typhoon coming through? And I just went, what? And sure enough, I log in on Twitter and there's like tons of posts about this typhoon. Yeah, step 1 to the Kira traveling plan is to not look up the weather before I leave. I don't know, we'll hope for the best. The typhoon is moving eastward, meaning like off the coast of Japan, so I'm really hoping it doesn't rain tomorrow. That would really put a big damper in my plans. Alright, now we just wait for this next train and we go to Omiya Station, which is just 1 stop away. I still can't check into my hotel yet, so I'll probably just chill around the station area until I can. The infrastructure here is really cool in Saitama, I think. It's a lot of cool looking buildings and stuff. You can kind of see the there's the typhoon behind me. Awesome. Right, I made it. I'm checked into my hotel, and at the front door they give all the guests masks. I guess in case if someone doesn't have one, they want to make sure all the guests are wearing masks, and they even gave me a little bottle of alcohol sanitizer as well. So these are the times we're living in, folks. Alright guys, I checked into the hotel, and later I will kind of show you around the capsule. This is honestly probably one of the nicest capsule hotels I've stayed in. The room looks incredible. And it's also like in this, I don't know what people call these things, kind of this like covered shopping street. And there's a lot of like aesthetic restaurants and stuff around here. It's so cool. I already love the aesthetic of Saitama so far. Anyway, we are just gonna walk around, see what's around, see what I can find. Later, I gotta find dinner. I had such a big lunch that I'll probably have a smaller dinner. I'll try not to just eat at a place that I can eat at all the time. I'll try to, oh man, did I bring my umbrella? I got it, I got my umbrella, that's good. Typhoon coming in, I've gotta have it. So yeah, anyway, I'll try not to eat at like, I don't know, McDonald's. I'll try to be a little bit more creative. But I don't know, sometimes you just want something comfortable, something that you know. But there's a ton of restaurants around this area, so I'm sure I'll find something. I made it a little bit away from Omiya Station, which is kind of like the main big station in Saitama City. And I came across this like, almost like a walking and bike path area, kind of like a park. And then behind me, there's like a, I don't know if you can pick it up on the camera, but there is a torii gate over here, so I'm sure there's like a shrine or something over here. So we're gonna walk this way. It's just beautiful. Let me show you. Guys, this is so beautiful. To think that this is so close to Omiya Station, the biggest station in Saitama Prefecture. I mean, like a Tokyo-sized station, right? And this is just right nearby. Now, as far as I know, there is a shrine and some gardens down here. Hopefully I still have sunlight for just a little bit longer so I can see it with a little bit of sunlight. And yeah, I think around that time I'll head back into the city parts of town and find just something small to eat. I'm so full from lunch earlier today. Here's a map of the place. Oh man, there's a lot more here than I would have ever thought. To think that this really peaceful place is like a 15-minute walk from the main station area. Bridge is so pretty. So amazing. I love just the architecture of things in Shintoism and in Japan. I just can't get enough of it. It has been a while since I've been to a shrine this big that has, like, you know, the walls around and everything. I'm sure I've been to one like this before, but it definitely has been a while. I'm sure this place is not very peaceful when New Year's is happening, but that's where you can get your omikuji, which is the like fortune papers. This is a beautiful shrine, and it looks like they keep it running well. They keep it up. The buildings look so nice. Yeah, just a short walk from the big city. There's just something about getting a cold. I'm doing it. There you go. There's something about getting a cold green tea at a shrine that I just love. This place is also just so empty too. I mean, places like this, shrines and gardens and sightseeing places like this in Tokyo, I mean, if you've been there, you know how it is. They're incredibly crowded in places like Kyoto and Osaka. And, you know, if you do want a shrine experience, going outside of Tokyo and Osaka and the other big cities like that is not a bad idea. These little gift shops slash restaurants. Let's see, what are they? Ramen, yakitori, yakisoba, stuff like that. I wonder if business has been bad because of, you know, low tourism. These places are really cute and aesthetic. I love it. So as we leave the shrine, I want to talk to you guys kind of how I plan travel and just how I go about it. I tend to be such a planner. I like to plan things way in advance, and I'm constantly looking at like what's the best way to take the train on Google Maps. I live on Google Maps all the time, and I always like to check out the surrounding areas. I mean, I didn't even know this existed, but that just goes to show there's just so much out there. But I generally like to find out what is close by to my hotel, close by to the station that I'm staying at, just so that I have a general understanding of what's around. And yeah, I basically do all of that through Google Maps. I probably spend like at least an hour per trip planning like exactly when I need to get on this bus, get to this station, transfer, leave that station, just because I just like knowing. I'm one of those people that has to have a plan to get somewhere, but once I'm at that place, I don't feel like I have to have a plan. But I know that there are some people who are completely opposite. They just go. And yeah, I feel a lot safer having in my head if I know exact times of where I'm supposed to be and when. And as far as safety, I've never had any safety problems traveling in Japan in the last 2 years. Now, you know, a lot of people say Japan is safe, and I think in comparison to, you know, whack around dangerous cities at night in America, I believe that is true. However, you just gotta use common sense. Nowhere in the world is completely safe, so just use common sense. But, you know, like, kids will walk down these streets. You know, school let out like an hour ago, and, you know, I saw like younger than 10-year-old kids just walking home by themselves, and girls all the time walking around by themselves, and I feel like if they can do that, I feel pretty safe walking around that time, especially because when school lets out, it's like the safest time to walk around, I think, because they always have volunteers to help the kids cross streets and stuff and to control traffic. So I always feel safe around that time. During nighttime, I would say that I'm a little more careful. I don't go to like places that I don't exactly know a lot about at night. But yeah, just using your common sense is half the battle. I don't feel unsafe at all traveling alone as a female. Not to say that I don't expect there to be zero problems, like 100% chance that I'm safe on every trip that I go on, but so far I've used my common sense. You guys hear that? That is the 5 o'clock bell that rings. Oh, this is the same one in the town that I live in. This bell rings at 5 o'clock every day. That lets everyone know it's 5 p.m. I think it mostly lets kids know that it's 5 p.m. and they need to go home. Like they need to leave playgrounds and stuff like that. So around this time, all the kids go home. So I guess that kind of ties into our safety talk. If you hear that bell, you know that the kids are heading home, or the city wants the kids to head home. So maybe you're completely 100% safe until then. All right, now I'm off to buy some dinner. I'm actually like right outside my hotel right now. I think this building right here is the hotel, but there's this Japanese restaurant that I saw on Google that looked really good, so I want to try it. I think it's down this super aesthetic alleyway. Here we go, that's it. Japanese restaurant. Very, very Japanese. That's what I wanted. Yeah, this is the menu I saw online. That's what I want. I want the chicken katsu. Yeah, 980 yen. That's not too bad at all. So I came upon this Japanese restaurant and I'm like the only one here. But man, it's such a vibe here though. It looks like it's a super expensive restaurant, but my meal was only like $9 US. The thing about Japan is you can come to these like crazy fancy looking places, but the meals are not too expensive. This looks crazy to only be $9 US. We've got like salad, of course the katsu, rice. I'm not sure what that is. There is miso soup in here, and then it even comes with a dessert. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I'm going to dig in. Anyway, I'm going to my hotel for the rest of the night, but I want to show you guys how cool the capsule is. Check it out. Hey guys, welcome to my capsule hotel in Saitama City. This capsule hotel has a curtain where you enter the capsule. This is the first capsule that I've stayed in that has a Genkan area, or a place to put your shoes and your slippers. There is a place on the wall to hang bags and clothing items, and I really like how wide this capsule hotel is because you can put your stuff in the capsule with you instead of putting them in lockers like a lot of capsule hotels I've stayed in the past do. You have a remote for the TV, which I'll show you later. They offer you some Febreze and wrinkle-free spray for your clothes. I didn't really use this, but this is if you want to read at night. They give you a lamp that you can hook up. There is an emergency safety booklet and a light panel that has a lot of different modes for the lights in the capsule. You have a place to store your valuables and lock them up if you need that, and a trash can, and of course a place to charge your phone every night. And yeah, a TV, which I've never stayed at a capsule hotel with a TV before. The hotel will provide you with a toothbrush and toothpaste, some pajamas, a sponge for the shower, some tissues, and of course your bath towel. And this capsule hotel was super wide. I didn't feel claustrophobic at all. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this tour of my capsule hotel and today's video, and I will play with you some other time. Bye! Hi guys, today I'm in Osaka. I'm in the Umeda area. We're gonna go check out the jump shop here. I haven't yet been to the jump shop in Osaka. There should be some new merch from a particular anime that I know is really popular right now and that I know a lot of you guys like. So we're gonna go check and see what they have. So we'll start at the very beginning and just work our way around, guys. So right now they're having birthday goods, which basically are goods of characters that have their birthday on them. For example, Gon, his birthday is May 5th. We have Chopper, whose birthday, I didn't even know his birthday was like Christmas Eve. That's really cool. So yeah, just tons of different characters. You've got Yaoyorozu from My Hero Academia. You've got All Might. Just all tons of characters here. So maybe you can match your birthday up with a character. Over here we have a bunch of One Piece merchandise. We've got some, I think these are like towels of some sort. We have the birthday buttons over here. Usopp, April 1st, very soon. One Piece t-shirts, acrylic stands, more buttons, just like tons and tons and tons of One Piece stuff, of course. Oh, this is this opening's from Hinamaru Sumo. Yeah. Some One Piece stickers, a One Piece watch, just like tons of stuff. Little mini figurines, more acrylic stands, some keychains here. This is like a sticker set. I guess you could put your name on it. It's like a present sticker set. We're still in One Piece territory, guys. This is insane. Oh, here we go. So we're getting into some Promised Neverland stuff. Rest in peace to the second season of the anime. Just read the manga. But yeah, they have a few stuff here. They have some random keychains that you can get. Oh, the shirts are cute. I like that they're the manga art, actually. Very cool. There's a handbag. Oh, wow. That's so cool. I'm sure there's going to be more... I'm sure there's going to be more stuff from Promised Neverland. We just have to find it. Ah, here we go. A lot of you guys have been asking me about stuff from Dr. Stone. The merch is not as big yet, I think, for Dr. Stone. I'm not sure why, but there are Dr. Stone clear files here, acrylic stands, postcards. There might be some more as we go through. Things are a little bit random here. Oh, man. A Golden Kamui puzzle. The show is really good. It's not as talked about, I think, as some other Shonen Jump stuff, but it takes place in like historical Hokkaido. It's really cool. A lot of JoJo stuff down here. A JoJo jigsaw puzzle, some pens as well. They have JoJo socks over here. Here we go. Some more Golden Kamui stuff. These are some keychains and some acrylic stands from Golden Kamui. Oh, is this all Chainsaw Man stuff? Oh, that's cool. I have not read this manga yet, but it is incredibly popular.
Yeah, when it becomes an anime, that's going to be huge. The characters are fantastic.
They have like notepads and everything. Some notepads with the Chainsaw Man characters on them. They have buttons as well. I see people cosplaying this character a lot. I see a lot of cosplays of her recently. Even mugs of Chainsaw Man. I guess I need to read this, right? Everyone's really into it. So now we're getting to some Dragon Ball Z stuff. Of course, this is also popular everywhere. You're gonna find a lot of Dragon Ball Z stuff everywhere. These are cute. These are like those little Disney Tsum with Dragon Ball Z. And you can buy them individually too. They have some figures, a pen case of Dragon Ball Z. This shirt is really sick. Very cool. Osaka specific stuff, so it's just like Osaka Dragon Ball. I believe this is like a keychain or a button of some sort. Frieza plushies. So much Dragon Ball stuff, guys. Lots of really cute stuff too. Some shirts down here. Oh, Dragon Ball, they also have like gift stickers as well with characters and stuff on them. Oh, check these out. These are little Kimetsu no Yaiba bears. So they have a lot of little characters here from Kimetsu no Yaiba, but in bear form. I'll show you guys a little bit of these. I don't see the... Oh, there he is. Here's the Tanjiro one. These are so cute. Nezuko's really cute. Alright, so speaking of Kimetsu no Yaiba, we're going to move on to the Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff over here. Tons of clear files. Oh, check this out. That is so cool. So yeah, a lot of clear files. Oh, the towels with the character faces on them are very cute. They have tons of t-shirts also from Kimetsu no Yaiba, ones with all the characters on them. ones with lots of Tanjiro faces on them. The acrylic stands are very cool. These are just cool to even travel with and just take random pictures with really cool backgrounds. I've shown these previously in Shonen Jump shop tour videos, but they're always really cool. These are little tiny versions of the Kimetsu no Yaiba manga, and not only do they have Kimetsu no Yaiba, they'll have like a whole bunch of other series too. There's the first one. I'm sure this one's really popular to get. Oh my gosh, look at these little magnets. I'm not sure about that face actually. Well, his face is fine, but Nezuko's face is looking a little weird. Tanjiro's face looks very memey here. The phone charms are really cute. This is like a, what is this? Like a, it's not a bell, but it's like a, it's got Velcro, or not Velcro, it's got like a hook on it. I don't know. It's like you tie stuff to the roof of your car with this usually. Little keychain, the little leather keychains. Check out the phone case. This is so aesthetic and cool. I love that. Got notepads, pens and stuff too. I remember when the Jump Shop didn't have any Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff, and now it's like several sections of it. Alright, we're gonna move on to the My Hero Academia section. This is also a very big long section. These are acrylic stands here. These are cute. I don't remember seeing these before. They're in like different little outfits. Style Fit pen. What are these? Are these like, what are these? Character, a kanji, I don't know. Oh, they also have the bears for My Hero Academia, so I really only see the Bakugo one. Oh, nope, there's the Deku one. Very cool. Oh, there's the Todoroki one. These are ridiculous. They also have regular plushies as well. So these are grocery bags, and these are just cute. Like a lot of people, they don't use plastic bags for groceries. They'll take little bags like this to hold their groceries. So I'm sure people have bought these for that reason. Little bitty figurines here too. These are a bit strange. The faces are kind of weird. How would you like to eat your cereal? Out of a Midoriya bowl with a My Hero Academia Midoriya spoon. Aw, are these hair bands? Is that what these are? They have an All Might one too. Alright, we're gonna move on to some of the Naruto stuff that they have. I don't think they have a lot of new Naruto stuff since last time I checked, but they do have some Boruto stuff, so some Boruto hand towels. I showed this off in my last video, but I cannot get over how much I love the Akatsuki travel case. It's got like a contact case, clips and stuff in it. Very cool. Man, is this all the Naruto stuff they have? Naruto just got pushed over for like some of the newer shows. These are cute. An eye mask with the headband. You've got the normal headband and you've got the missing Nin headband as well. Here's the Prince of Tennis section with buttons, patches, keychains. What are these? Like little cases? These would be cool to store some sports stuff in, I guess. I don't know what you would store in there, but very cool. It makes sense to have water bottles for Prince of Tennis. Like if you're a tennis player, these would be so cool. These I think are postcards. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think that's what they are. Take a trip to Japan, right back home with a Prince of Tennis postcard. So over here we have some Yu Yu Hakusho stuff, which, oh my gosh, I just recently started watching Yu Yu Hakusho for the first time since I was a kid. So I kind of know things now about it and I'm pretty excited. So we have a Kuwabara keychain here. Is this really, there's no way this is all they have from Yu Yu Hakusho. I mean, this is like the Togashi section, I guess. They have, no, this is all right here is Hunter x Hunter stuff. So like, I guess this is just the Togashi section and they decided to put these extra Yu Yu Hakusho keychains here. But yeah, this is more so the Hunter x Hunter section that they just threw in Togashi's older manga into. So the Spy Family stuff is really picking up. For now, this is just a manga, but I am pretty sure they're going to have an anime of it within the next few years, given how popular the manga is. There's just tons of stuff. Pens, stickers, keychains, whole acrylic stands, clear folders, just so much cool stuff from it. It's very popular in Japan. They even have t-shirts. They even have Spy Family t-shirts. So yeah, I think that this is going to be one of the next big things. This is a bunch of a random assortment of stuff. So Rurouni Kenshin, D-Gray Man. This is like where they put some of the stuff that just didn't sell, I guess. They just put it over here. Saint Seiya. The only Saint Seiya thing I see. It's a illustration poster collection. So I'm guessing there's just a bunch of posters in this one thing. Yep, this is just the section they didn't know what to do with some of the stuff, so they threw it over here, I guess. Over here we have some high-Q stuff. These are huge acrylic stands, like actually pretty big. You can find a bunch of your favorite characters. What is this? Oh, it's a tote bag. This is a really cute tote bag. Aw, I love the style of that. It's adorable. Some buttons. It looks like they only have Kageyama left of these buttons. You can just get a random character out of these. Kageyama plushie with a pocket, a volleyball pocket. Oh, they have whistles, which is perfect for volleyball. You can get a different character whistle. I love how the stuff is practical for the sports anime half the time. The really cool shirts. Oh yeah, shirts with like the different teams, I think, on them. Alright guys, this is what most people are in here for. You guys have been asking about it. They do have Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. This is an acrylic stand with the cast of characters. This right here, I think it's a towel, maybe a bag of some sort. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's a character towel, so you can like hang it up like a poster, or you might be able to use it, but I think a lot of people hang them up.
That's either a game or that's a model of a finger he eats at the beginning.
It's so hard to get into this merch because so many people are getting it, but they also have like these wooden phone keychains or just general keychains. You can kind of see the characters that they have. Maybe your favorite character has been taken because this stuff just came out a couple days ago actually, and a lot of it is gone. Actually, before I came in here, like an hour earlier, the line was backed up so much just for the Jujutsu Kaisen stuff, so as much as I want to show you guys more of it, there's just not much left. You have this cool clock, the Jujutsu Kaisen clock, that's cool. When I first got here, there was a huge line outside specifically for the Jujutsu Kaisen stuff, so a lot of it has sold out. That just gives you an idea how popular it is here. It's like people are finally moving on from Kimetsu no Yaiba. And it's just, people move on so fast. Like, I'm sure if Chainsaw Man gets its anime and then Spy Family does, like that, they're gonna be like the next big things, I'm sure. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this tour of the Jump Shop in Osaka, Umeda. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to push like. What was your favorite thing that you saw in the store? If you guys want me to do more Jump Shop videos, just let me know down in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll play with you some other time. Bye! I'm here at my first ever Sakura Matsuri, which is basically a big festival and celebration to welcome spring, welcome in the beautiful cherry blossoms around me. So I think I'm gonna go and see what kind of food is going on over here. There's lots of different booths and stands put up for that. So let's go see what we can find. So I found some pretty good food. Yakisoba for Alan. And then I got a hot dog thing wrapped in something. And then some french fries too. Is it yummy?
It is good.
Oh, yum. Good, good. Alright, here's my little hot dog thing. I don't know what's on it, but we're gonna try it. Whoa. It's like a... I don't know.
It's like a funnel cake or something, or?
Yeah, but it tastes like unsweet funnel cake. Like,
without the powdered sugar.
Like the bread is kind of chewy. It's good, I like it.
Nice.
So the cool thing about the french fries is that you can pick from like 8 different seasonings, and I didn't know what most of the seasonings were So I just went with the bacon and pepper one. All right, here we go. They do taste like bacon and pepper. They're really good. I like them a lot. So now we're probably gonna get ice cream. You have strawberry, chocolate, black sesame, which is different, vanilla, sakura mochi, and matcha, which all look really, really good. Oh, sold out? Do you want to do matcha? They're sold out of the sakura mochi. So now I'm gonna get a chocolate banana. Take it over here and see. I've never had a chocolate covered banana before. But look how beautiful that is.
Ooh.
It looks so cute. They also have pink ones and blue ones. This is so good. I love it. Oh my god. I love this. Alright, try a bite of it. Yeah, it's great.
Very good.
Isn't it yummy? That looks yummy.
Just rubbing the butter on it. This is good roasted corn.
Here we go.
Careful, it's hot.
Ooh, it's yummy. It's kind of sweet. So we didn't end up actually going back to the Montessori like we wanted to. It's just been so cold and rainy and windy. As you can kind of see, it's just been on and off stormy. So we didn't really get the chance to go back when the weather was nicer. But what we did decide to do on that day, after we were done eating, was climb a mountain. Okay, so the town over, one of the towns over in my region is called Fukuoka, and they are pretty well known for their giant mountain with a great view. And if I look outside my window, you see that statue? It's like a Buddhist statue. Yeah, we climbed that mountain up there to go view that, and then it gives a really, really pretty view of our home. We went to Fukuoka Castle Park, which is just this beautiful area and beautiful climb full of cherry blossoms, and when you get to the top you can just see like tons of buildings in the town, and it's just so pretty when the sun is setting. So I'll put in some video of that at the end, so stay tuned. Also, if you've been watching and enjoying my videos, don't forget to hit subscribe, and I will catch you guys later. See ya! Something different from what I knew.
World.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, world.
I think we are good to go for our next panel. We've got Alice in Japanese media here with
Alex and Gabe, who's currently on stream. He's with me.
Hello.
Can you all hear Gabe okay on the stream? Just want to double check to make sure all of the various connections are being made properly. Just double checking on all those audio things.
All right.
So if folks in chat can let us know if they are hearing Gabe as well, would appreciate that.
That's where, I guess we'll just have to say.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Let me switch over so you guys can see their presentation. Audio sounds good. Excellent.
Sounds good. Cool.
Yeah, so you should be good to go.
Okay.
Take it away.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
So, today I'm going to be presenting, we're going to be presenting about Alice. Specifically, we wanted to present about the cultural impact of Alice. On the other hand, how Japan has impacted Alice as a concept, as a symbol. I'm Kata, I'm Alex, I'm an artist, I'm a writer. I'm an enthusiast for Alice in Wonderland. This is actually a family thing. Whole family's all interested in Alice in Wonderland. We love it. We're super interested. And my co-host, Gabe, is just as interested. So feel free to introduce yourself, Gabe.
Hello, I'm Gabe, also known as Bakukun on the internet, and I am a small-time YouTuber who has made a few videos on Alice-related subjects.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yeah. Alice-related subjects. That is true. So, we're going to be covering Alice. We're going to be covering the Alice. Are you ready for the Alice? Gabe, are you ready for the Alice?
I am, in fact, ready.
We're ready for the Alice. So, I've been curious for a long little while. There is a very specific Alice in Japan. You can see this at a certain period of time in a certain set of works. This Alice who looks, for some unknown reason, see, she looks very distinct, right? How I founded this idea for the panel was I was reading through a variety of different Alice manga, and I was looking at a variety of different Alice merchandise because this was the phase I was in. What I saw was there's a lot of original merchandise, stuff that is not related to a series, stuff that's not related to an IP or Disney or anything like that. And it looks similar to other, I guess, IPs, I could say. In this case, what I saw was Wonderland by Yugo Ishikawa and an Nendoroid doll, and they just looked similar to each other. So I thought to myself, okay, this is simple, right? A lot of anime is inspired by Disney. This is just a common fact that Disney was kind of what got anime going. So I thought to myself, okay, so when we're looking at a lot of Alice-related works, this Alice, this identity of Alice, she's going to look like the Disney version, right? Who's that? Right? She's got the white socks. She's got the Dijon mustard hair. She has a specific shape. I mean, she almost looks a little tan. She's very stout. She's very small, I guess you could say. And this is really weird. I mean, if we looked here, on the other hand, you see a very pale, lanky, platinum blonde, faded colored Alice with striped socks. This Alice is totally different. So it got myself into a rabbit hole, got curious, who the heck is this Alice? So I wanted to go from here and talk about the basic history, how Alice came in Japan originally, what identities Alice seems to have, because in my opinion there are a few. Next, I want to go into a very specific identity of Alice that is different from both the Disney version and the original Lewis Carroll novel. I wanted to go talk about some other popular identities, so like merchandising, fashion, stuff like that. And I want to wrap it up. Crystallize what our thoughts have been after we've learned a little bit about what Alice is like in Japan. So, let's start this off. Alice came to Japan. She arrived in Japan in 1899. She was in a specific shoujo manga kind of magazine that was, it was there for like quite a long while. What it was called was Kagami Segai, which roughly translated to Mirror World. Now, if you can guess, Mirror World is not the first Alice in Wonderland. It's the second. The sequel of the book, Through the Looking Glass and What Alice Saw There, that was the first thing that arrived in Japan that was translated there. And on top of that, it had kind of a rough translation. It's like putting the translation to... it's like going from Google Translate to English type of thing. There's a lot of things that translated very well. For example, you had the Lion and the Unicorn story. You had a sort of chess story. I'll go in that in a second. You had Humpty Dumpty and stuff like that. Your basic characters. So true. On the other hand, though, there was a lot of themes and a lot of ideas that were either melted down or taken out. Or otherwise, true, canine input. There's a lot of themes that were translated into Japan in a cultural sense that were different. One of the biggest things that really stood out to me was how Through the Looking Glass is based a lot on chess. So on the other hand, there's no chess in Japan, at least not yet. So what you had was shogi. Shogi, of course, is not chess, but it's very similar to chess. But that doesn't totally translate perfectly well. For example, Alice turns into a queen when she gets to the end of the story or the end of the chessboard. So this is entirely taken out in Mirror World, the original translation, and instead, what we had was Alice essentially running from Oni until she woke up from her dream. Now, the second translation, I'd actually like to get into what the cover is. So, what the image the image we see there is the 1910 translation. A lot has changed. Alice is a lot more reminiscent of what the common school child looks like during that time. For example, short hair was kind of in style in the early 1900s, so Alice was a short-haired schoolgirl, basically. A lot of things also changed there. For example, when Alice was growing larger, growing shorter, stuff like that, during the caterpillar scene, there was a reference to a specific kind of Japanese myth, the obake, which essentially it's a thing that its neck extends. So in this case, during that translation, 1910 translation, her neck extends instead of her getting larger. So there's a lot of interesting things that kind of change. Another example is the name of Alice. The reason why it's called Ai-chan no Yume Monogatari is because her name isn't Alice, her name is Ai-chan. Different. A lot of interesting things that I find fascinating where when Alice meets the road in Japan, a lot of the fairy tale aspects of Alice, some of the metaphors get boiled away, some of the rambling that Alice does, especially when she's going down the rabbit hole, changes either to it's taken out or it changes to various Japanese myths. So, what I want to go into is what Alice you see as a result, what sort of Alice adaptations you see. In my opinion, this boils down to about 3 different interpretations. There is the Disney version. So there's a lot of adaptations, this also happens in the West, where they won't feature characters like the Duchess, like the Griffin, like the Mock Turtle that you'll find in the original Lewis Carroll story. The Lewis Carroll story has a plot line where Alice meets up with the Duchess. She's very obnoxious, but she has to go to the Queen's court because apparently the Duchess stole the Queen's tart or something like that. That is, in my opinion, kind of a basic way we could understand Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. This is different, of course, in the Disney version. Alice is kind of going through her own story, seeing various different characters. This is also true in the Lewis Carroll story, but there's much looser kind of exploration of Alice just trying to get out of her dream, I guess you could say. So that's the other interpretation of the Disney, and then you have the Lewis Carroll version, where the Lewis Carroll is much more faithful to the original story. Now, with that, as I'll explain later, I've noticed whenever you have the Disney interpretation, for example, when an adaptation goes off of the Disney version, you'll see the Alice presented looks more like Alice from Disney. But when you see an adaptation that's based off of the original Lewis Carroll book, you'll see that lanky Alice, platinum blonde hair with the striped socks. I'll go into this more. Disney plotline, for example. So 1993, there was a Hello Kitty version, very basic. Essentially, she goes through this. She sees the door. Right, she goes down the rabbit hole. She sees the door. She drinks the potion, gets smaller. Sees it's a mistake because she has to get the key. She gets bigger. She starts crying, stuff like that. She meets the caterpillar. Then she meets the queen, and she has a little scuffle with the queen, and then she wakes up from her dream. That is Hello Kitty in Wonderland, 1993. There is Sakura from Cardcaptor Sakura in Wonderland. So this actually aired in 1999. Again, it's much more focused. It's ultimately more focused on the story of Cardcaptor Sakura. Sakura is, of course, trying to capture a cloak card, or at least use a cloak card. This time, it's for her making her larger, making her smaller. And Alice in Wonderland was much more of a vessel to describe these cloak cards. So you'll see the Queen of Hearts again. You'll see the Mad Hatter. You'll see the Cheshire Cat. But you don't really see much more elements, and it's much more boiled down. Finally, we're on High School Club. This aired in 2006. This is the 13th episode, so somewhere more in the middle, I guess you could say. Main character, Haruhi, she falls asleep, and she finds herself again. She falls down some sort of area in her school. She accidentally breaks a vase. She gets smaller, she gets larger. She finds herself in a pool. She finds Cheshire Cat. She finds the Mad Hatter. She goes on trial. There's a queen that basically does a lot of corrupt stuff because that's the queen. Simple thing, Disney plot line. Basic stuff. She doesn't even have any sort of uniform on or anything like that. Next thing's next. The Lewis Carroll am I lagging, by the way?
You might be lagging.
Let's double check.
Yeah,
It's okay
there's
if
a
I'm
little bit of
lagging. I just
lag.
want to make sure. What's up?
Yeah, there's a little bit of lag on the stream.
Little bit of lag. That's okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I seem to be freezing right now. A little bit of a frozen thing going on. So, I guess I'll keep going on. If everyone can still... Yeah, cam frozen. That's what I've noticed as well. That's fine, if you can still hear me. I'll go quickly into the Lewis Carroll inspired Alice's. Now, this is very fascinating. CL in Wonderland. CL actually has the design I was talking about. Striped socks, lanky figure, washed out clothing, that kind of thing. And the plot line is you have the Duchess, you have the Griffin, you have all the characters from the original Lewis Carroll story. Finally, you have Nunnally in Wonderland, which is another faithful adaptation. It's kind of like a visual novel. In other words, there wasn't much animation, but there was a few picture slides, there's backgrounds, and there's characters that were kind of talking to each other throughout the entire time. This is fascinating to me because it is inspired off of the Lewis Carroll story. However, right after the Duchess was introduced, the Mad Hatter's party, so the March Hare and the Dormouse came in, interrupted the story, they left, and then afterwards, the story just pivots into Through the Looking Glass. So in other words, Alice meets up with the deer. Now, the deer is a character that just kind of shows up randomly in the sequel, Through the Looking Glass, in this Forgotten Forest. She's kind of there. Then afterwards, we see Tweedledee and Tweedledum, which you'll also see in the Disney version. But on the other hand, it's much closer. This plotline is much closer to the Lewis Carroll story because then you'll see the Carpenter and the Walrus. You'll see Humpty Dumpty, which is a Alice in Wonderland kind of thing, but for the sequel. You'll see the Mock Turtle and Griffin. You'll see all sorts of weird characters like the Lion and Unicorn. It's a very weird adaptation. So in some sense, it's a faithful adaptation, but in another sense, it's kind of a weird adaptation, I guess you could say. Finally, I want to go into a much more strange category. So this Alice, so there's Alice in Murderland, right? Alice in Murderland is where you'll have a character named Stella, who the author explicitly said she's inspired off of the original Alice Little, the actual person of Alice. She actually had brown hair and not blonde hair. But she has an alter ego named Bloody Alice. So you'll have some sort of weird mental health thing going on. And you have some weird, like, oh, I've been here before type of situation. Now, this Alice is not in Wonderland. This Alice is in some sort of private property. And it's a story that's kind of like a battle royale where Alice is fighting her various siblings, her adopted siblings. Her other siblings, some of them are based off of Alice in Wonderland. A lot of them are based off of other fairy tales. So this story is just kind of weird and all over the place. Alice in the Country of Hearts, again, there's a lot of violence. There's a lot of suggestion like, oh, you've been here before. There's a lot of like, oh, I'm kind of a strange person, or I'm a passive person in a strange land. Same thing is true with Are You Alice? Are You Alice is where, now if you look at the cover of Are You Alice, that manga, there's actually a guy. So the guy, he's an incarnation of Alice. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. He has a white and blue outfit. Seem to be,
Yep.
yeah, freezing. So if you fix that, I'll keep talking.
Yeah.
He's kind of just gets thrown in here and doesn't really know what he wants to do, but he feels like he's been here before. He feels like he doesn't totally belong. He's trying to fix a wonderland that is broken. So there's a common theme through a third category, in my opinion, where you have a lot of Alices. They feel like strangers in strange lands, but they are either weird. They themselves, instead of being normal Alice, the normal Alice being a curious character who just questions a lot of weird characters. They're weird characters in a weird plot trying to save an otherwise broken wonderland. I'm going to see if I can move the slide to the next one, if I may.
Okay. Yep.
So, Alex, you could say that there in the early 2000s there was a bit of a tonal shift to a much more darker, edgier interpretation of Alice.
Yes, we can see this a lot with Alice in the Country of Hearts, Are You Alice? We can see this in a variety of, Pandora Hearts and stuff like that. All of them focus more on the violence. A lot of them focus more on the mental health of Alice. A lot of them focus on just something different, I guess you could say. So, in my opinion, and on top of that, when I was researching, there is other scholarly articles that I agreed, and there was other, more journalistic articles that agreed, hey, I think American McGee's Alice actually inspired a different shift into Alice. Yeah, this seems to be the beginning of a dark Alice. We don't see Alice with striped socks earlier than American McGee's Alice. We don't see a weird Alice in a weird plotline trying to save Wonderland, the general plotline being, oh, I'm trying to save Wonderland, that kind of thing. We don't see that any earlier than American McGee's Alice. We don't see an Alice who feels like she's been here before, like, oh, this is not my first rodeo. We don't even see that in Through the Looking Glass. The original Lewis Carroll story is just kind of like, this is my time in Wonderland. Hey, Dina, my cat, this is what I was doing in Wonderland. That was what the original sequel was like. Whereas in American McGee's Alice, you have characters saying, oh, you've been here before. Oh, we know why you're here. You know why you're here. We know who you are. That kind of thing. And you got to save Wonderland. You don't really see that earlier. You don't see that anywhere else. So, in my opinion, there's a few different...
somehow lost audio on Discord.
What's up?
Keep going.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
I can no longer hear you via Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you. So you can only hear us through the panel. Interesting. Okay, that's fine, because you'll be coming up in a little bit. Should we close the call, open the call?
We certainly can. 1 second. I think we can get the camera back.
Okay. Yeah, take your time then. I'll just wait. Cool. Hello, folks. We're currently experiencing a little bit of...
Okay, so camera's back.
Camera's back. Hello, friends.
Let's see here. That should still be... that should be fine. We're going to restart the call.
Yep. Testing. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Cool. We're good to go. Okay. So, in my opinion, there's a few pieces of evidence that show just the sheer popularity of what American McGee did, in my opinion, to audiences in Japan. First thing I'd like to show, and this is one thing that one of the journalistic articles kind of mentioned, is actually about Kingdom Hearts. So, Kingdom Hearts came out in around the same time as American McGee, 2001, versus American McGee coming out in late 2000. So in the early beta trailers of Kingdom Hearts, what you don't see, which I find very fascinating, is you don't see Wonderland. Now, Wonderland in Kingdom Hearts 1 is a very early world, right? It's something where it's a pivotal place, right? Obviously it's not a place where like all the crazy plot stuff happens, like Traverse Town or whatever. But Wonderland, it's just a perfect parallel to Kingdom Hearts. You have the Queen of Hearts, you have hearts, you have doors and keys and locks, and you have all this whimsical type of... Yeah, okay. So it's the second world, literally right near the beginning. Not included in a lot of trailers, but not all of them. Some of them do include Wonderland, but there's a lot of trailers that just don't. It's very strange. And the article that I read did go into this. Like, okay, here's a beta trailer. No Wonderland. Here's another trailer. No Wonderland. But when you see trailers, especially in America, and trailers that come out later, you'll see Wonderland. Obviously, this doesn't prove anything, but it just seems weird that such a world that would make it fits together like peanut butter and jelly. Wonderland, Kingdom Hearts, there's just a lot of elements that would make this the perfect world for Disney to show off and say, hey, you want to see Kingdom Hearts? You want to see what it's about? Here's Wonderland. It's not there until after American McGee comes out. So I find that interesting, in my opinion at least. So let's back up. Let's look at the timeline again just to see where everything is and to see if, this lines up or not. Now, the timeline, there's not everything in there. There are a lot of adaptations and translations of Alice in Wonderland in Japan. The Wikipedia article literally says there's about 1,200. There's a lot. There's hundreds of translations. There's all sorts of adaptations throughout the years, throughout the decades. I can't cover all that, and we'd be here forever. So I just wanted to go into the first translation that went to Japan, 1899. The first translation of the first Alice in Wonderland story, 1910. Now, as far as I understand, the Disney movie was translated in 1953. Keep in mind, the original movie, Alice in Wonderland, from Disney, came out in 1951. Now, there was a show in 1983. It's kind of much more of like a kid's show that's like, hey, here's Alice and her friends going through Wonderland, solving basic friend troubles, stuff like that. This Alice doesn't look like Alice. She wears a red dress oftentimes. She's a very strange looking Alice. Now there's kind of there's one Alice in Wonderland OVA that was made by Clamp, so same people who made Cardcaptor Sakura. This is in 1993. It's a Disney parallel. I don't know. It's kind of a basic thing, I guess. Sakura and Sakura from Wonderland. Again, it's a Disney adaptation because there's more elements based off of the Disney movie than the original Lewis Carroll book, 1999. Then, American McGee's Alice came out in 2000. So, afterwards, you had stuff like Rose and Maiden, which I'll get into later. You have Pandora Hearts. You have the Oran High School Club adaptation. You have Alice in the Country of Hearts, which is an Otome game. You have Alice in Borderland, Are You Alice, CL in Wonderland, you have Bibliomania, which I'll get into. You have Alice in Murderland, you have everything, you have all these different Alices. And there's plenty of Alices before, but the difference is these are a lot darker Alices, these are a lot stranger Alices, and a lot of these Alices are much more broader. I feel like, I've noticed, there's a lot more Alices that go off of the original Lewis Carroll story. There's a lot more Alices that have the Duchess. You have a lot more Alices that have Alice adaptations that have the Mock Turtle, the Griffin. Just a lot more that goes into Lewis Carroll's story. So, this kind of wraps up what I'm talking about, right? There are plenty of adaptations of Alice in Wonderland before American McGee, but a lot of them follow the Disney timeline, right? Some of them have Humpty Dumpty. Some of them have Tweedledee and Tweedledum. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. A lot of them don't have the Duchess. A lot of them are much more, basic, straightforward Disney stuff. Later, after American McGee comes out, you'll see Alice with striped socks. You'll see Alice with you'll see Alice with a variety of different characters that you'll see from the Lewis Carroll story. You also see a lot more Alices that are based off of like darker themes. Alices that are returning to a previous land that she used to go to. Alices that have to save a wonderland that was broken. Another thing that I find interesting, now I'm going to pivot a little bit, is that a lot of these articles talk about fashion. So the scholarly research that I looked into, right, a lot of college papers, a lot of them go into a particular form of fashion. They put it together like bread and butter. I think the correlation's half and half. I'll get into this, but a lot of different scholarly articles, even anime and even journalistic articles, go into Lolita fashion. So what is Lolita fashion? It is a counterculture movement that started in the 70s that had a lot of different elements of Rococo fashion and Victorian fashion that not really over the top so much as they had different elements that were usually more involved than most other forms of fashion, right? Oftentimes now, as we could see on the right graphic, that's kind of the average. Now, what it would be called is a coordinate instead of an outfit. It's a coordinate, but that's kind of the average outfit of someone who's trying to go for Lolita fashion. So these coordinates, they're called coordinates because someone finds a theme, someone finds an idea, and they coordinate around it. So various accessories, head accessories, skirts, blouses, socks, shoes, Mary Jane's usually, stuff like that, and purses and stuff like that. This all comes together, and they're coordinating for a specific theme. So when it comes to Alice, and when it comes to the connection between Alice in Wonderland and Lolita, every article kind of comes up inconclusive. Now, one article where basically someone for the college research, she went to Japan. She went to the origin place for Lolita fashion. Now, it's a specific place in Tokyo, Shibuya. It's called Harajuku. There's, I think, a few different buildings there. They're basically like malls that just have tons and tons of different brands, and a few of them are Lolita. That's where this originated. That is where you can find a lot of Lolita brands. So she went there and she asked around. She interviewed 23 different people, and she was like, "Hey, what do you think of Alice? Do you know Alice? Do you think there is a connection between Alice and Lolita?" And people usually says yeah, but they usually give very pass off answers. Usually answers are just kind of like, "I want to get out of here. I really don't care. I'll give you a bone, but I don't see the connection." So this person, when she was researching, when she was interviewing people, she went to various clothing brands that were usually labeled as Lolita, and usually they just gave very simple answers, right? And you'll see this online too. You have people that go back and forth and like, yeah, I guess there's a connection, but it's not totally there. The reason why. Lolita fashion is a fashion. It's very akin to punk, where punk is a DIY style. It's very much made for a sort of message, right? It's not made for a cosplay. It's not made for a costume. So the problem between Alice and Lolita is that when people think of Alice, they think of the character Alice. They don't think of the symbol Alice. Now, the symbol Alice would be stuff like locks, keys, striped socks, I guess mushrooms, I guess caterpillars, butterflies, Queen of Hearts, playing cards. You get the idea. There's a lot of symbols that make an Alice in Wonderland, that allows you to think of Alice in Wonderland. These symbols are things which people have made tons of coordinates around, but on the other hand have not exactly, they wouldn't say that they want to be Alice, right? It would be inappropriate to say when someone is inspired in making a coordinate, a Lolita coordinate out of Alice in Wonderland, it'd be inappropriate to say, "Oh, you're just like Alice." They're not Alice. They're not trying to be Alice. They're trying to have a theme based on the symbol of Alice in Wonderland, not even Alice herself. this gets even stranger in my opinion. The connection gets kind of weirder. Where, if we look at it again, we look at the right side graphic. We could see that this every element, right? Alice has a head accessory. She has a blouse. She has an apron dress. She has the socks. She has Mary Jane's. She has every element that makes Lolita fashion. So Alice herself, it kind of seems like what a coordinate would look like in the early days of Lolita fashion, like the early 2000s. So there's a lot of weird connections. Now, how this connects back to my main point, where, in my opinion, Alice Mania kind of started in American McGee. A lot of nerdy subcultures kind of exploded with Alice themes, Alice ideas, and Alice adaptations. This exploded, in my opinion, after American McGee released in Japan. You could also see this tracking with Lolita fashion. So there's a whole database, right? It's called Lolly Library. It contains, not everything, but tons of submitted articles, accessories, and dresses of clothing that are related or connected to Lolita fashion. It's fascinating. There's stuff, there's endless amount of accessories that you can find all the way back to 1970. The first result you get that is connected to Alice in Wonderland, the first thing that is tagged to Alice in Wonderland is actually on the left. It's from 2001. Keep in mind, American McGee came out in 2000. Maybe there's maybe articles of clothing, there's maybe Lolita accessories and stuff like that came out beforehand. But the largest, like one of the largest databases for Lolita fashion doesn't have anything before American McGee. And on top of that, again, every single scholarly article there was one scholarly article I went into, I researched through, that just all in, beginning to finish, all 50 pages of it was just about Lolita fashion. That one specifically, if you look at our research tab at the end, that would be Masafumi Manden being Alice in Japan, performing a cute girlish revolt. That just goes all into Lolita fashion. So other people are connecting these things together, and other people are putting these two things together. I'm looking and seeing that there is a correlation. People on Reddit is saying, yeah, there's kind of a correlation. There's some sort of connection between these two things. And on top of that, the connection only begins after American McGee. So, we can go into more of the symbol of Alice, if we'd like. And that's for you, Gabe.
Yeah. So, one thing I've noticed while looking over Kata's research is that there very well could be a sort of exoticism of Europe and maybe just this Victorian time, in a very similar way that we have with samurais, ninjas, and anime for Japan. Alice is typically seen as a stereotypical British name for any characters, as well as commonly associated with such things as gardens, tea parties, modest, more girly behaviors. So there very well could be a connection with a sort of a romanticized depiction of the Victorian era for the Japanese. And what's interesting enough is that this could lead further back into the merchandise side of things. Is where if we go to the next panel, you see all these. If we go to the next panel, we could see all these different designs. I believe one of these is from an actual game property, but most of these are just a generic sort of Alice design that are clearly popular enough and sellable, marketable enough to be actually created and sold to a wide audience.
Yeah. So looking left to right, a lot of these are new, not all of them. Left one, I mean, most of them are original. The one in the middle, right? If we look at the Nendroid in the middle, we could see she's actually from a Mahjong game very fascinating. But otherwise, the Nendroid doll that actually came out the Nendroid doll came out in 2020, so kind of new-ish. Original design, again, as I said earlier, nearly identical to other Alice IPs, other Alice properties and stuff like that, but like not related to the Disney Alice, which I find fascinating. There is a Kupochi Alice. You can see that more on the right, the second from the last. That's similar to Nendroids. Nendroids, of course, are little chibi figurines. Kupochi is very similar, just chibi figurines, stuff like that. Again, original character. Totally on the right side is a part of an original series. About 9 figurines came out for it, and 5 of them were related to Wonderland. Original, but that's an Alice. One before that, that's another Alice. All original. There's a lot of themes, lots of original Alices that somehow they look very similar, right? So, finally, I want to get into, before we get into final thoughts and stuff like that, I want to get into things that are not Alice. So, I've been talking about Wonderland by Yugo Ishikawa. That's actually what inspired me to make the panel, because look at her. She has a design where we've seen in other properties. That is Alice, by the way, and that Alice does appear like that many times throughout this manga. It's just fascinating that she appears in this way that doesn't look like Disney, but she looks like something else that we've seen a few times before. So going into what isn't Alice, I guess you could say, is Wonderland. It's an apocalyptic story. Basically, everyone turns tiny one day, and our main character, which is your average schoolgirl, she meets a girl named Alice. Kind of eccentric, kind of hard to talk to, but she's in Alice dress, and she calls herself Alice. And everything around her, there's something about the story where people get larger, people get smaller, and people are kind of coping with this horrible reality, this apocalyptic reality. Like, people are trying to escape cats and ravens and birds. It's a very fascinating story. It's very short. It's only 6 volumes long. And it came out kind of recently. I think started coming out around 2015 or so. Secondly, I'd like to talk about Bibliomania. Bibliomania is a self-published manga, so it's kind of hard to find. You can't really find it. I mean, you can find a Spanish translation of it. You could find you cannot find a official print release in Japanese. You also cannot find an official English release. Kind of weird. The description always calls itself a dark depiction of Alice in Wonderland. I don't see it, right? What happens is you have a girl named Alice. She's blonde, in a purgatory-like place, talking to some sort of sneaky-like demon, who says he's excited for a tea party. So this Alice doesn't want to have none of it, so she goes through various doors to try and escape this purgatory-like place. She meets various characters who, talk about a lot of modern issues in Japan. I guess you could say the connection's much more in the animation. So there's a 23-minute animation where you see an Alice that looks kind of more like Alice. I mean, that's basically what she looks like, right? Kind of looks like Alice. But the story just doesn't track, right? So what's going on here? Otherwise, another popular entry when it comes, like, whenever I was researching, like, hey, what are some popular connections to Alice in Japan? People talk about Pandora Hearts. So Pandora Hearts is pretty old. It came out around 2006. It's an average Victorian story, right? It's this dude. He's on the right side. His name is Oz. He's coming of age and is becoming the head of his family, right? He's the heir of his family. First episode or first entry or first volume, I guess. Him is his coming of age party. He meets a girl named Alice. That's girl in the middle. She's doesn't look anything like Alice. She's kind of a weird, edgy character. She's some sort of like spiritual entity, I guess you could say. She's trying to find her memories, but she can turn into the ways that she relates to Alice in Wonderland is she's pocket watches. She turns into a big bunny thing. There's a lot of motifs in the show of various dolls, old toys, stuff like Victorian toys, stuff like that, and it's in a Victorian setting. So there's connections there, but it's not totally there. It's strange, right? It's an Alice character in an otherwise not Alice world, not an Alice in Wonderland, I guess. Finally, I want to go into Roujin Maiden. Roujin Maiden was another highly comparative work to Alice in Wonderland. I'm iffy. The reason why is because it's not a plot line related to Alice. So Roujin Maiden is where one day a hikikomori, so a guy, a shut-in, doesn't go to school, mail orders in this thing related to dolls. He decides to, circle, like, yeah, I want this doll, I guess, off of a newspaper, and he gets a doll. This doll explains, hey, we're participating in this thing called the Alice game. That's the connection. Apparently they try not to duke it out. They try not to get into a fight over this Alice game, I guess, because these dolls care about each other. But otherwise, the only other connection to Alice, even though you see a lot of journalistic articles talking about the connection between Roujin Maiden and Alice in Wonderland, the only other connection is a character named Laplace, which is a white rabbit, and some other vaguely Victorian symbols, motifs, stuff like that. But overall, it's just So what you have is you have connections, and you have this common character who just gets dropped into settings and allows people to fill in a lot of details about a character. They'll more or less get to characterize a character without having to say much of the information about them. Now,
so a lot of Alice as aesthetic, you could say.
Yeah, a lot of Alice as aesthetic, just like what you're saying, Gabe. You get to see this especially in a variety of different times when Alice is just a name. For example, there's a character named Alice Margatroyd. She is a character in the Toho Project. The Toho Project is an arcade shooter game in Japan. It's been around for a while. You have a character who has some Alice motifs. I mean, she has the outfit, sort of. When she first appeared, the first game she appeared in, you'll see cards. You'll see she's in a Wonderland, I guess. But then when she makes further appearances, you just don't see connections to Alice beyond what's already been established. There's a character in Shin Megami Tensei. She's kind of like a demon, I guess. She's an Alice character. She's like a Victorian type of character. The Victorian ideal. The most recent entry I could think of in terms of characters named Alice is from a Magical Girl anime that actually just came out. You have a character named Nero Alice. Again, the only kind of similarities between her and Alice is that she kind of has the outfit. She kind of has the look. And she has a lot of like Victorian toys, I guess you could say, but otherwise it's just not there, right? So that's pretty much it. Those are things that are Alice. Those are things that are Disney Alice. Those are things that are Lewis Carroll's Alice. You have things that are American McGee's Alice and how American McGee really impacted Japan, at least in my opinion. And you have things that aren't even Alice, and you have things that are merchandise related to Alice. So yeah, I think that a lot of authors are inspired by other authors. I think that although they might not say it, I think there's a lot of inspiration from one author to the next of different various concepts and symbols. You have an Alice with a faded outfit, long blonde, platinum blonde hair, black bow, kind of lanky, striped socks, and black Mary Jane shoes. She appears in a lot of different works of media. I find it fascinating. Otherwise, as we've seen, there's a lot of characters, a lot of Alices, I guess you could say, where that Alice doesn't, like, a lot of her characterization is hinging on the fact that, hey, we know her as Alice, and we assume that she's going to have all these Victorian toys. She's going to be a fan of tea parties. She's a blonde character, that kind of thing. And that kind of goes along with, hey, when we have a character like Alice, or when we have like Victorian toys, or tea parties, or locks and keys and stuff like that, that makes you think of other design cues, right? So otherwise, we could see right from the beginning of the presentation, what Alice originally looked like. I mean, what I found fascinating is one of the first translators, was actually a Buddhist monk. So the person who translated the first Alice in Wonderland, not Mirror World, but the first Alice in Wonderland, is a Buddhist monk. So some authors have translated Alice's, a lot of authors, but not always. And on top of that, when they do the translation, they will incorporate, sometimes they'll incorporate the local culture. Sometimes they'll take out metaphors that just don't translate well. Sometimes they'll replace things that are with similar things. I find this fascinating. Another thing we could also see is, and this actually came from one of the other articles I found. It was actually a live presentation, a video presentation. Someone described an interesting connection between Alice as a child's name. So there are people in Japan who name their children Arisu, or other forms of the name Alice. There's actual children's naming books that have various different ways of how you could pronounce or how you could say Alice in different, different kind of pronunciations, I guess, different spellings. I found that interesting. Just the fact that this is how much of an impact that Alice in Wonderland has made onto Japan. And finally, just to crystallize it all, I just find it interesting that people use these larger, grander concepts, the Victorian era, an entire span of history, bundled up into a single character named Alice. That's usually what people do. I mean, that's what happens in Pandora Hearts. We can get a vibe for Pandora Hearts because there's a character named Alice. We can get a vibe for, like, when you see a character who's British and blonde, her name is Alice. We get an idea of what this character's like through just the fact that her name is Alice. And this translates from work to work to work. I find that interesting. Now, oftentimes, usually these kinds of symbols, they'll arise on their own. I mean, sure, you have the Disney version, but that's not always what arises. American McGee arises, and people take a lot of inspiration from that, stuff like that. And when you do have these symbols overlap, it makes a very interesting result. So, I think that's pretty much it.
Cool.
Yeah. Awesome. This is my research.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah. And thank you for helping me out.
Sure, absolutely. Well, let's do a little Q&A here real quick.
Yeah. If anyone has any questions, let me know.
Yeah, let me switch over to a slightly larger. Yep, that's a little unhappy. 1 second. We will get this working over here.
Good.
We want something more like this would be nice.
Yeah.
There we go. And then move it down to there. All right, transition over there. There we go.
Cool.
So yeah, any questions from the chat? I'm looking in. Folks are talking about stuff. Actually, I had a quick question.
Yeah.
When you were researching this, obviously Alice in Wonderland is not the only Victorian, pop culture property. Was Victoriana or the Victorian era popular in Japan outside of Alice? Were there any other Victorian influences, or was Victoriana even popular at all, or was Alice kind of the one big thing that hit?
I will admit I haven't gotten that far.
Fair, yeah.
But from what I've noticed, there's definitely other stories, right? I mean, I wouldn't call this Victorian, but there's a lot of different fairy tales. I mean, you'll see a lot of adaptations of Grimm's fairy tales. You'll see a lot of Heidi. You'll see,
true,
yeah, exactly.
Joan of Arc is also a very popular character included in
What's
Japanese fiction. Joan of Arc is also a very popular include into anime stories.
True.
Story.
Yeah. So you'll see other Victorian symbols and stuff like that. I mean, Black Butler itself, it's a it's a large cultural snapshot of Victorian Britain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's more, I guess, like Jack the Ripper stuff. So, I guess stuff like Jack the Ripper might be a popular symbol. Stuff like that,
Yeah, Peter Rabbit.
Yeah.
Fair.
That actually comes together. That's actually what I was talking about, how cultural icons kind of cross together. Where Alice in the Country of Hearts, the white rabbit is actually called Peter Rabbit.
Ah, interesting.
Is that interesting?
Yeah, things are kind of adjusting a little bit there.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Comes together to help the audience kind of connect to more symbols.
Gotcha.
That kind of thing.
Question in the chat. Favorite piece of Alice media?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean,
Yeah.
I loved reading through Wonderland by Yugo Ishikawa. I think it was short and sweet, and I don't know. I kind of I liked the apocalyptic scenario it had because there's a lot of thinking and decision making that was made.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different things that I like about Alice. I like the Tim Burton movie.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, stuff like that.
Fair.
Yeah.
So does it seem like American McGee was the first one with the striped socks?
I think so.
Interesting.
There might have been an earlier work, but I
Sure.
just couldn't find it.
Definitely seems the most iconic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems iconic. There might have been a suggestion that in the West there might have been a 1993 work translation,
Interesting.
but I didn't see much that connected
Yeah.
one to the other.
Yeah. The timeline definitely lines up for American McGee to be kind of the big driver for that particular interpretation of Alice. I
Yeah.
agree. It's interesting. Why do you think Alice hit so big in Japan? Like, what is it about Alice?
What is it about Alice? I mean, honest to God, Alice in Wonderland, a lot of people say is the first novel. First children's novel. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty. I mean, the way that I've heard it said, and when I say that, I mean whenever I see posts, whenever I see articles, whenever I see people explaining about novels and the history of children's novels, they'll say, yeah, okay, there's plenty of folklore, there's plenty of folk tales and stuff like that, but there's not a novel. There's not a quintessential novel as much as Alice in Wonderland was. So maybe just the fact that it was the one. It was the first one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That might be it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I've heard of any. There wasn't probably a lot of media for children in Japan.
Aside
At the
from,
time era
folk tales and
either.
stuff
Yeah,
like that.
that wouldn't have been a big thing either.
Yeah.
And obviously it's media is expensive. Yeah, publishing things are expensive, so you don't get a ton of media generally. So making something for children is a whole separate thing.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Would you say Alice has much appeal? So we know anime in Japan is generally aimed at kind of a more youth factor. Do you think Alice still has resonance to the adult audience?
I think so. We've actually seen. Oh, do you mean just worldwide or in Japan?
Japan specifically.
Okay, that's good because there are. I actually read a few different works that are related to Alice in Wonderland that are specifically made for adult audiences. So, Are You Alice is a josei manga. So a josei manga is female oriented but made for adults. Stuff like that. Alice in Murderland made for older teens. There is a variety of different works that are made for adults that feature Alice characters.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Cool. Very interesting. Cool. So yes, Alice was the first shoujo novel released in Japan. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very fair observation.
Yeah. Fascinating.
I mean, she was published on a shoujo magazine, one of the oldest shoujo magazines. So
there we go.
Do you think that there was any? You said earlier you made allusions to the fashion of Lolita fashion to punk, and sort of how that comes about in the '70s, and sort of as you pointed and said, a counterculture.
Yeah.
Do you think that is part of the broader appeal, maybe, to Alice in Wonderland? That there's something about that says Alice is sort of, even though she's prim and proper, so to speak, but there's something. Maybe a little bit rebellious, a little bit anti-societal. Maybe something something a little bit here's how we live our life in Japan, because every culture is different. Yeah. And maybe Alice represents something to some young girls or young women that might be rebelling against the system.
There's actually a lot about that, right? And this is such a crazy thing because in the first translation of Alice in Wonderland in Japan, she never actually talked back to the queen.
Oh,
isn't that interesting, right? Because that's just a huge no-no.
Yeah.
But other translations later will have her talk back to the queen. It has her be a curious character who will ask questions, and she's a very practical character, right? Even in her outfit is made for practicality. It's made for, you'll see her put stuff in her pockets, you'll see her moving around everywhere, she's climbing around, she's swimming around. Alice is a character I mean, she's prim and proper, but you don't ever see it, right?
Right.
The only tea party that she has is just kind of a mess, and she's like, I don't even care about this, right? Like, I just want answers. She's very much an autonomous character. She's very much a character that actually is very aligned with shoujo, the very ideals of what shoujo looks like. So she's a feminist figure in a way.
Yeah. Yeah. Adults might want to go to Wonderland even more than when they're children. That's a fair point. Yes, I completely agree with that.
It's a great place to be.
Cool. All right, I can think of no better place to stop than that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it very much.
And thank you so much. Thank you all for your time.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to present this for the first time.
Yeah.
Please give me feedback. Feel free to DM me. Feel free to make comments, and let me know how I did. Let me know how we did. Yeah, anything. So
cool.
This
all
is
right.
great.
Thank you so much. We will take a quick break and come back with the next panel. Let me just switch over to a little thing here real quick. See if I can find the right. That looks about right.
What's up, everyone? So we just got back from Ibaraki Prefecture, just doing like work stuff. And I wanted to show you guys how cool rest stops are. Right now we're in Fukushima Ken, and we are at the Minami-Soma Kashima. It's kind of dead right now because of that certain sickness that's going around. There's not a lot of people out, but we'll still see what's here. Usually these places are just bustling with people, but right now it's just so empty. Again, I think people are just not traveling right now. Usually I stop at these on the Tohoku Expressway when I'm coming back from Tokyo. This is the first time I've ridden on the Joban Expressway. This is the cutest little place though, but there's no people. Here's like the edge of Fukushima Prefecture on the east side. This is the Joban Expressway. Well, let's hope that some things are open. I sure hope they are, at least. Whoa. I can't say that I've seen something like this at a Japanese rest stop before. This is like a whole little store. You can get some fruits. You can get some spices. This is maybe like a Fukushima character. Ah, akabeko. My students, they told me about akabeko. I don't really understand them, but that's like something special to Fukushima Prefecture. I love the little peach. She's so cute. Momo-chan? That's adorable. This place is also pretty famous for horse racing, so they have a lot of horse stuff here. Oh, yeah. See? Do you need any water?
Maybe should get water.
Okay, let's grab a water for the road. And here they have a restaurant and a place to sit as well. So that's really nice. Ramen and other Japanese dishes. Oh, actually you can get gyutan. Gyutan is cow tongue. It's like famous in Sendai, so that's cool. So let's check out what this is. Boru trampoline. Ball trampoline? What the heck? Is this like kids can just play on this or something? I don't know, it looks not fun to me personally, but maybe I'm just old, I don't know. They have a whole park for your dog. So it's separated by small dogs and then like medium-sized dogs. So that I guess the medium-sized dogs don't eat the small ones. Shrine here, wow. I think this is the first rest stop I've been to that actually has a shrine. You know, it's just amazingly clean bathrooms, a place for your dog to run around. Just really convenient. It makes traveling by car really nice. If only it wasn't so windy and cold. Hi guys, I hope you enjoyed that little peek into Japanese rest stops, and I will play with you some other time. See you!
All right. I always hate to stop one of Kira's panels or videos before it's over, but it is time for the next panel, which is about Gundam. And we, you know, Gundams, they really want you to, they really want attention, right? You kind of can't ignore a Gundam. So let me go ahead and hopefully we can transition over to this properly. We cannot, so 1 second while we make all that stuff work. Put that in, and then we put it in the right place. Okay. And then we remove. There we go. Cool. I think we can. Oh, then we just move that. Cool. I think we can actually make all this work. Imagine that. All right. Let's go ahead and switch over. We're going to talk about which Gundam you should watch first. So this is a panel for those interested in anime. I'm sorry, interested in Gundam. And you may already have seen some Gundam. You may already be familiar with Gundam. But it's still kind of a large franchise. There's a lot out there. There are 17 TV series and 11 OVAs just in kind of the main what Gundam is kind of time slot or region there. That does not count like all the SD Gundam series. Doesn't count all of the like goofy off things. It's a big franchise, so we're gonna have that be a thing. And we're gonna talk about some recommended starting points for Gundam. So feel free to ask questions as we go. Few quick notes. I love Gundam. Gundam's a big thing here for me. So this is not going to be I'm not going to be like ragging on Gundam series here. This is going to be very much a recommendation panel. Also, again, if you have a question, please raise your hand and ask it immediately, because none of us can keep a thought in our head long enough to like wait till the end. Go ahead and just post that in the chat, and I will address it as we go. I'm pretty good at that now. All right, so the first Gundam I'd actually recommend starting with, depending, is the original Mobile Suit Gundam from 1979. And the reason I suggest that as a possibility is because it is the first Gundam series. And so there's a lot there to recommend it, because you are starting at the beginning. You are getting that idea of, here is what Gundam is. Here's where all these tropes started, right? It's very helpful to go back to the very beginning on a lot of these things. And original Gundam does a couple of things. First thing is, it is what we call hard science fiction, right? Where it tries to be fairly grounded in its future technologies. The Gundam is presented more as a war machine than as a big, awesome machine that I can jump into and that has, 500 missiles in it somewhere. In all of these various things, they try to kind of make it grounded, where like there's a technical manual. There are limitations. You run out of ammo. All of those things are true in original Gundam. So it's interesting to see it from that perspective. Most other Gundam series are similar, but are some of them just aren't quite as hard science fiction, if you will. In fact, it's so hard science fiction, it's considered what's called a real robot anime, meaning that the Gundam is actually do a quick adjustment there. There we go. Meaning that the Gundam is treated as a real machine, as something coming out of a military-industrial complex, as opposed to an awesome invention made by somebody's inventor uncle in their basement lab underneath Mount Fuji, right? This is actually a real thing. So if you hear the term real robot, this is the anime it comes from. So it kind of invents that, which is pretty interesting. It also establishes this standard that the show is set on a specific ship, in this case White Base, which is kind of this carrier that the Gundam is on, and you get to follow the characters through that, which is actually a really smart decision, because you get a larger cast of all of the crew on board White Base, not just the pilots, right? And not just other kind of people. You get to see all the folks who are transporting that and defending it, and all the other military things going on, compared to, say, Gundam Wing, which I love Gundam Wing beyond all reason, but because they're all in separate places in their Gundams, it's a little harder to follow. everyone's kind of separated out and doing their things. So that becomes kind of an interesting element of that. Again, it makes the show a little easier to follow. You've also got Amuro, who, boy, that's an interesting character. Amuro Ray is, he's got a lot of things to talk about with. Amuro is a focused person. He gets really centered and focused on things like technology and inventing things and repairing things, not so much as people around him. And really his environment in general just kind of doesn't care about much. Some have put Amuro on the spectrum, and I think that is not inaccurate. I think you could certainly make that argument. We have in the past. And so what's interesting about Amuro is that he is not your typical anime protagonist, not your particular shonen protagonist. He is out there doing this because he has to, not because he wants to. He does not have the shonen fighting spirit at all, period. He is just kind of forced into this in a lot of ways. Think Shinji from Evangelion, where not your, he is not he's not Goku, right? Very much a unique protagonist for a character, but also more realistic, right? Most people would not just jump into an unlocked war machine in the middle of a battle just because they can. Let's see here. Yeah, because nobody ever locks their mecha in anime. You can always just jump into any giant robot that you want to be a part of, which is kind of nice. Original Gundam also has the Gundam slap, the bright slap. And this is important because I think it is one of the more pivotal moments in anime in general. The main character, Amuro Ray, decides that he doesn't want to pilot anymore. And to be clear, basically, he's out in the open when a battle starts. He decides to jump into the Gundam, the big war machine that's kind of laying there, and pilots it to try to stop the folks who are attacking. Reasonable kind of thing to try to do. But then he becomes the default pilot. Like, there's no one else to pilot it. He has now actually done it once, so they bring him on as the pilot. He's a very reluctant pilot. He does so because if he doesn't, he dies. Literally, if he doesn't jump in there when people attack, then the people attacking will just blow them up. So that is a perfectly reasonable thing to do that. And after a while, he just gets tired of doing that. He wants to stop. And so he announces to the captain, I'm just not going to do it anymore. The captain comes down to talk to him, has this conversation, and Amuro continues to refuse. Whereupon the captain literally backhands Amuro. And Amuro falls back with the now famous line, "You hit me. My own father never even hit me." And Captain Bright then says basically, well, you need to grow up real fast. Like, maybe if you'd gotten punished more often, you'd understand what's going on here. And you need to grow up and face kind of reality. This was a big turning point in anime because being the main character was not fun, right? It is a responsibility that you're taking on, and it's a very harsh kind of reality compared to a lot of other anime series and stuff out there. So very interesting kind of take on all that stuff. Let's see here. And Gundam in general is about reluctant fighters. Like, most of the folks on White Base are not fighting because they want to. It's because they were caught in the middle of this battle, and they are kind of doing the best they can. They are often stymied and pushed into difficult situations despite what they want to do. And that makes an interesting story, right? When your characters are all kind of forced into doing things and have to confront the question of, why am I doing this thing? And how can I find satisfaction in that? That's an interesting sort of situation. So if you like those sorts of stories, that's kind of what you get in this original Gundam series. Not a lot of joy in the situation, but complex storylines. You also get Char, and Char is awesome. Char is your masked blonde antagonist who will show up a lot in other Gundam series. but he's also remarkable because he is a very well-respected person in universe. He's a very noble person to his men and to the soldiers who fight with him in universe, and you see that. Not a lot of other antagonists in anime series come across as well as Char. Char, you understand why people would be loyal to Char, and so seeing a noble enemy is a very interesting thing, especially for this time of this period in anime. You also get to see things from the perspective of the bad guys, and they're not all jerks. Like to that point about Char, most of the folks on the bad guy side in original Gundam are reasonable people. Some are jerks, some aren't. Some people on the good side are jerks, and some aren't. And so it's this very even-handed view on war and people, and it just makes for a more interesting show when you can, if not root for, still appreciate and understand where all these people are coming from. It's not xenophobic aliens. It's just people. It's people in a war, and you get all kinds of people in a war. Original Gundam also introduces the concept of new types, which we'll talk about a little later on in the presentation, but the idea that you can actually have these sort of somewhat extrasensory powers as a pilot, something that you don't see in all Gundam series, but if you like that kind of thing, you get it here. That said, late 70s, art can be a little rough sometimes. Drawings are not always like incredibly detailed or incredibly on model. If you look closely here, like most of the elements in this are just kind of a little wonky in terms of where all the lines line up. It happens sometimes in original Gundam, and that is generally a thing that is true in this era of anime. And I'm not here to judge, right? There are certainly people who have a tough time with that kind of old school style of anime, especially that old, and find that roughness hard to watch. I will say I'm not necessarily a fan of all of that sort of roughness of animation. I did get used to it after watching a few episodes. You do kind of adjust yourself to that style of animation. But if you're looking at this and going, I don't know if I can handle that, fair enough, right? That could be a reason to kind of pull away from original Gundam. But that is certainly an option if you want to get into Gundam, would be the original Mobile Suit Gundam series. So that is one. Now, later on, as Gundam got more popular, they split off into multiple different timelines. And so just so you know, the TV series were all set in new timelines, new universes, while much of the OVAs, the miniseries, direct-to-video, were done back in the original timeline of original Gundam. So some of these things we'll talk about are new timelines, some of them are not. That is a thing in Gundam, so just be aware of that. I need to update this. This is like an old timeline now, just realizing that, the background of this slide. So another option to start off with would be Gundam 8th MS Team. This is another Gundam in the original Universal Century timeline. And this is notable for being one of the most grounded, realistic of the Gundam anime series. It is about, well, frankly, just grunts on the ground, like normal people in this war. Now, they do have mecha, but the mecha are more just like, they're like a tank squadron or a helicopter squadron, right? These are not aces out there in the most possible advanced machines on the very front lines. They're off, in a corner somewhere, kind of holding their ground in a certain, kind of out of the way spot in the war. So you could really see things from the perspective of these folks who are not special in that sense. Now, it's anime, so they have a certain amount of protagonism, if you will. They have a certain amount of specialness to their character and kind of what they do, but these are not folks who are going out and winning the war all on their own, right? They are more just, the 8th MS team, right? Not the 1st MS team doing that. And that's very interesting, like seeing things from the perspective of folks who are not the shonen protagonists. Really cool, really interesting, and it's relatively short, right? It's an OVA, so you're going to get through that fairly quickly. It's a a 1 evening, 2 evening kind of experience, as opposed to doing, a 50 episode anime series. Why are my slides being unhappy? Other advantage is very high quality animation. They had a big budget here, and you really see it. There's a lot of fairly iconic Gundam shots, actually, in 8th MS Team. The visuals are just really, really striking and powerful. Like, they thought about what it would be like to be in a jungle with these huge machines. There's a sense of scale. There's a sense of destructiveness that you get in this, because it's not in space where they're just, distant explosions, right? And so that really comes across really well in that. And with the higher budget of a late 90s anime, that really comes through. So if you're looking for something like that, it's really, that's what you're going to get here. I'd also recommend Gundam Seed. Now, thankfully, times have changed. Because when Gundam Seed came out in America, there was a lot of backlash against Gundam Seed that I think was undeserved. There was folks I think they just really didn't get Gundam Seed, and they were a little peevish about various stuff. But I love Gundam Seed when it came out, and I think it's a really effective introduction to the franchise in general. Also interesting because it's about genetic engineering and a race war. It hits some interesting topics here. And I'm just realizing I have completely the wrong logo. Completely the wrong panel title. Let me fix that real quick. That's a little embarrassing. 1 second. There we go. We will just switch that over. But yeah, in the universe of Gundam Seed, you can genetically engineer your child, and you can decide what that child will their strength, their intelligence, all those various elements you can determine before birth. And that has created a whole separate, essentially, breed of humans called coordinators who have embraced this, and they are multiple generations of folks who are genetically engineered to be objectively superior to naturals, those who are not genetically engineered. And this has created like this schism in humanity, because not only is this a philosophical schism, coordinators are stronger, faster, and they have a higher IQ. Period. Like, you can measure this. So it is not just an ideological difference. Folks are actually concerned about this objective difference in humanity. Like, this has consequences in day-to-day life for people. And that becomes kind of one of the big groundings of the conflict in Gundam Seed. And so if you're interested in kind of those more high concept, more complicated topics, Seed does address that to some extent. Also interesting because you have this complicated relationship between somebody on the good guys and the bad guy side, if you will. The protagonist's best friend is one of the antagonists on the other side. They ended up on two different parts of the war. So I think the classic kind of American Civil War story of, a war between brothers, right? It's that kind of a concept. These two people care about each other very closely, but they end up on opposite sides of the war, and they have to fight each other. That sucks. And it's a very interesting kind of a story to kind of explore and see what's going on there, and see what impact that has on the story and the characters. So that's Gundam Seed. Again, interesting series. I will also point out that one of the advantages of Gundam Seed is it has a more modern art style compared to earlier Gundam series. So if you're looking for a more like digital style, you will get that more in Gundam Seed than you will in some of the earlier anime series. So it's a little more palatable for modern tastes than some of those earlier ones. I will say the animation is, well, they did an HD remaster a while back, which is really polished off. This was the studio's first all-digital production, and so the animation was kind of rough in an original release, but a lot of that's been polished off. So it looks pretty good. Budget is not massively huge, but it is. I've been rewatching a good chunk of it recently, and it will look. You can tell it's a TV show, but it doesn't look like cheap or anything. All right, moving on to Gundam 00. Another alternate timeline, so not based on Universal Century, but 00 also deals with more complicated topics, more serious topics, and more modern relevant topics, because it is about Middle Eastern terrorism, which maybe I shouldn't mention on YouTube. I'm not realizing. That may be a no-no. But basically, the protagonist was an ex-child soldier for a far future cell of bad guys in the Middle East. So it's not directly connected to any of the current things going on, but there's clearly a parallel. And of course, this came out half a decade after the 9/11 attacks. So there's a clear connection there, and it is very much about kind of what is that doing? What is that trauma? What does that do to you? And so it has a lot of power for that, and dealing with the effects of that in not necessarily a negative way. Notably, the protagonist here is that has clearly affected who he is, but he has chosen a path forward that where he is trying to address that, right? So he's not locked down and destroyed by that, but it is an important part of who he is. It also has high quality animation, so definitely they resolved a lot of the problems they were having earlier on with like Gundam Seed. And man, this is one of the better animated Gundam TV series, period. There's just a lot there to enjoy and appreciate. Like, this is a screenshot. This is not just like promotional artwork. This is kind of what the show actually looks like in one of its better moments. But yeah, really impressive visually is Gundam 00. And then finally, here's a weird one, but I'm really going to recommend this. And wow, this is going to be a short panel. Gundam Build Fighters Try. So the Gundam Build franchise is based on the idea that Gunpla, like Gundam plastic model kits, are a thing in the world, in their world, and in their world you can take those plastic model kits and throw them into an arcade and make the plastic model kits fight each other virtually. And they kind of fight and do stuff. Now, the first Gundam Build Fighters TV series is more of an homage to original Gundam, and actually all Gundam series, and has a lot of in-jokes about the Gundam franchise. You can still watch it and enjoy it, but it is meant more as a love letter to Gundam, right? A lot of in-jokes and references and so forth and so on. It has its own original story, so it's not just a pastiche of kind of Gundam stuff, but it's meant more for that. Try is basically a shonen series set within that universe. It is much more structured like a shonen series, and I mean, look, it's a shonen series, like just straight up. That is very much what it is, about all of these characters coming together to fight the good fight in these arcade things, and so it is very approachable, especially for folks who might not find Gundams themselves and like the war story concept interesting. This is, again, just going into arcades and having fights in kind of a very near future modern world. So very approachable, very easy, a great show for your younger sibling if they want to, what anime should I watch next? Give this one a try. They might really like it. It'll appeal to folks who are more into that kind of more shonen-y storyline. And again, there's stuff going on. There's a whole plot, and it is obviously using Gundams from, the Gundam franchise, so you'll recognize those. It's tied in, but you don't need to know anything about Gundam to really appreciate what's going on, to get the story, get the characters, all that stuff. Also, it's a much more lighter toned show. It has the standard kind of shonen angst of I want to be better and I'm not as good as I want to be. But, not a lot of explosions and death in Gundam Build Fighters Try. That's really not its bag. is more adolescents going to school, and doing that. So that is that, and again, highly recommended for that, especially that younger crowd. So if you want to find Gundam, there are a couple of different spots to do it. If you want actual DVDs or Blu-rays, those are going to be on Amazon. There's a good amount of Gundam on Crunchyroll streaming. So if you want to actually live stream, or you actually want to stream Gundam series, you can find a bunch of them on Crunchyroll. Gundam.info is the official Gundam website. They also stream Gundam series in rotation. So different ones available at different times. So they'll be on there for a few months usually, cycling in and out as time goes on to get folks some availability to those shows. That is that for that. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, we are around in the Discord. I actually do not have the Discord kind of up much at the moment. Cool. Yes, we do have an Anime Archaeology Discord. Go ahead and search for that. Find that. You can find us in there chatting about anime a lot. But does anyone in the chat anywhere have any questions for me? Any thoughts and that? Be happy to answer those before we spend a transitionary period before the next panel, which I believe is going to be this guy's panel at 6:30. Wait. Shoot. Ha! I just did my panel early. Wow.
I just noticed that too.
My panel should have started right now. Cool. So I have like an hour and a half to fill. What should we do? That's a great question. What can I do for you all? Captain Laser Eyes is getting back into Gundam lately. That is awesome to hear. I want to be able to show you guys something.
Well, you're looking for something.
Yeah.
How did you get into Gundam? Like probably like me, you were aware of it.
Yeah.
But what was your first interaction with it?
So just like Cornish Cream Tea and others, my first was we're gonna go ahead and throw that up there. Gundam Wing.
Gundam Wing.
So seeing that on Toonami back in the day. And seeing it, and those who've been around for a while know the story that a friend of mine and I were watching it as it was airing, midnight run, and we started halfway through the show. Bad idea. Yeah. So we would literally spend half an hour watching 3 different factions arise and fall in one episode, and characters move around and so forth and so on, and then get half an hour of Goku and Frieza charging up a power attack in Dragon Ball Z.
So basically, you needed that flow chart.
Yeah, we very much needed that. Okay, what's going on here? And so we got through to the end, and really, we were sucked in. We were watching it, and then they restarted over from episode 1. We started from there, and we're like, oh, now it makes sense.
Now it all makes sense.
Helps to start from the beginning.
Like I said, I was aware of Gundam. I knew that it was there. I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to be into anime and not know that Gundam exists. But mine was actually War in the Pocket.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and the whole reason why I got that was because it was I believe the 10th anniversary. That's what they did, and I was just like, okay, well, I know what Gundam is, and this is a 6-episode OVA as opposed to a long haul. And I was just like, just give me some flavor of it. And I watched it, of course, and at the end of it, I was just like, And so then the second one was actually Gundam Wing.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah.
And
wow.
unlike you, I did start at the beginning. But even starting at the beginning, I still was just like going, okay, we got Trace Kusanada, we got Hiro Yui over here. He's not really Hiro Yui. He's just taking on the name. And, going on. All right.
Yeah, it's complicated. So actually, let's talk about the anime that were not in that presentation. Like, why did I leave some shows out? So I did not list War in the Pocket, because I think that's a rough way to start.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. The other problem is that War in the Pocket feels like a very generic story until you get to the end and realize where they're going. It's entertaining, but you can't. It's easy for someone to go into that show and think, well, this isn't very exciting or interesting, so you can be turned off by that.
Right.
So I didn't want to risk that one.
No, and when I first watched it, it was like I said, only because I knew of Gundam and I kind of wanted to get a start into it and just get a flavor of it. But if you're getting brand new and you're just like, okay, what's the thing to be excited about? War in Pocket is not something to be excited about. I mean, it's wonderful. It's really great. I love it. It's actually one of my top anime choices. But by the time you get to the end of it, it's not Grave of Fireflies level, but it's you're just like, oh, my gut punch. Oh, my emotional gut punch.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, no, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Like, if you're not like I think Dive is probably a better, like, if you were to take kind of the Dive series as opposed to
You mean the Fighters series?
The Fighters series,
yeah.
I think that would be a much better way to start.
It's easier.
And it's much easier. So I can totally see why you would do. Yeah.
And the reason I don't recommend Wing is because I think Wing was the introduction for so many people because that was the one Toonami chose.
Yes.
And at the time, again, we had no idea what it was, so we started there, and then we got sucked in. But I think for, objectively speaking, in terms of trying to grasp something and understand something and so forth, Wing is kind of a hard sell.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to go into Universal Century Gundam, and that's Gundam Wing is what you start off with, you're just like, no.
I mean, the boys are very pretty.
Very pretty boys.
So that's certainly an appeal.
And very dramatic note ripping.
Yeah. Very dramatic, pretty much everything.
Yes.
Wing.
Hero Yui gets out of the chair. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think those characters know how to act non-melodramatically. Right? Just
Right.
every character in that is just, except Noin. I think Noin is the one that, grounded character. But yeah. So there's that. Witch from Mercury.
Yes.
Why not recommend Witch from Mercury? So while I do think Witch from Mercury does appeal a lot to modern fans, it is operating on such a different level. And it's telling such a different story than most other Gundam series. I don't think it's a good introduction to the franchise itself. You may really enjoy Witch from Mercury, and I think it works very well as an anime for folks to watch. I have not seen a lot of evidence that folks who watched Witch from Mercury, as many as there are, then went back and watched other Gundam series.
Right.
So I think it's
Well, interestingly, for me, when we watched that one, the first episode way back when, we were just like, the first episode of Witch, and we were just like, oh my god, this is Gundam, because it was just such a hard episode to watch. But it just feels like they just said, okay, we're going to take the 2x4 that we normally slap you with, that war is bad, and we're just going to do this in the first episode, so you don't have to worry about it for the rest.
Yeah, and we're going to put that away in the closet.
Yeah. And so then, then you finally get to the rest of the series, and or not finally, it's only about one episode.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh my god, thank you.
Yeah.
Because it just is kind of brutal.
Again, I've not watched it. Apparently, by the end, the 2x4 comes back out.
Okay.
They get there, but I think exactly to your point, I think they were like, let's make this a lot of an easier ramp up.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can handle the original animations episode, animation and somewhat uneven pacing, right? Where just the way they tell that story sometimes feels like you're being pulled from one plot point to the next, compared to modern storytelling. It still works. Exactly. War is bad, trademark. That is very much the Gundam tagline.
Yeah.
And which is more obviously portrayed than others. Now, my arguably favorite Gundam series is Turn A Gundam, but that is such a weird effing show. It's wonderful and fascinating, and it has a very much more mature take on War is Bad TM. But I think it's just, again, it's not going to then necessarily make you a Gundam fan.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, I would also not tell people to watch Gundam Origins before watching it.
Interesting.
And the reason why I say that is because in original Gundam, the original series, there's so much there anyway, right? Mm-hmm. And there's so much story there. There's so much everything in the first series.
Yeah.
What Gundam Origins does is it actually gives you backfill on what's going on during that. So you get like the Garma and Char story. Mm-hmm. I mean, you literally get that bro story going on, right? You get that. You get much more of one of my favorite characters, Ramba Ral, in Gundam, and you get a lot more sense of him, and you like him. You like him in original suit Gundam, but you'll like him even more in Origins.
It would be interesting to go back and watch that show and forget original Gundam, like pretend none of the rest existed,
right?
And you're just watching Gundam the origin from the start. I have no sense of how well that would hold together as a story. I feel like it would be like, okay, yeah, we are getting these various plot lines moving forward, but it wouldn't feel, I mean, it was made as, okay, you all know what the story is, here we're backfilling these, 5 plot points. So I wonder if it would flow at all.
I mean, it goes into great detail as to, unfortunately, the story is not as great as it should be about why Char makes the mask. It's the mask, but you get the reason for it.
Yeah.
And you get how he's doing stuff and his motivation, why he's doing the thing that he's doing. Then once you realize the motivation, you're like, oh my God. You're just like, oh, I don't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah.
But there's a whole, like, he and his sister, this is also the story of he and his sister. So there's a lot of that going on. So that's why I say, to that point, it's not going to hold up very well because it's predicated on the fact that you've actually seen original Gundam.
Yeah.
And so, it's not that you would get lost. It would just be like you get to the end of Gundam Origins and you just be like, oh my God, I have to watch 50 more episodes of this thing. Oh, okay. I thought this was going to... No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, because... Interestingly, though, like, it does start with, like, this apocalyptic moment for Side 3 in Zeon. Yeah. And this terrible thing that happens to these kids. And then watching them kind of grow up and their experiences and so forth. So, like, there is definitely it is telling a story about kind of central characters that you could follow through. Right. But yeah, I don't think you would necessarily care as much as you would about the practice of other stories as you would with that. Exactly. Char could possibly be Lieutenant Quattro. Sunglasses, man.
Yeah.
It changes everything. Yeah. And also, I mean, to that point, Gundam late 70s, early 80s, it was a different time in terms of plot points and how much you would actually explain things. The audience was expected to not worry as much about plot holes. So you got a lot of that too, where it's like, we're just gonna change this character. It's fine.
So don't worry about that thing that happened in episode 32? Yeah, don't worry about that. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Oh, I need resolution. Well, you ain't gonna get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like, boy, this is a weird jump, but there's a riff tracks of the Doctor Who movies, like the ones from the 70s, with Peter Cushing, and when they start, they're like, there's a joke where one of them is like, oh good, what part of the canon is this from? Like, well, this isn't really a canon. What do you mean? No, it's all one big, very well crafted canon in the Doctor Who universe. And they all like tranquilize him.
Yeah.
It's like, no, not really.
Stop, just stop.
It's like, yeah, it's not all one like really well crafted canon all the time, and that's fine. Yeah. Again, it's anime, it's entertainment. Like it's not, yes, it is good to tell to bring everything together as much as you can, but also there's a point where it's like, how much do we need to make sure that we're referencing every single thing all the time and everything ties together well? It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, have you bought any of the toys? Has anybody in Chatland bought any of the toys as a result?
Yeah, any
Gunpla?
any Gunpla, any plastic model kits. By the way, did I tell you I found out why Peter Cushing was hired as Doctor Who?
No.
He played war games with one of the producers of Doctor Who.
Really?
Yeah. They were avid war gamers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turns out. Not apropos to Gundam at all, but just an interesting factoid I found recently. That's theorized why he got the role, because they were pushing around little Napoleonic figures on the weekends. I'm gonna pull up my archive and see if there's something I can show everyone. But yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of Gundam merch out there. It turns out.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. What I find interesting about Gunpla is how people. Gunpla is not necessarily connected to the anime you've watched. People will buy Gunpla just because the Gunpla looks cool.
Yeah.
Which is not how I would expect that kind of thing to work. Let me see my.
Oh, so you watched this episode and you have the Gundam F-97, blah blah blah. Well, no, I like it.
Yeah.
I just like it.
Pretty much. I just enjoy the thing. I'm looking here to see again if there's anything I can show to everyone. What are these? One second. I'm just having some fun. Oh, that's not what I'm thinking of. Okay. Definitely not something I can show you all. Let me see. I'm just kind of playing around with some stuff to see if we can fill the time a little bit. As we're trying to get everything working here, and I kind of screwed up on my timing here, which again that kind of happens sometimes. That's interesting. I'm looking back to find like some old school Otaku no Video videos, like from quite a long time ago. I have archives here.
Speaking of archives, Gundam, how many? Total. How many Gundam titles are there total?
Many. Again, I think there are. So I counted a total of 17 mainline TV series, including alternate timelines, and 11 OVAs. Not counting SD Gundam, not counting and not counting. SD Gundam and not counting like compilation stuff. Weirdly, I could only think of 2 movies that were not compilation movies: Char's Counterattack and F-91.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think everything else is an OVA, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
Or compilation movie. Is Gunpla Revenue what funds new Gundam anime? That's an excellent question. As far as I can tell, kind of. Gunpla Revenue is an important avenue of revenue, one of the major avenues of revenue for Bandai. And so the more successful that is, the more money they have generally for Gundam. It is a much more complicated set of calculations for them to decide when to make a new Gundam anime, right? It is more a question of how to keep the franchise fresh in people's minds and going, as opposed to once we make X amount of money, we make a new Gundam anime, right? It's not like they're waiting around until they build a war chest of money and they deplete that to make an anime series. It's a more complicated thing, right? Where they need this to continue to be relevant, to continue to be making merchandise, to do that stuff. Otherwise, it's just kind of hard to have a big... it's hard to justify. So, yeah. But Gunpla Revenue is definitely a big factor in all of it. me see here.
All
I'm
right,
looking.
Captain Laser Eyes, you want your child to be engineered to have a tail.
Fair enough. I mean, you jump into the Gundam Seed universe. You can do that. I'm going back, way back. Way back.
Machine.
Yeah, exactly. So this is almost a decade ago.
Wow.
I'm seeing if I can go back even further. It's been a long time since I saw some of these videos. This is a lot of fun. Let's see here, video materials. Okay, no, that's just that. Okay, weekly stream. I can show you all my WordPress theme. That would be very exciting. Reviews. Do I have the actual? I don't have a lot of the video. It's rendered video. There we go. 2017. See here. I have a review. My review of Your Name from 2017.
Oh, God.
Oh, here we go. My review of Gundam: The Origin from 2017. Episodes 1 through 4. That's okay. Yeah, let's do this. That's fun. I have not seen this again in 7 years.
Wow.
Let me pop that up. We're gonna see how this goes. That I need to find that thing. We can just do that. Oh, wait. You know what? We're just gonna have this up and going with us on the side. That's fine. We'll just do it that way. Let's see how this goes.
And back to Otaku no Video as always. Thank you very much for joining me. Where today I'm reviewing Gundam: The Origin. Not this, but the anime. Now, a couple years ago, Yoshikazu Yasuhiko, the character designer behind original Gundam, started creating a manga adaptation of the original Gundam series. This is basically as though they didn't have to worry about episode count and battles of the week and so forth, just telling the story itself and giving it the kind of the room to breathe. And so there are a number of volumes of this out now. Then Sunrise and Bandai announced that they're going to do an anime adaptation of that, but it's not actually the manga. It is not actually adapting that. It is a new story. Gundam: The Origin, the anime series, tells the backstory, the background leading up to the original Gundam series. So the background to Char and his backstory, and to other characters that had already been established, the Zabi family and such, in original Gundam, you now get to see where they came from and some of the events hinted at or talked about in original Gundam. You now actually get to see those occur. And it's basically split up into 4 episodes. That's actually another thing which we'll get to here in a second. It's technically going to be a 6-episode OVA.
Okay, so let me address that real quick.
Yeah.
It was originally going to be a 6-episode OVA, and then they decided they couldn't actually tell the end story in one episode, so they just kind of broke it out into multiple more episodes after that. So yeah, there's a there's a reason that count changed.
It was originally going to be 4 episodes, but as I understand it, they got to episode 4 and realized they were going to have to restructure it. So I'm going to review those first 4 episodes. Episodes 5 and 6 have not been released yet, because they are technically now a separate special, still kind of part of Gundam: The Origin, but its own thing. So the first 4 episodes deal with, so the first episode is basically the story of Zeonzum Daikun and the Zabi family, and what all happened with the Zabis taking over for Zeon and starting to establish the Principality of Zeon as a concept. The episode 2, Artesia's Sorrow, is the title, and I love that because it is such an original Gundam episode title. Artesia's Sorrow. And that's basically about Cosval and Artesia growing up, where they're being shuffled from safe house to safe house because of who they are and what that does to them as they grow up.
Now I want to see
what my view was on.
And welcome back to Otaku no Video.
Oh, that's not going to work. Okay, never mind. I'm actually showing clips of the anime here, so YouTube is not going to like that anymore. Sadly, we can't have nice things. I'm kidding, but yeah, that is a thing that we can't really show. But I didn't want to get too deep into that because let's be honest, that is the Gundam the Origin review is just repeating what I just said. So I don't think we really need to go too deep into that.
I got to see that in the film auditorium at Otakon.
Wow.
Origin, and with the director who did the English subs.
Wow.
Or English dubs.
Mm-hmm.
And so she was there
Mm-hmm.
and kind of talking through the thing. So it was it was really nice to see it on that huge screen.
No kidding.
And it was, like I said, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it immensely. And
Was it all 6 episodes?
no,
Okay.
it was just the first 4.
Okay, yeah.
And she did say later on that of course we had to kind of redo things a little bit. and yeah, so that was really interesting to see on the big screen.
Yeah.
And, well, they had that wonderful Battle of Loom at the beginning, that beautifully rendered battle, and I was just like, by the end of it, I was like, I want more of that, please.
And you'd get your wish.
And I got my wish. Oddly enough, I saw, what was it, the first 3 episodes of the OVA of Gundam Unicorn.
Okay. Yeah.
Over and over again at Otakon. It seemed like they couldn't get past the first 3. It was like they kept showing that one over. It was kind of like Hellsing for a while there at Otakon, where we're going to show you the first 4 episodes for the next 5 years. And it's like, oh, please, more. But yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a ton of it out there. Also, we're in a much more weird time in terms of showing things at cons, where it's now much more of an advertising medium than really showing folks what they're interested in watching. And you can't know what folks want to watch anymore. It used to be okay. Let's go down memory lane for a bit, where cons would show. Actually, no. Cons would show the weird things. You generally didn't go. I'm just realizing this.
I went to cons, and I went there with a book, a little notebook, and I would go down the wall of the bank of video rooms, and I'd be like, I don't know this title. Walk in, and then just go, I want more of this, and note it, and take it down, and then go, of course, to the dealer room and go, give me my money. Give me my money. Give me the
Yet now when I go to video rooms, very often, not all the time, but very often, it's the first 4 episodes of Haikyuu. Like, really?
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's just very popular shows that they're featuring at cons. And back then it was, I saw Gacha the Cellist. I saw it at a con. I think it was at a con. I saw what was Popula qua Monogatari, which was an OVA adaptation of a video game, like a fantasy video game, that features these really weird, like squashed chibi characters with these really weird round eyes. Very unsettling visual style unless you're used to it. And which featured a fairy mourning the death of the wind people at the beginning of it. These little chibi fairy, just the weirdest stuff you'd find.
I remember you showing me that, and that was really odd. It had really nice Celtic music too,
Yeah,
right?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Same composer as Gundam Wing, actually, for Popula qua Monogatari. But yeah, showing raw anime on a 12-inch CRT at cons. Yeah, that was the thing.
They gave me a chuckle.
That is very true.
So many Comic-Cons of my youth were like that. Yeah, it's just like, oh, well, here's the Spider-Man from 1973.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, going in the Wayback Machine, going to conventions, that's what you did. You that was a big part of it. You saw some of the, and the way they grouped it also was like, you could see, okay, here's the old stuff, here's the old, here's the old Ranma and all these things, and here's the newer stuff, and then you would like at Otakon, you would have the big auditorium for like the big movie releases.
Yeah.
Like I think I think the last movie, anime movie release that I saw was at Otakon. It was Conqueror Shambhala. The FMA movie. That apparently they got all the English voice actors and just rushed them through a 2-week.
Oh gosh.
Just we need to get the money right. We need to get the movie released now. Do the thing.
Yeah.
And so they we saw it and it was introduced. The guy used to wear a top hat. They used to bring him in. He was an ambassador from Japan, like an anime ambassador. From Japan. I forget his name. Yeah. Anyway. So they brought him in to introduce it, whatever. But yeah, that's what it used to be like. And now it's like either we have the room in case you need somewhere to sleep because your eye is bloodshot from going through too many panels or whatever. And like I remember Annie Moore just said, "Okay, here's our video room," and I'm like, "Oh, that's it. Okay."
Yeah, that room is where I saw Gundam Wing Endless Waltz.
Really?
Yeah. They premiered that at Otakon with the English dub, and the energy in that room was electric.
Yeah.
Because everyone knew by that point that Endless Waltz was a kind of a coda onto the end of the TV series, and the ending of Gundam Wing, Gundam Wing, no spoilers, is a little awkward.
Yeah.
Like the way some of the plot threads are finished up was it felt a little. Not rushed, but a little just strangely structured. And so knowing that they were going to do an epilogue, really, with all the characters, just had everybody excited. And I distinctly remember sitting in there and just hearing, "I love you, Katra!" Just that kind of stuff. Just people yelling out random things, which is weird because I later met that person. But every time any character appeared on screen for the first time, wild cheers.
Yes.
That kind of vibe and energy. I will never forget that.
Yeah, it was kind of like that for the FMA.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah, it must have been crazy.
And getting in line to watch the movie, just to get there and get a seat. And if you're a seasoned congoer, you kind of know where you are in line. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna get a seat. It's not a problem. Yeah. It's no longer if you're gonna get a seat. It's just where you're gonna get it.
Yeah.
So the person in front of me is a young lady who was just like, who was very worried that she wasn't going to be able to get in, right? She was very worried, and I almost wanted to just like be very paternal and just pat her on the head and go, "It's okay, you're fine, you're actually going to get it. I can guarantee you." And that's when she like my hand was probably about this far away, and then before she goes, "If I don't get in, there's gonna be a riot." I'm like, "Oh, okay, well." We got some claws on this kid. All right. Okay.
Yeah. No more Mountain Dew.
Right. Enough chocolate, enough Baki. You need water.
But and it must be said, that is back in a time when if you didn't watch it then, it would be 3 months before the release. And trying to track it down on the internet was a practically impossible task. So tensions ran high for some of those things.
I must have the thing.
Or you track down the one dealer who has that's how I first saw The Cat Returns. Not at Otakon, but I went to a dealer who had the official Japanese Hong Kong release, like Chinese release, which was regionless. And I checked, and I also knew it was the official one because it was like $80. It was not cheap. It wasn't that much, but it was like $50. And he was like, "Yes, this is the one," and because it was an official Ghibli release, it had English subtitles.
Oh wow, nice.
And so I was like, okay, I know my DVD player can play region free. No, actually, take that back. It was a region 2 release.
Okay.
That's how I knew it was legit. And because it wasn't regionless, and I knew them, and I had a region free DVD player. So I bought that, took it home, and sure enough, it played, and I was able to watch The Cat Returns like 6 months after it came out in Japan, which was unheard of and impossible.
Yeah.
And that was the only copy they had of that.
That's so true. I mean, I remember going down, like seeing a video or just watching an episode or two of an anime, and then like going down to the dealer's room and trying to find it. And then, you know, you go to the ones, you know the dealers, you know them folks. They're all the way in the back, you know. They got the, you know, on the one side they got the things you think you want, and then on the other side it's the things that you're like, oh, oh, here's Gundam Wing. No, well, it's Gundam Wing, but it's oh my,
yeah.
And you know, I had those conversations of like with those guys just going, this is gonna play my DVD player, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, and I'm like, what region is this? Is this legit? And every single time, this was the answer. Yeah, sure, buddy, just $20. You know, like going,
yeah,
not the answer I wanted.
Yeah, it's like when you get the answer. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Perfectly legit. Just don't use my name.
They can give you some technical details. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It's
okay.
just the tracking. It's a DVD.
Just change your rabbit ears. It'll be fine. Uh-oh. Yeah, there was definitely a dark parking garage at night vibe to some of those things. Well, and I mean, some of those guys were sketchy, you know, and you had no idea where they got their stuff from. And you just had to kind of trust and hope. Who knows? Yeah, I was lucky in my anime cell dealings. I never encountered anybody who had like obviously fake cells. Yeah. Because that was a big deal you had to watch out for. There's some things where I was like, I don't know, but it's, you know, a $10 cell, and I'm fine with being unsure of the provenance of that. Right. You know, I'm not buying a Miyazaki cell. But yeah, the con dealers, well, and I mean for a long time, and I'm sure it's still like this today. Like, you don't have to provide proof of anything to get a table at the dealer's room. Right. You just pay the money. Right. So they're not checking anything to ensure you're legit. They'll throw you out if they find out. But
right. I'm just waiting for there was one guy at Otakon. Actually, he was there at the first DC Otakon I went to, and he had the out of print soundtracks and everything, and so everything with the prices were all jacked up. Yeah, and there was I was going through stuff and I saw cassettes and I was just like, okay, cool. And I was going through the cassettes and I'm like realizing, dude recorded them. They're like Memorex tapes. Oh, yeah. And I'm like, really? Dude, really? Seriously?
Was it yellow and purple Memorex?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Wow. That's funny. No, I got the a Nausicaa soundtrack. I got a pirated copy of the Nausicaa video. I knew it was pirated, but I couldn't get it any other way. And they promised to provide the soundtrack as well. Cool. Got the soundtrack. Literally, just a CD with Nausicaa OST written on in Sharpie. That's the entire thing. I was like, you can do better than that.
A label, for God's sakes. I mean, come on.
And it was the
shipping
soundtrack.
Label even.
Right,
just something.
Yeah, literally just CD with that written on it. All right. The rest of it looked legit. They put in the effort, but that was just throw it in there. You never know. No, that was an experience. So I remember I bought a Studio Ghibli box set. This is just prior to Spirited Away, I think. So it was everything prior to Spirited Away. One, the visual novel OVA. What else did I get? Turn A Gundam. Got that. And then a few other anime. And getting those, and they were all Hong Kong pirated releases, but the quality differences were so different. Some of them you could not tell the difference. Right. They had just copied absolutely everything, and it was good. Others were they had clearly copied art and put a logo on there and so forth. So it looked reasonably close, But if you knew the original, like, if you knew anything about it, you know,
Right.
this doesn't look anything like the actual releases.
Yeah, it's when you open up the DVD and you pull out the paper stocking, you're just like going, oh, it's tissue.
I like the ones where, like, the art is squashed.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh yeah, this is clearly legit. You know. Like,
Yeah. But that's part of the fun, actually.
Yeah.
The dealer's room is going through there and just finding some of those interesting places and just like going, okay. And you find some interesting people around.
Yeah.
And I mean that in a good way, actually.
Yeah.
And you know, there's.
Well, and for bringing it back to Gundam, for a long time, Gundam was so hard to find.
Yes.
You know, none of it got licensed. None of it was over here. It was just all fan subs at best for the longest time. So any Gundam like anime or merch was like gold.
Well, I remember when I think it was Bandai decided they locked down on all the titles and weren't making anymore because they were remastering or redoing everything.
Yeah.
And I had just my copy of my copies of War in the Pocket were so destroyed after use after use after use, and my not being good with DVDs and you know, kind of a thing. And so I was just like, okay, I'll just get a new one, and I could not find it. Like I went to the dealer's room, and they were just like, they're like, well, this is what's happening. I'm like, oh damn, okay. And then I go to to another dealer, and they just look at me like, going, God, noob. You know, here's what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, after the success of Wing, there was a swing to release other Gundam series. So they came out with Original Gundam, G Gundam, I forget what else. And so they just had, they dubbed them relatively quickly. They kind of got them out there. And G Gundam did pretty well, but the others just did not. Right. Nothing took off. And Seed, I think, came out fairly soon after that. And Bandai realized that they were just shoveling Gundam at the American audience, and it just wasn't working. So they kind of retrenched, said, okay, we're going to go back, get a new direction on all of our stuff, like really figure out who we want to dub this, all that kind of stuff. And they, and for a long time, like all the licenses just expired. Right. And it was all just, nope, you can't get any of those unless you find it on eBay somewhere. And then they started, coming back out and doing things.
Yeah. And I think that's how I got into Pat Labor, because I needed something else. And so I watched, again, was in one of the video rooms, and I saw the Pat Labor OVA, and I thought it was hilarious and good. And that's actually one of my first interactions with Oshi's work.
Oh, wow.
Is Pat Labor. It's Pat Labor OVA.
It's a good place to start.
Yeah. And so I was just like, wow, this is really well done. And I picked up the series, the OVA, not understanding that it wasn't just what I bought, that it was just like so much more. Oh. And, so for the next few years, I was like big Pat Labor fan. But yeah, it with that absence of Gundam, there was like, I think a lot of other people were just kind of just going, okay, well, what else can I look at?
Yeah. And there wasn't much Macross.
No.
Macross
that's
was in,
true.
Yeah, that was in
That's
licensing licensing hell for years and years.
I mean, you couldn't even find any merch.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
unless it was like Robotech.
Yeah.
Because that stuff was still circulating. Yeah, back when Gundam was dubbed in Canada. Exactly.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, and we've talked about this in the past, they did put those dubs back on like the re-releases of Seed and some of the others, so like they kept them around.
Hey, not even my father would hit me like that, eh? Hoser.
I would pay money for that dub. Yeah.
Pay money for that dub and totally put the score in to just pick a Rush album and that'll be the score.
Mistakes of one's youth. Oh man. Oh, hey. But yeah, very, very different times. It's why I have difficulty when people get annoyed at trying to find a particular Gundam series out there because I'm like, it's there. You can find it. It's around.
It
You may have to find a fan sub for some of them, right? Like, fair
Right,
enough.
yeah.
But like, our availability is pretty wide.
It's huge these days.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, again, here's old man Gerhardt bringing out his walker.
Yeah.
I remember in the day when we went to Suncoast and we were happy with Dragon Ball Z episodes 12 through 13 and 12 through 15. And we liked it.
Yeah. We didn't like it at all, by the way. It was
We
very
didn't like it
frustrating
at
and
all.
annoying. And we were like, what's going on here? Why can't we get the rest of Dragon Ball Z? Yeah. But it was definitely a different time. Well, I mean, you did learn to be appreciative
Yes.
of the anime that you did have.
Yeah.
You know, when you go back. One of the reasons we're talking about, you know, Kino's journey. You know, one of the reasons folks were just so. One of the reasons folks have such fondness for the original Kino's journey is because that came out and you got it and you were able to watch it, and the entire thing was there, and you know, having that certainty.
Yeah.
That show was now in your collection, done, was a big deal.
Yeah.
So much anime back then was like that. Where it's like, oh, thank goodness, you know.
I can actually watch something from beginning to end.
You know, and it's an anime I enjoy and appreciate and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we have a lot of access to anime.
You know?
It'd actually be interesting to note, we might now have as much access to anime as the average Japanese person does.
It's pretty damn close if we don't.
Right?
Yeah.
Like in terms of like anime streaming services in Japan and all the other kind of stuff, like I'm betting their library is not dissimilar to Crunchyroll's.
Yeah.
Right? And any given service you can access over there. I mean, I bet we probably have way larger physical collections than most fans over there. Can you imagine your favorite anime and didn't watch it until 2013? Yeah. Sure.
That sounds about right for me too.
Yeah. That's the other weird thing is that your access to you were watching anime from such a wider variety of eras and sources. So you weren't as concerned with whether you were watching a recent show.
Right.
It was just this thing just suddenly became available to you, which is a very different way of absorbing media.
Yeah.
Which also helped for Gundam fans because Gundam was, you know, there were so many different shows from so many different eras that you were like, well, if I'm getting into this, I better be ready for 80s anime and 90s anime and all the others. That's just kind of the deal you make.
Well, you know, and for people my age, having grown up on it, not even knowing what it was, anime for anime, you know, talking about Kimba, the White Line, talking about Speed Racer, Aqua Boy, and all that stuff, and you know, you're 6, you don't know what anime is, right? And then you later on you discern that it is something different, and then you move forward from that, but it really was a time where it's this kind of like we just didn't have what we have now, and it just wasn't there, and you know, so that's why cons back in the day are so memorable. Why people have such fondness for them because you know, it may not have been a big con, but at least you were around with people who are just like, oh, you like this, yes, and you know, you had an even chance of someone going, so my buddy's father's uncle's an army sergeant and he's based over in Japan and he sent this VHS tape back and it's the first 5 episodes of Speed Racer. Yes, put it on, please. You know.
Yeah. You were searching for something similar to Mushishi and stumbled on Kino's journey. Yeah. That was so often the thing. Anime fan before the... Okay. There's a topic.
What's that?
Being an anime fan before the internet.
Yeah. It's hard. It was hard.
It was hard.
It was very hard.
You were limited to what you knew from other fans. And
you did not laugh at Voltron.
You did not laugh at Voltron. And basically magazines.
Yeah.
So any fanzines or like printed magazines, and stuff like catalogs for like Right Stuff. things like that. They would have things in there, but those were really your only sources.
Unless you had the video store had the anime guy in there, and only then did you maybe get a chance at getting some stuff. And we're not talking blockbusters and arrows. We're talking about, hi, I'm Bob. This is my store.
Yeah,
welcome.
I got an anime when the internet existed, but there was very little anime information on it in English. So it's like there wasn't really much you could actually discern and learn about anime from the internet at that point.
Right.
Certainly couldn't buy it.
For me, it was a long journey. It was like, again, we all watched it when we were younger. We didn't know what it was. But as I was growing up, going into my teens, I was a comic book collector. So you go to Comic-Cons or comic book conventions, and you would find that one guy, again, off in the corner, who had the manga back there.
Yeah.
And 99% of the time, it was not translated, right? So, you had to know what you were buying, so to speak. And I had a next-door neighbor of South Koreans who had the big volumes, right? And again, not translated, but, you could kind of get the story from the visuals. Dude, brutal stuff. Like, I was like, wait a minute, they pulled out her tongue.
Oh, wow.
Why am I looking? Why? Why?
Yeah.
But then it just kind of led into, again, it just kind of was just like, well, I have this interest. I've seen these shows. I know what this is now.
Yeah.
And then trying to find it, and then not having a convention near you.
Yeah.
That did this, not having that convention, and it was actually the conventions that firmly rooted me into the otakudom.
Yeah.
Because I could speak to it, I could watch it, but it was comic books was mainly my gig, and sci-fi and role playing, and so once I started going to anime conventions, then it was just like, the light from heaven shone down. My eyes were wide open, and then I got the frustration of when I went to the video store and going, hi, I'm like, oh my god, all you have is Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That was the thing, is that there was really, once you became an anime fan, unless you were into Dragon Ball or Ranma, or Sailor Moon, I guess. But even Sailor Moon there wasn't a lot of like tapes of Sailor Moon.
No. It was shonen. It was very shonen-y at the time.
And I mean they would have Akira and Ghost in the Shell out by that point. But beyond that, like that was all that was available in the video stores. You had to find like the Right Stuff catalog or some anime dealer who you would mail, send a check through the mail to get the catalog or whatever.
Yes.
But otherwise, it was whatever's on TV.
Yeah. And thank God for Sci-Fi Channel.
Yep.
Although I will say I got extremely excited when I went to my local Errol's and they said, "Oh, we have this new title." I'm like, "What is it?" Gogol 13.
Wow.
I'm like, and it has CGI and it has it has computer animation. Really? Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful.
It was anime.
It was anime though.
Yeah.
But yeah, you literally had to go. You had to join a club.
That's true. That was the case. You had to join
a club, or you had to literally write a check, get it in the mail, and unfortunately, I couldn't do that because my mom would have been like, "You're getting stuff you shouldn't be getting, right?"
Yeah.
No, it's anime. So what's that code for? I swear. But Sci-Fi Channel was awesome because they had these festivals that they did. I think that's where I saw Venus Wars, where I saw my beloved Tank Police.
I am trying to find a record of let's see here. What they showed on the Sci-Fi Channel festivals of anime.
Yeah.
Like specifically, because for those not familiar, basically they would have a block Monday through Friday in the summertime.
Right.
Which what do they call that? The period in the TV schedule where nothing's on.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but it was a dead zone. So
Dead zone. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. So they just put it. Oh, nobody's gonna watch this.
Yeah, exactly. So they would show either 2 movies back to back, or a couple episodes of an OVA, basically. And that was where I started watching anime. And again, it's I can find like the bumpers for it, which is hilarious. And that would give us some idea. But I'd have to like show it, which I can't do.
So I remember going to convenience store or wherever, buying blank tapes, waiting for these festivals. So
Yeah, wow.
So I would have it afterwards, right?
Yeah, I'm not finding anything kind of obvious. Yeah, they're not. There's no like, here's what was in the first festival and the second festival. That's a shame. Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Dealer. Do you have a fan sub copy of Combustible Campus Guardress? No. Wasn't on internet access until you were 16, so frustrated watching anime play on TV. Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to blocking internet access for young people. Like there's a case for that. That might have not been the worst decision made. But this is listing a bunch of stuff. Here's the ones that I remember playing during those early festivals of anime. Galaxy Express 999, the movie.
Right.
Armitage the Third.
Yes.
Demon City Shinjuku.
Yep.
Dominion Tank Police. Yep. Eyes of Mars.
Oh,
yeah.
About that.
Let's see here. Iria Zerum the animation.
Lily Cat.
Lily Cat, very much so.
Yeah.
Odin. I do remember that one. That's terrible. Yeah. I don't remember it being terrible. Project Echo. Robot Carnival. Roujin Z. Tenchi the Movie. Tenchi in Love. Vampire Hunter D and Venus Wars. Yeah. Now they did like 4 of these, so I'm not sure which ones were in what. Yeah. They say there were others on there. I just don't remember them being on there. So I don't remember Beautiful Dreamer being on there. Maybe it just wasn't. I don't remember Lotus War.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Samurai Troopers. Sure, yeah. But all of those definitely connects with that.
Yeah.
Being on there. 8 Man After, maybe. But
yeah, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, or Kashan Robot Hunter, that surprises me.
Yeah.
The big ones that leap out are like I have strong memories of was Galaxy Express because I could not get past Train in Space.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I love that all that now, but it just was too weird for me. Let's see here, Demon City Shinjuku.
Yeah.
Because I was like, this is for grown-ups.
What's it doing like this?
No. Dominion Tank Police, obviously. Eyes of Mars, because that's a trip.
Yeah.
And then Iria, because it's such a unique universe. Like, everything about Iria is distinct. Green Legend Ron, I remember that one. I remember that one more for their Saturday anime block. Cool, weird fantasy thing. Lily Cat.
Lily Cat, which is just awful, but
yeah.
I mean, it was everywhere at that time.
And it was Alien.
Yeah.
With anime.
Basically.
Project Echo, like I remember that very clearly. Robot Carnival, partly because it's it's a bunch of short films, so it's very easy.
I don't remember that on Sci-Fi.
Really?
I've seen it in other places.
Yeah.
I don't remember it on Sci-Fi.
Yeah, I remember
Same thing
that.
with Roujin Z. I didn't see it in Roujin Z on there.
Yeah.
Or any of the Tenchi.
Yeah, Tenchi, like that was what got me into anime, was their airing of Tenchi, Tenchi, Dominion Tank Police, and Echo. Those 3 just really got me, and then Vampire Hunter D, of course, because fantasy and weird things and eyes ball things, hands and creepy. Venus Wars I remember from the Saturday anime block. They show that a lot. That seemed to be in heavy rotation.
That and Dominion Tank Police were the 2 that they played a lot.
Yeah. Armitage was pretty popular too.
Yeah. I remember when my friends got Akira. One of my friends got Akira. And it was shortly after it came out, and this was probably my freshman year of college.
Yeah.
And he's just like, they invented a color for this, man. You gotta watch it. Like, what? Okay. And, you know, watched it. And at the end of it, I'm like, liked it, but my head is hurting so much.
Yeah, it took me a long time to come around to Akira.
Yeah. And then I read the manga, and I went, wait, there's a lot more. There's a lot to this.
Oh, man. That is an experience. I wish there was some way... just realizing. Question for the folks, because I'm old. Do people live stream manga?
So, there is a Roku channel.
Okay.
And the person has only done
Okay.
just one volume, and I forget what the manga is.
Okay.
But she did that.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's not horribly done, but it's literally just a picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a few seconds to read it.
Okay.
And then it goes on to
Slideshow.
the next one. Slideshow, yeah.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
It's free on Roku, and I'm blanking on the name of it.
Yeah.
She only did like 3 of them, because I think she realized that the amount of work that was
Yeah.
going to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not to mention the potential legality.
Yeah.
But it seems like people live stream anime all the time and like talk over it and, you know, analyze it and discuss it. I'm surprised there isn't more of that, of folks just, hey, here's a cool manga. Because like imagine all of us, you know, going through Akira manga, right?
God.
And like doing a whole series on that. Yeah, exactly. We could not just for content, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of mature topics in Akira.
Yeah.
They censor. Oh, interesting. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, just something I never even looked into.
I mean, I've done reviews for manga.
Sure.
But I've never done like an actual.
Yeah. I guess you'd have to get scans and such. Although you could, you know, just point a camera down, I suppose.
Yeah.
And just go through it one by one. Interesting.
I you know, if I were to do that, I could just hear the screams on chat lag, like, "You're moving too fast."
Yeah.
Okay, we're done with the page. Move, move. Turn the page.
That's a good point. You could just tell them the page number, and just say, you know, we're on page 6, right? Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So you can just do a reaction. So it seems to me, I feel like reaction videos have reached a weird plateau.
Yeah.
Because a lot of reaction videos I watch, people don't actually react to anything. They're just there watching it.
Right.
They're observing it, and they may be talking about it. But like I remember back when reaction videos came out, and everyone was all emotional. Everyone was like getting up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all the thumbnails were just like,
I can't believe what just happened. And so I think we're reaching some point where it's a different kind of medium now. Yeah. You're not watching it for those emotional reactions. You're watching for something else. So not judging. It's just interesting how it's changed. All right. Well, let's go ahead and I think that's been a good amount of analysis talk. So we'll take a break and come back at 6:30 for Steve's next panel, which is about anime of the Tokugawa Shogunate, anime about the Edo period, which is lots of fascinating, interesting stuff. I've previewed this panel, so I really enjoyed that. It was really cool. Yeah, that's true. Captain Laser Eyes also, there were a lot of reactions that were just people reacting randomly. Yeah. Or just people being emotional to be emotional. They didn't actually know what was going on. That's unfortunate. So yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. Let's scroll down. I've completely lost track of what we have and haven't shown. So we're going to just kind of do as best we can here.
Hey guys, what's up today? Me and my good friend Allison are here in Matsushima, Japan. Literally one of the most beautiful places in Japan, in Miyagi Prefecture, just a little bit north of Sendai. When we got here, we found out that there's gonna be like a concert and a samurai parade, and there's a whole
They're doing jets the Emperor's personal fleet or something like that.
Something crazy. Like, we came on such a good day. It's summer solstice though, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna show you guys all around. Let's go check out some street food. We're pretty hungry, and then we're gonna go jump on a boat because that sounds super fun. There's nothing more Japanese than getting French fries to eat as a snack. I've got my French fries, or as the Japanese say, fried potato. And we've got our tickets, so we're gonna take a loop all around the Bay Area and look at all of these different shaped islands. It's gonna be super fun. And Allison got a Coca-Cola Zero. Fortunately, we were able to come outside. That one's so pretty. Just so you know, if anyone gets thirsty on the boat ride, there's literally a vending machine right on the boat. I don't think I've ever seen a vending machine on a boat this small before. That was super fun. I had done that 4 years ago, but I think it's more fun in the summer because like all the trees have leaves and stuff on them. Last time I was here it was snowing while we were on the boat, so it was a little different and it was nice because we could go outside. And last time I didn't get to do that, so we could go outside the boat and it wasn't freezing cold. It was so nice and warm.
Did you have a favorite island?
No, probably. Well, okay, I kind of liked the husband and wife.
Me too, that's what I was thinking about.
That one's adorable. And then like the one with the lonely tree on it.
There was one called Soggy Island too, so you had Bunny Island.
Oh, that was so cool. I don't know why it was called Buddy Island. They probably told us and I missed it. Went up to the cafe, got me some ice cream before the samurai parade starts, which we had no idea what was going on until we got here. Found out there was a samurai parade, so we're gonna go watch that. All right, now we wait. Oh my. They're coming for us. This is it. Well, there they go. That was super hype. All right, now what? All right, so we just bought our tickets for the Fukuda Bridge. They're so cute. They have a little character on them. All right, let's go across the bridge. Oh, this is so pretty. We saw this bridge from the boat when we were taking the boat. This is probably my favorite part about Matsushima, is this bridge right here. Alright, made it across that bridge. Look at like Matsushima from here. It's so pretty. That's gorgeous. What is that? That must be the samurai people? I don't know. Jeez Louise. Fukuda Island sightseeing map. There's toilets on this island. We are here. Just went across the bridge so we can go all through here and just explore. I have no idea. I don't remember what's on this island, but oh, here's the toilets. They're kind of cute. Lots of little places to sit and look. So let's go. There's some shrines too. Let's go find them. Found a pathway. Don't know if it's safe, but you know, you only live once. Oh wow, okay. So there was something over here worthwhile.
Crikey fruit.
Oh, fantastic. We've decided that if we come into a fork in the road, we're gonna go back because we have no idea where this goes actually.
So for real, like y'all don't hear from us again?
We died. We died.
Something ate us. We didn't just die.
This is so crazy. Whoa. This is like way off the path of like where all the tourists go. Oh, here we go. I see some light at the end of the tunnel, like literally light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, okay, we came upon someone's house. Let's just turn right back around. We don't want to be here probably. Unless their house is just randomly on a really touristy island. I don't get that, but okay. I just ran into a bug. We're all good. Got my hood up. Like the explorer I am. We'll be good, all good.
Exploring leads to good things.
So many good things.
We just found
ice cream.
ice cream.
They have drinks in there? Ooh, am I thirsty or do I have a Bacardi sweat? Ooh, I'm gonna check. Ooh. I still have some drink, but let's go in and get some more. I had to get some water. What did you get?
It's kind of like Bacardi sweat, post-tonic water.
Post-tonic water?
Grape flavored.
Oh, okay. Just I got good old water. So in Tokyo, you definitely get pretty spoiled by how much English there is, and not even just Tokyo, but a lot of big cities. Here in Matsushima, you're not going to find a lot of that, so good luck. There's the boat we were on, that exact one. That's pretty. Let's go see what's over here. There's like no one over here. Where's all the people? Look at that. It's beautiful. The trees going through. Wow. Here's kind of one of the viewing spots. Unfortunately, there's a lot of writing on a lot of this. Kind of a mix of Japanese and English, but mostly English. Some of it are like people who came here studying, stuff like that. Yeah, study abroad. It's kind of sad. I wish people wouldn't write on stuff like this. Alright guys, heading off the island, going back. Something else that happened while we were here that we didn't know was gonna happen was a air flight jet show thing.
Sky show.
Sky show? So we're gonna watch them come around here. It's so cool. I'm about to see some jets go by at the Godaido temple. This is so rad. Everyone's eagerly awaiting for them to come. Uh-oh, here they come.
Here they come.
Alright guys, that was Matsushima. Just wander. If you come to Japan, don't have plans. Just wander. You'll find the coolest stuff. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you want to see more stuff, cute this is. Hey guys, this weekend is going to be super fun. Today's Thursday, and today in Japan it's Umi no Hi, or Ocean Day, and then tomorrow is Sports Day. So this Thursday and Friday, a lot of people have the day off, so a lot of people just go and travel during this weekend. Fortunately, in the prefecture that I live in, the COVID cases has not been bad, so that's good. So I feel like it's fairly safe to go out and travel, as long as we're wearing masks. I've never been to Nito before, outside of doing visa stuff, so this time we're going for fun. Originally, we were going to go somewhere like Nagoya or Fukuoka or Tokyo, but of course with the way things are right now, I think it's better to kind of like stay closer to home stay in my prefecture and go to smaller cities. I have no idea what to expect this weekend, but let's have some fun. Alright guys, we're gonna do something I've never done before. We're gonna take the Hitachi train, which is different than like the normal local trains. It's like more of a rapid service train. It costs extra to take it, but it'll get us to our destination a lot quicker, and I've never taken it before, so it sounds super fun. Alright, we made it. We just got to check into our hotel. We're like right at the station, so I love the station plaza area. It's really nice. Alright, let's go check in, and then I guess we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Yeah, I made it to our hotel room, and we have like the perfect view of the trains. I'm so excited. I love watching the trains. The best thing about this hotel room is that it is like literally connected to the station, and below the hotel is like a shopping mall with arcades and stuff, so you're literally just right here. So if you ever come to Mito, this is a really convenient place to stay. Alright, we're at the arcade, like right under our hotel. Let's see if we can find anything to win. They already have Rent-A-Girlfriend stuff. This anime is like airing this season, and it's cringy, but interesting. They already have stuff out for it. I love this Rem. Oh, she looks so cool. Okay, I totally have to win this Megumin. Megumin is best girl from Konosuba. She looks pretty winnable. I think we can do it. Let's try. 500 yen coin. Let's go. We got nowhere, but we still have 4 more tries. I'm going for a middle approach this time. That did not go very well. How do I make it turn?
You gotta grab, like halfway grab it.
I'm feeling it. Alright, one more try. Alright, this is not the one. This is not the one.
Straight, but it has to go back and up.
You gotta know when to quit. You just gotta know when to quit. It's okay, we tried. We tried so hard. The Kirby is so cute and flat. I love the Sonic one, but I'm pretty sure I have a Sonic plushie just like that at home, so I don't know if I want to go for the Sonic. But it's nice to see that they have Sonic stuff. Now we're heading to a store called Rashinban. Rashinban, there's just a bunch of anime merchandise, plushies, keychains, and figures, my favorite. Let's see what we can find there. This is so cute. Hanamaru's from Love Live, but they always have this like thing where she has Sonic, and that's so cute, but I would not pay 500 yen for a folder, but it's still very cute. You know, I could just buy a Megumin figure instead of trying to win it a million times. There's Nagisa as an android. I already have her favorite series. Check out the Steins Gate girls in the cheerleader outfits. Isn't that cute? Are they ever in the cheerleader outfits in the game? No? They have Ferris Nyan Nyan. She's 10 bucks. That's like super cheap. I have seen so many Full Metal Alchemist figures lately. It's actually interesting. Like, out of nowhere. One day I want to get the whole set of the K-On! Girls. Oh wow, from Yorlai and April. This is actually a pretty expensive figure, around like $150 US for her. The Azunyan is cute. See, these would be cute, but I want them to have their instruments. I think it'd be cool to have a set and it would look like they're playing instruments. Oh, they have the Zombieland Saga girls. Zombieland Saga is so funny. I can't wait for the 2nd season. These figures are really nice too. They're like super nicely made. Is this from Slayers? It sure is from Slayers. Wow. Alan just went back to the hotel to take some of the stuff that we bought at Rashinban up to the hotel. Later, when we're back in the hotel room, we'll show you what we bought. So if you ever come to Mito and want to do some like anime and weeby things, there's a Sega arcade near the station, there's an Animate near the station, there's the Rashinban near the station, so you could probably spend a good half a day shopping around those areas for stuff. I wouldn't say that it's worth the trip from Tokyo to come here because the shops are really small, but if you're ever just in the area and you want to kind of like get out of the crowds of Tokyo, then yeah, there's definitely some anime shopping here to do. gosh, we found another arcade on the way to dinner, so gotta stop by. This one is way less busy than the Sega one, and I am all for that. But maybe they don't have as cool stuff. Oh, I do love the sleeping Piplup. The Inosuke plushes, they're cool. Okay, not as many cool stuff at this one, so back to dinner plans. Alright guys, we finally decided on where to eat. We're gonna have yakiniku, one of my favorite things to eat in Japan. Alan's currently figuring out what's on the menu via the tablet, and they bring as much food as you order for the next 90 minutes, so fun stuff. These are the sauces. You've got like a sweeter sauce, you've got lemon, and this is like a spicier sauce. I kind of like burn all of mine on purpose. I kind of like that charcoaly taste. So don't judge me for literally overcooking or burning all of my meat. Put one of these on too. Guys, we just finished dinner and came back to our hotel room. I want to show you guys what we bought at Bashinbang earlier. I bought Tom Nook. It's a little Tom Nook stuffed animal and it's so cute. Let me open it up. He's so cute. Look at his little I love him. He was like 2,000 yen, so about $20 US, and I thought it was totally worth $20 because my house, I already have like some Nintendo-y, Animal Crossing specifically stuff in my house, like a pillowcase and a blanket and stuff in my living room, so this will go so cute in there. Okay, Alan, what did you buy at the store?
I got this Wano Kingdom Luffy figure.
Wow.
For only 500 yen.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
Alright guys, well there you have it. There is our first day in the Mito area in northern Ibaraki. Tomorrow is going to be super fun. We plan on going to the beach and we're going to a town that is the setting for the Girls into Panzer anime. You may know it. I hope to see you in the next video and I will play with you some other time. I guess we just kinda It's so good. Hey guys, today we are at the Arena Tanimura Cafe, and this is the single cafe that I'm the most excited for. Arena Tanimura is a popular shoujo mangaka, and I have really just loved her series for years. I started off with Full Moon. It was my first shoujo manga, so really excited to be here. So this cafe is surprisingly in a lot of cities in Japan, including Sendai, which almost never happens. So man, I'm so excited that they decided to put a really cool cafe in Sendai that usually does not happen. Anyway, let's take a look at the menu. It has an original Arena Tanimura artwork on here that I think she actually did especially for the cafe. So it has all of her basically bigger series on it, like Gentleman's Alliance Cross and Full Moon. So earlier I ate lunch. I specifically wanted to eat dessert here, and I have known that I want this item for a while now, so I'm going to get the chocolate bread whipped cream kiwi and strawberry looking dessert. It looks very cute and very yummy. You can also get other dishes for either lunch or dinner, some of which are inspired by her different manga works. This one being my favorite, based off of Full Moon. It has the two shinigami. It's the negi ramen. It's so cute. The cat curry is also very cute. Looks like they make rice in the shape of a cat. I have Alan here with me today. Okay, he's gonna get the ice cream and pancake set, which looks like maybe it's a Kamikaze Kaito-jan one, so there you go. Yeah, that is because of the wings. So the one really confusing thing is usually at these cafes when you order a menu item and a drink, you usually get a coaster. They asked us which coaster we wanted beforehand, which was actually really surprising. Usually they don't ask you which one you want. I kind of wish it would have kept it that way because they've been asking which ones people wanted. So unfortunately the Full Moon one is sold out and the Jean one is sold out, which makes sense. Those are her two more popular series, so people must have just come in here as soon as the cafe opened and bought them all out. But that's okay, I ended up getting the Eon one because that's another series that I read when I was younger. The only one that I don't see down here, which is an Arina Tanimura series that I've read, is Mistress Fortune and 31 Idol. I don't see them down here, maybe because they're not as popular. Mistress Fortune was only 1 volume, but 31 Idol is, I think, still going on. So I'm not sure why they don't have those, but this seems to be her newer series. All right, so we just put our order in for one of these, and one of these, and one of these. Alright guys, we got our drinks. This is the full moon inspired drink, and that is the Kamikaze Kaito Jean inspired drink. I'm gonna give this a sip, and you give yours a sip. Yeah, I really like that.
That's refreshing.
Mine is like a lemon drink. I'm not sure what's at the bottom to make it darker, but there's little stars. Little star pieces, maybe they're like little jellies. I'm sure I'll get there, but this is really good. It's nice and refreshing. So the Kamikaze Kaito Jean drink is an apple blend drink with little chunks of apples in it. As soon as I got the drink, they brought us our desserts. So I'm gonna dig in for a bit and I'll let you know how it is. This looks like some kind of strawberry or sour cream with some fruit, and of course the bread with chocolate in it. And then Alan got pancakes with ice cream and some fruit with it as well. So we will let you know how it is. So starting with Alan's meal, he said that the pancakes were actually super high quality, very warm and fluffy, and a really nice butter and syrup to go with them, and that the ice cream just basically tops off the whole dish. As for mine, I've dug in a little bit. You can see that there's chocolate all the way through this bread piece, and then they also give you some bread pieces on the side, I guess, to dip in. I just think chocolate pairs so well with strawberries, so I'm very happy. I was also thinking that there was a chance this could be a strawberry whipped cream instead of a Sakura, and it's Sakura, and I couldn't be happier because I love Sakura flavored things so much. The little heart sprinkles just make it. If that's not Arina Tanimura, I don't know what is. And I can't get enough of this drink. This is actually really good. It's just very soothing. So we're gonna flip over our coasters. Now when we first came in, as I said, they told us that we needed to just pick one, so I don't know if they're all Eon or if they're different, so let's find out. We have one Eon. I'm gonna freaking cry. They said this one was sold out, and this is the one that I wanted.
I guess you just weren't allowed to pick it.
Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was. Maybe you pick one for coming in, and then you're gonna. I am gonna literally cry. I'm so happy. This is like my first shoujo manga I ever read. I still have the same volume 1 that I've had since I was probably 14. Oh my gosh, that's so great. Okay, let's see what else. Time Stranger Kyoko. This is a series that I haven't dug too much into, but I really, really want to. Oh yes, and this is her new series. I am super happy with all these. We all got different ones. We got Eon, Full Moon, Time Stranger Kyoko, and I actually don't know the name of this one. There you have it. Oh my god. I'm just gonna have to frame this one, aren't I? I cannot believe I actually got this one. I came in really disappointed thinking that they were out of them. Alright, well, excuse my used plate, but we both ate every single bite of our meals. They were both really, really delicious. And at the bottom of my drink, that purple you saw, that was actually all jello. It was like a grape jello. It was really, really good. Alright guys, so this is the official shop for the Arina Tanimura Cafe. You can get stands of your favorite characters. I am not sure why they're missing some characters. I'm going to take these barcodes up to the front because I really want Mitsuki and I want Maroko from Full Moon. So we're gonna cross our fingers that we can get those. These over here are actually cookies. It's a little plastic tin of cookies with characters printed on them. That's really cute. And of course over here you've got buttons from some of her bigger manga. And over here we have little plastic plates, kind of like key holders, but you have to get a random one. And as you can see, there are all kinds of them here. Not only those, but these two. So you have no idea what you're gonna get. These are 800 yen, but I think I'm definitely going to get some of the character stands. And they also seem to be what they call clear portraits, I believe. Alright guys, well there you have it, the Arena Tanimura Cafe. Unfortunately it only went on for 3 weeks, so I could only catch one date for it. They actually give you a stamp card for every time you visit, or for however many items that you buy. And at your third stand, when you come back, you can actually get a free item. But since we got 4 items, we were able to get a free item. Those free items were sold out. However, they're letting us come back before the end of the month when they restock and get more, including the stands that I bought. I bought 2 Full Moon character stands, but they were not on display because they were actually sold out. But you could go ahead and pay for them now, and then you can pick them up next month, so I decided to do that. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and please stay tuned for more anime cafes. Check out one of these around me, and I will play with you some other time. What's up everyone? So we just got back from Ibaraki Prefecture, just doing like work stuff. And I wanted to show you guys how cool rest stops are. Right now we're in Fukushima Ken, and we are at the Minami-Soma Kashima. It's kind of dead right now because of that certain sickness that's going around. There's not a lot of people out, but we'll still see what's here. Usually these places are just bustling with people, but right now it's just so empty. Again, I think people are just not traveling right now. Usually I stop at these on the Tohoku Expressway when I'm coming back from Tokyo. This is the first time I've ridden on the Joban Expressway. This is the cutest little place though, but there's no people. Here's like the edge of Fukushima Prefecture on the east side. This is the Joban Expressway. Well, let's hope that some things are open. I sure hope they are at least. Whoa. I can't say that I've seen something like this at a Japanese rest stop before. This is like a whole little store. You can get some fruits. You can get some spices. This is maybe like a Fukushima character. Ah, Akabeko, my students, they told me about Akabeko. I don't really understand them, but that's like something special to Fukushima Prefecture. I love the little peach. She's so cute. Momo-chan? That's adorable. This place is also pretty famous for horse racing, so they have a lot of horse stuff here. Oh, yeah, see? Do we need any water? Okay, let's grab the water for the road. And here they have a restaurant and a place to sit as well. So that's really nice. Ramen and other Japanese dishes. Oh, actually you can get gyutan. Gyutan is cow tongue. It's like famous in Sendai, so that's cool. So let's check out what this is. Boru trampoline. Ball trampoline? What the heck? Is this like kids can just play on this or something? I don't know, it looks not fun to me personally, but maybe I'm just old, I don't know. They have a whole park for your dog. So it's separated by small dogs and then like medium-sized dogs. So that I guess the medium-sized dogs don't eat the small ones. shrine here. Wow. I think this is the first rest stop I've been to that actually has a shrine. You know, it's just amazingly clean bathrooms, a place for your dog to run around. Just really convenient. It makes traveling by car really nice. If only it wasn't so windy and cold. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed that little peek into Japanese rest stops, and I will play with you some other time. See you!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are now going to transition over to Steve's next panel about the Tokugawa period, anime of the Tokugawa period. I got to actually double check on something. That's right. I got to make one small change. I think we're actually good. Let me just double check on something. I want to make absolutely sure we are doing this correctly. I think we're good. Yep, we are. Good. Everything's fine. We're all fine. Everything's fine here now. Thank you.
Fine. It's just fine.
How are you? So let's go ahead and switch over to anime of the Tokugawa Shogunate.
Hi there, my name is Steve Gerhardt, and this is my panel for OnCon 10. Yes, this is my panel of the anime of the Tokugawa Shogunate. Thank you so much for sticking around and watching it. Look forward to your questions at the end. Just to let you know, I can't show any actual anime clips because we'll shut down OnCon on YouTube if I do, so we don't want that. You might hear some ambient noise coming from the city of Baltimore, so you might hear some sirens, you might not. We shall see. And other than that, let's get into it. So before we get into the anime that kind of gives a good picture of the Tokugawa Shogunate, I want to kind of give you a overview of the shogunate history and also how the Tokugawas came to be a shogunate. It's kind of interesting, and it kind of gives you a flavor for how the anime were created. So in order to do that, we're going to have to go back in time. We're going to have to go back to around 650 AD, or 660. The time is murky. I'm going to call it 650 AD, when the first shogun was appointed by the emperor. Now, the word shogun is kind of an interesting word, and it also denotes the fact that at that time, it was a temporary title. It was not a permanent title. It was not hereditary. It was the emperor saying, I need somebody, you're it, you're going to be the shogun. And the initial reason for that was to basically defend against the barbarians. So the actual title of shogun, if you do a literal translation, is Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force against the Barbarians. So basically what that means is that the shogun, if you came from a clan or a family, or you were a lord or daimyo or whatever, and you had a pretty good army and you knew what you were doing, the emperor might tap you and say, hey, I need you to be the shogun to take care of this problem. What that means is that you would have the power of the entire imperial army and anyone who is allied with the imperial family. So all those people are under your command, number one. Number two, if you are defending against somebody, whatever territories you are defending, come under your temporary rule. So you have direct access to basically stocks and provisions. So you need to be able to make the order of going, I need more food, I need more weapons. And you need to be able to just say that to people and have that order obeyed. That would extend if you were quelling a rebellion and you were retaking land. And you become, as shogun, you're basically you're placing martial law on the lands that you retake. If you're doing an invasion, then you're going to be the occupier of that land, and your word is law because you're backed by the Emperor of Japan. But it was temporary. So once you got the thing done, you would come back to the Emperor, and the Emperor would say, thank you so much for doing this. We relieve you of the title of shogun, and in reward, you would be given much higher status. Like you would be really high up in the court. You would be given more lands. You would give more lands to make rice from, which is the base of your economy. And, you know, a lot of good things will happen to you for doing this thing. So that way, you know, even if in the short time that you're a shogun, that you have a lot of power, the emperor softens that by when he takes it away from you by saying, but here's all the riches I'm going to give to you. At which point you're just like, okay, cool. And odds are is that if something else were to happen in the future, the emperor, you're the emperor's go-to guy, basically. So there were about 6 or 7 of those types of people, of that type of shoguns. Then in 1192, a curious thing happened. There was a lord by the name of, I'm going to try and make sure I get it, pronounce it correctly. My Japanese is really horrible, so if I mispronounce stuff, I do apologize. So there's this guy named Minamoto Yorimoto. So I'm going to call it Yorimoto. He was a very powerful lord, a very astute military commander, was known for efficiency in the rule of his realm, so to speak. And in 1192, he had been kind of, this is what happens when you kind of are the winner of a lot of battles and you kind of get a little bit of a big head. He started getting other smaller houses kind of attracted to him, like, you know, saying, oh, hey, we want to be your friend, kind of a thing. And so his power started not to rival the emperor, but it was starting to grow. And the emperor, at the same time as this was happening, the emperor's power was starting to weaken a little bit. Excuse me. But the emperor at that time, who was, let me make sure I get his right name, Go Shirakawa was also waking up every day as emperor and kind of going, I don't really want to do this anymore. I don't want to do the day-to-day thing. I don't want to have to deal with palace intrigue. I don't want to have to deal with playing all these lords against each other and you know, just to keep my power base going. I don't want to be Machiavelli. He didn't know who Machiavelli was at that time, but that's basically what he was saying. I don't want to do these things anymore. I want to be able to focus on what I think is important. And Go Shirakawa thought that things like upping the standard of culture and literacy in Japan was important. He felt that having a better justice system run by the imperial family was important. And it was. And he felt also that his spiritual duties as emperor, which were a large part of his duties, was supremely important. And those were the things that he wanted to focus on and work on. But he couldn't do that if he's also doing the day-to-day stuff, right? You know, handling rebellions, having to handle any famines, any natural disasters. If one particular house is getting a little uppity and they're making noise and, you know, having to play somebody against each other, he just didn't want to do it anymore. So he kind of looked at the shogun system and he looked at it and he said, okay, well, here's a guy who's supposed to be taking temporary power, and he's supposed to be a ruler as well as a military commander. And the basis of his rule is his military command and the backing of the imperial family. Well, instead of making this a temporary position, why do I make this a permanent position as a hereditary title? So he changed the shogun position to that. And the person he decided to go to was a person who was kind of vexing him. So in those days, in feudal societies, one of the best ways to get somebody on your side is to reward them, make them your friend, lavish gifts on them, praise them, give them promotions. It didn't hurt that Yorimoto, the guy who was causing problems and kind of raising his stature, it didn't hurt that he actually knew what he was doing in terms of military. He actually really did. And again, his realms were very efficiently run. He was not poor. He was not destitute. He had respect of other people. He had a lot of other people behind him, which is important. So he had his own way of dealing with the things that the Emperor Go Shirakawa didn't want to deal with. So he said, okay, buddy, you are my shogun. And it's going to be permanent and it's going to be hereditary. So there you go. I'm going to take care of these things, and you're going to take care of the day-to-day management of my realm in my name. That's a lot of power. So once becoming the shogunate, the Kamakuras did very well for Japan. They instituted a lot of progressive ideas in terms of cultural ideas, literacy, military technology. A lot of things happened under the Kamakuras that was actually pretty good for the Empire of Japan, for them themselves, and also for the emperor. It kind of fell apart in 1333 when Emperor Go-Daigo decided that he wanted to retake the throne, so to speak. Yeah, he was emperor. Yeah, he did have the powers that he was left with, the justice system, spiritual, cultural, those kinds of things. But he wanted the day-to-day. He wanted the power, right? So in order to take that back, he was going to have to break the Kamakuras, which he did in 1333. He instituted the Ashikaga family, which was instrumental in helping him do that. So they became the new shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate. And then, after a few years, the Ashikaga shogunate kind of said, we like the old system better. And so they made it a point to Go-Daigo after a couple of battles of saying, hey, look, you're the emperor. We don't want to kill you, right? Because that would make everybody unhappy and everything would just fall apart. So you're not going to win. So why don't you just step back and let's take care of everything? Come on. Help us help you. And Go-Daigo kind of looked around at the situation and just said, yeah, I don't want to die either. So you got it. So the Ashikaga shogunate gained back a lot of the power, and they became the shogunate up until the Sengoku period, or the Warring States period. And that's a tragic story right there, because that is the result of what happens when you don't win a civil war. So despite being able to take back power from the emperor and being the shogunate again, the Ashikagas were not as good as the Kamakuras were in basically governance and what they were trying to do. It's not that they were bad, awful people. They weren't. It wasn't like they were dictators and stomping people into the ground or anything like that. No. It's just that they were just okay at their job. Basically, they just kind of did the bare minimum and were able to get through things. Basically what had happened is that they were never really that much of a big military power to begin with, that the Kamakuras were, and they had to rely more on a feudal system to get people to obey them, and they really rather spent time at court trying to affect policy decisions in that manner, as opposed to actually ruling, direct ruling, as the shogun was supposed to be doing. Keep in mind that while the shogunate was the main power of the land, they still had to deal with the emperor, that you still had to deal with the imperial court, you still had to deal with the royal court, and you still had to deal with a whole bunch of other people. It's a feudal system, so the further you go out from the center of power, the harder it is to get people to obey you, so to speak. So the shogunates had to also exercise not only military power, but some type of a level of political sophistication. And the Ashikagas did that okay. And like I said, they didn't have a very powerful military force. They were more reliant on their allies than they were themselves. And they tried to, and to make up for that, that's why they went to the royal courts and the imperial courts to try to influence policy there, to get people to ally to them, to them and to their cause. And it did all right. It was okay. Again, it's not that Japan necessarily suffered under their shogunate rule. It's just that they didn't do very well outside of that shogunate rule. In other words, it's not like they made as many advancements. It's not like life improved that much or anything of that nature. So they were just okay. The problem came right before the Sengoku period. And what happens is that one of the major things that an emperor has to do in their lifetime is to anoint or appoint a new shogun when the current shogun either retires or dies. That is a very important role to fulfill, because basically you are, as emperor, saying, I'm choosing the guy who's going to run the country for me, right? So you want to make sure that you are as informed as possible. You want to make sure that you have the best applicants as possible, and you want to make sure that the shogunate is giving you enough opportunities for you to choose that person to appoint as the new head of the shogunate. Usually it is, like I say, hereditary. So usually it's just a matter of teaching the right person. Now, hereditary means in Japanese feudal systems, it doesn't necessarily mean the firstborn son. It can be whoever who is in charge of that title decides who the next person is going to be. That's what they mean by hereditary. So it doesn't even necessarily have to be by blood. Often what you see in Japanese customs is that somebody will adopt another person's son as their own, because apparently they know what they're doing and they want that for their family. So it's kind of one of those things is, for the greater good of the family, we're going to adopt somebody and make them our next leader of the clan or whatever. So that also transfers to the shogunate. So often what you have is if the shogun family itself can't provide an heir to the position, then they have what's called candidate houses, and it's about 5 of them. And each of these houses, they do their normal things as their title to do whatever their title is in the hierarchy, but they are loyal to the shogunate family. And one of the things that they have to be able to do at any given moment is provide a possible heir to the shogunate position, should the shogunate family not be able to do it themselves, and carry on the shogunate name. That has actually only happened, I believe, 5 times in Japanese history. But anyway, so the Ashikaga's family could not provide an heir. The heir to the shogunate was too young. The dude was a little baby, literally. So there were 2 candidate houses that they had that were rivals of each other within the shogunate. And they said, okay, well, we'll provide our heirs, right? So one family provided one guy and the other family provided the other guy. And they said, both of them said to the emperor, if you don't choose our guy to be the head of the Ashikaga shogunate, we're going to go to war with the other family. And whoever comes out on top, they're going to be their guy's going to be the shogunate, the shogun, next shogun. The emperor doesn't want this little war to happen, but he doesn't know what to do. And he's looking around and he's looking for other candidates to figure out, like, how am I going to do this? And he doesn't make a decision at all. This causes these 2 rival factions within the Ashikaga shogunate to rival each other and go to other lords and ladies of the realm, so to speak, to garner support. So then at this point, it becomes these 2 families going out saying, who can get the most and best support, meaning who can raise the largest army if we actually need it. So politically speaking, if you're a lord of the realm and if a member of one of these clans comes up to you and says, hey, we want your support, you have to make a decision about who you're going to support or whether you're going to sit this one out. If you sit this one out, you win nothing. If you choose one of these guys, then you have a 50-50 chance of either being rewarded greatly or being punished greatly. So you have to make the right decision. So people started making decisions. And they started saying, okay, well, we're going to support you. Don't say this go to war thing. Nobody's going to do that. And just, we'll make the point. We'll talk to the emperor. We'll send our representatives to talk to the emperor and just plead your case for you. You say we support you, but don't be talking this war stuff, okay? Like, why don't we keep it tapped down? That's what they were saying to these rival factions, and they did not listen. So, finally, both factions of the Ashikagas said, okay, here we are. And the emperor just looked and said, oh God, I don't know. And still cannot make a decision. Both families are literally living across the street from each other in Kyoto. They start insulting each other. Insult turns into fist fights. Periodic duels happen to the death. Revenge duels to the death. They start lobbing arrows into each other's compounds. Everybody else in the nation, the Japanese Empire, is looking at going, oh crap, what's going on here? Until finally, one of the two rival factions, we don't know which one, set an arrow on fire, bink, sent it over, and then they sent one over. That is what started the Onin Civil War in Japan. Kyoto burned. They had to evacuate the imperial family, the emperor, everybody. Everybody had to evac out of Kyoto. Kyoto burned to the ground. Everyone just went, and the nation just went, oh God, we're going to war. And they tried to keep it limited to the Kyoto area and let the two families duke it out. They really did try. They really did try not to get in on it, but they were sucked in on it. And the two rival families went at each other so hard that they killed each other off. They killed every single member of each family off. There was no more heirs. So the emperor said there, oh my God, I have no one. Okay, there's a great nephew over there who's, I think, 15 years old in the Ashikagas. This guy, please take the shogunate role. We'll have somebody advise you, blah, blah, blah. And the two factions of either side said, we've been drawn into this. Blood has been drawn. We need to keep fighting until one side wins. There's too much revenge here. And that was the Onin War. And nobody won. The emperor retreated back, rebuilt part of Kyoto, started that project. The remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate protected Kyoto, and that was it. And the rest of the land of Japan went to war with each other. To the point that suddenly some of the more senior commanders kind of looked around and said, we don't have a shogunate. There's nobody there to stop me from turning around and going to my neighbor and taking his butt over, killing his family and taking his lands. There are clans out there that are going, we've been held back from doing our revenge trip for 50 years now. Maybe it's time, since nobody's there to stop us, that we can get revenge on the clan next door. Things fall apart. So suddenly, instead of having a unified empire, you have all these different little kingdoms, little principalities, little whatevers going toward each other. And that is the Sengoku period, which we all know is about 100 years or so of suck. Okay, and this is where anime tells us that in history, and yes, this actually did happen in history, Oba Nobunaga unifies Japan under his grand army. His top two lieutenants in those armies were the Toyotomis and the Tokugawas. The Toyotomis had a better public image. The Tokugawas did a lot of the grunt work. The Toyotomis, it's not to say that the Toyotomis didn't do anything. They did a lot. They just were able to present themselves better, honestly, to the public. And so when Oba Nobunaga won, he was starting to consolidate his power so he could become the next shogun and make his clan the next shogunate clan. He was assassinated. It's not 100% certain as to who's behind it, but a lot of people are pointing the finger at the Tokugawas. The Tokugawas had the most to benefit from it. They had the most to lose by not doing it. So a lot of people think they are the ones who were behind Oba Nobunaga's assassination, which created a power vacuum, which the Tokugawas felt correctly that they could win in a show of military strength. And that's how they pushed out the Toyotomis and gained the emperor's appointment of being the next shogunate, which of course they called themselves the Tokugawa Shogunate. And that's how they came into being. And it's kind of interesting how at first they did a lot of really good things, but at a cost of a lot of good things. And one of the major things that they did was create an economy based not on scarce metal wealth like gold and silver, but rather on production of rice. They were able to stratify the society into more of a lawful society, but it was at a cost of things. And over time, that would come to bite them in the butt. These were also, remember, the Tokugawas were the ones who also closed off Japan from the rest of the world at one point. So they made some really good decisions at the beginning, and then over time made a series of bad decisions. But we're going to get to all that now with the anime that best represents the Tokugawa Shogunate. The first anime on this list of describing the Tokugawa Shogunate is the very well-known Ninja Scroll. I mean, even if you haven't watched this anime yet, you've probably heard this name bandied about on the internet or talk amongst other otaku. This is a very well-known anime, came out in the 90s. It is considered to be very impactful. It's actually put up there in lists next to Akira and Ghost in the Shell quite often. It's got a bunch of heavy hitters in terms of production companies, JVC, Toho, Madhouse, just to name a few. This was supposed to be actually two 45-minute movies, but it turned out to be a 95-minute movie. Again, this was a very impactful anime. It's very, it's one of the things that it's known for is basically saying that anime isn't just for kids because it is very adult. We all know that. That's the other thing that people know about Ninja Scroll. There's a lot of things going on in there. So the plot of this story is set obviously in the Tokugawa era or the Edo period, and it starts off with this little clan called the Yamashiro clan, and they mine gold, but they do it in secret, and they send out ships in the dark of night, to send this gold to the Toyotomi Shogun of the Dark. And the reason why the Toyotomi Shogun of the Dark is called that is because he is not actually the real appointed shogun by the emperor of Japan. So he is protecting his village, so as part of payment, they're giving him this gold. He wants to use this gold to basically outfit his ninjas and warriors with Spanish firearms, and he wants to overthrow the current government, which is the Tokugawa Shogunate. Unfortunately, the latest shipment runs aground outside the seaside village called Shimoda. So the Shogun of the Dark sends out this ninja team called the Devils, and they pretty much kill everybody in the village. So a nearby village is like, what's going on? They hire another ninja team to go out and investigate. They go out there and the Devils kill them, except for one survivor called Kagero. And she manages to survive the attack. All of her comrades die a brutal death. And as a result, they try to do things to her. And in comes our hero, Jubei, who is a former ninja, now mercenary, and he saves Kagero's life and fights off the Devils and manages to kill one of them. As a result, they say thanks to each other, and he tries to hit on her, and she's very cold to him, and she just kind of walks away. And he's just like, okay, whatever, and he goes on about his life. And he doesn't get very far until he comes across a Tokugawa spy master by the name of Dakuan. And Dakuan says, hey, look, I saw what happened here, and those guys are involved in something that we're not sure about. This entire village is wiped out. We think that this guy, the Shogun of the Dark, is behind it, but I need help in proving that and stopping them, whatever their plan is. Will you help me? And Jubei is just like, no. He moves on, at which point he gets a throwing star thrown at him, and it's laced with poison, and Dakuan says, okay, well, tell you what, you help me, and I give you the antidote to the poisoned throwing star I just got you with. And Jubei is just like, okay, I guess I'm on. And so then they pair up and try to figure out what's going on. And of course, they come across Kagero again, and she joins them because she has a vested interest in finding the Devils and killing them, because they killed all of her friends. The rest of the story basically goes on them tracking down the gold, tracking down the various machinations that are going on behind the Shogun of the Dark. And we've learned towards the end that the actual real intention is to use the gold to create a ninja army to really just run rampant across Japan and just basically burn everything. And that's, he's just a nihilist, and that's what he wants to do. So, of course, it's up to the trio to stop him. So that is basically the plot of Ninja Scroll. It is a very beautifully animated movie. This is really, really well done. I mean, when you're talking about 90s animation, this is just kind of, goes beyond the part. This is really, really a home run in terms of that. So it's really fun to watch in terms of that. This is, however, an adult anime, so just remember that. No small kids need to be watching this. There's no Pokemon in this one. Anyway, so that is the idea of Ninja Scroll. And then I'm gonna talk about the actual rivalry in real life between the Toyotomis and the Tokugawas, which is showcased in this anime. That's kind of the whole point of this anime, was to show that the Toyotomis still were lusting for power in the beginning of the Tokugawa Shogunate. So, all right, it's time for the history lesson. So one of the neat things about Ninja Scroll is that it accurately portrays the rivalry between the Toyotomi clan and the Tokugawa clan. Now, what's interesting about these two clans is that they actually both rose in power underneath Oda Nobunaga. Now, if you know your Japanese history, Nobunaga is credited with the unification of Japan. In reality, he is one of three unifiers: himself, the Toyotomi clans, and the Tokugawa clan. Now, what had happened was that Oda Nobunaga was about to conquer the rest of Japan. He had conquered a third, and he was about to plan to take over the inland sea provinces when he was assassinated. The Toyotomis went after the clan that assassinated him and basically wiped them out. Some historians believe that it was the Tokugawas who planned and orchestrated the event. Nobody's 100% sure on that. So just throwing it out there. So anyway, once Nobunaga was killed, the Toyotomis were pretty well regarded. And the reason for that is that the leader of the clan, Hideyoshi Toyotomi, was a very astute military commander. He was the son of an officer under Nobunaga, and he rose in the ranks, and Nobunaga kind of recognized that and helped bring him up and coached him on how to be a military leader. Not only that, but apparently Hideyoshi was also a very good leader in other respects as well. And so once Hideyoshi was able to avenge Nobunaga's death, he then got the recognition of the emperor. And the Ashikaga shogunate still existed at this point, and there was that very, very weak Ashikaga shogun that was in Kyoto at this time. So not to make waves, Hideyoshi smartly said, you know what, we're not going to go after the shogun. I'm going to use my influence in court to try to achieve my goals. So he actually never received the title of shogun. It was offered to him, but he declined to take it, and actually made plans for his nephew to take on that title. Towards the end of Hideyoshi's life, he kind of got a little insane, killed a lot of members of his family, including the nephew, because he fathered a son that he felt was going to be better than the nephew. Anyway, so as this is going on, the Tokugawas, who are the other lieutenants of Nobunaga, they were the third unifiers, and we'll get to them in a moment. They were kind of jealous of the Toyotomis because they just presented themselves better, and the Tokugawas were just kind of rough and ready kind of folks. And the emperor was just kind of like, recognized their power, their ability to do things, but the imperial court felt that leadership fell more towards the Toyotomis than they did to the Tokugawas. So Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was the other lieutenant of Nobunaga, kind of let it happen, so to speak. When the Ashikaga shogun started to go ill, and it was quite apparent that he was going to die and that the emperor was not going to continue the Ashikaga line, that's when things got a little interesting. And the Tokugawas kind of said, look, we really know how to do this, and it should be us. So by way of proving it, and as is often the custom in Japan at this time, was to go to war with the rival clan and prove through battle that you're superior. Tokugawa Ieyasu and Hideyoshi Toyotomi went at it. About 3 or 4 insignificant battles that nobody really won. And at the end of it, both of them realized that they were going to create the Sengoku period all over again. And Tokugawa Ieyasu is the one who backed off and said, you know what? No, let's not do this. Which gained him status. Because now the entire nation of Japan is just like, oh, we have another guy who has leadership qualities, just like Hideyoshi. One of the things that Hideyoshi used to do was take his, when he would have to go to war with somebody, once he took over lands or other lands, he would go to the ones that he defeated, to the leaders he defeated, and said, look, I can either kill you or we can work together and we can make money together, basically. And through that way and through his connections at the Imperial Court, was able to gain a lot of allies that way. And people trusted him and that leadership style. It started to fall apart when Hideyoshi's mind started to fall apart. He was ordering certain trusted vassals to commit seppuku. His best friend he ordered killed. Like I said, he killed his nephew, put his nephew's head on a freaking pike, of all things. And so that his son could, take over for him and eventually become the shogun. So the Tokugawas kind of looked at this and kind of said, this isn't really that good. And was able, once the Ashikaga shogunate died, and then a year later Hideyoshi died, the Tokugawa said, look, on Hideyoshi's deathbed, and he did do this, asked the Tokugawas to watch over his, basically I think it was 10-year-old son at the time, and to coach him to become a leader. And the Tokugawa said, we'll do that. Now the emperor's looking around. He has no Ashikagas. The Toyotomis have a very, very young leader who can't really be made shogun just yet. Who do you go to? And there sat Tokugawa Ieyasu, saying, "Hi, I'm ready. Count me in. Put me in, coach." And that's how the Tokugawas basically became the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawas would become the third unifiers by becoming the shogun and becoming very active in bringing the rest of Japan into the imperial fold, so to speak. And he did it in a combination of using Nobunaga's terror tactics against Buddhist temples. Nobunaga wasn't really a nice guy. And also using Hideyoshi's various leadership methods of involving the people that you defeated to be part of your plan, to be part of your vision. So he wisely did these things, and he set up the Bakuhan or Bakufu government, which is called a tent government, for the shogunate, and it worked really, really well until it didn't when the Meiji Restoration showed up. But anyway, that's how the Tokugawas became the Tokugawa shogunate. All right, this anime is one of my personal favorites, particularly of older anime. This one is called Sabu to Ichi Torimono Hike, also known as Sabu in Ichi's Detective Stories and Tales. This started off, of course, as a manga, and it ran from 1966 to 1968 in Weekly Shonen, and then it went over the big comic in 1968 and lasted until 1972. The anime run was about a year from 1968 to 1969. It's a very interesting anime because it delves on a topic that is not normally shown. And what I mean by that is that we're doing a police procedural in the Tokugawa era in Edo, Japan. So this is actually in Tokyo during the Tokugawa period, and it highlights how the police worked at this time. So it's definitely a police procedural. And the main character, Sabu, is about the lowest that you can get on the ranks of this police force. And I'll talk about more of that in a moment. So he is part of what's called the Jinimochi, and he is assisted by a blind swordsman called Ichi. And the two of them basically go on the crime of the week, as I like to call it. You know, we have monsters of the week. Well, this has the crime of the week. And so it's about them being able to successfully fight crime. And so it's, like I say, it's a police procedural. And the character Ichi, the blind swordsman, is kind of happy-go-lucky and kind of in a weird way, and he's kind of enjoyable, but also a little bit creepy at the same time. Sabu is kind of more the brains of the outfit. He's the actual detective. He has an interesting weapon, which is a dagger on a chain. I am blanking on what that is called, but that is his weapon of choice. So, as I said before, they go on these little crime adventures trying to keep the peace in Edo, Japan, and as the police try to do at that time. And a side story, kind of like an subplot here, is that Sabu is engaged to Midori, a young lady who's the daughter of the head of police in Edo, in Tokyo, as we know it today. And he is an officer of the Tokugawa Shogunate, which means that he is a samurai, and Sabu is not. So there you go. So that's the plot of the anime. I would go more into it, but I don't want to give away episodes, and you should really, really watch this. It is on YouTube. You can find it very easily on YouTube. It's a subtitled anime. All right, so let's get on to how the police worked in Tokugawa era Japan. So one of the reasons why I like the Sabu and Ichi anime is because it talks about something that we don't normally think about, which is how do police operate during a feudal system, under a feudal system, like the Tokugawa Shogunate. So here we are in Edo, Japan, now Tokyo, and we're hearing this story about these really low-level police officers working the beat, so to speak, in Edo, Japan. And it's kind of interesting because we get to see an idea of how that works. So basically, what has happened here is that police are run by the samurai, and the overall chief of police, say for Edo, for the city of Edo, is appointed by, of course, whoever the lord is, the local magistrate, that kind of a thing. But it has to be a samurai. It has to be a high-ranking samurai, and because he's given the most authority. And under him are various levels of officers. The top three under him, of course, are also samurai of varying rank. They have various duties. The lowest rank, which is Doshin, are allowed to ride on horses around town and enforce patrols and things of that nature. But then we go past that. And what we go past is we get to the people who are not samurai, but they have powers of arrest. So while they don't have the authority of a samurai being able to carry around a sword or whatever and ride a horse and bring people to justice, they are the actual detectives. These are the beat cops. These are the people who, they're rough and tumble. They're usually former criminals themselves, and they're working a particular beat, a particular area in town to enforce the laws of the samurai, and they take their direction from, of course, the samurai. And these people are part of the Hinimoki, which is, again, these are more civilians than they are actual military people. So here you have people who are given direction by the samurai to go out and find out information. They're basically informants. They run CIs, they run things like that, and come back to the samurai and say, here's what we find out, and they're the ones who actually go out and usually do the raids and whatnot. The powers of arrest are very, very broad. They can mean anything. You can, as a Jinimoki, you can walk in and just go, I think you have information I need, come with me. So it's not like there's a lot of due process here. So yeah, they're able to do those kinds of things, and they act as a paramilitary force quite often. And under that level, there's another level under that. Now, the anime, Sabu Ichi anime, really talks about the levels still within the police hierarchy. So we're talking about the Hinimoki that take direction from the samurai. But there is another level of this, which is called the Five Family Associations. And what these are that in the various areas that require police presence, under the Hinimoki, there are families that support the police. So they run their own police intelligence operations. And they are part of 5 families. Just like how there are 12 families that take care of suppressing fires, there are 5 families in a section that take care of crime in there. So that's what these people do. And this is what it looks like inside of a city. Now, if we go outside of the city, that's where we start to see other types of anime. We've seen the anime of groupings of farmers and swordsmen who are not quite samurai but kind of know what they're doing, and they mete out justice. Well, they're actually part of the police force too. They're part of the Hidimoki as well. And so that's where you get a lot of the stories about justice at the hands of swordsmen. It comes from those guys. They're actually police. They're gathering intelligence. They're trying to help and assist in keeping the public safe, doing the public safety thing. Also, what is interesting is that they existed at a time where the Tokugawas had basically made samurais bureaucratic. And so there wasn't a very large standing army. So these people were very instrumental in helping in putting down rebellions by providing intel and things of that nature. So I just wanted to show this and just kind of give you an idea of how the Tokugawa kept the peace internally, talking about crime and unrest and things of that nature. They actually had a form of police. It was kind of cool that they were able to use not only samurai but also former criminals and farmers, which is kind of unique. But anyway, if you get a chance to watch the Sabu and Ichi Detective Tales, please do so. It's a really good anime. This next little anime, this lovely little anime called Miss Hokusai, I chose this because I wanted to show kind of a idea of what culture looked like during the Tokugawa period, particularly in Edo, Japan, which would later, of course, be known as Tokyo. And this is something of a historical dramatization of an actual real-life person who is one of the daughters of the great artist Hokusai. Now, if you know that name, you know exactly which painting I'm talking about. If you don't know the name, then let me show you the painting, which you will most likely be familiar with. So here it is. So this started off, of course, as a manga. The manga was during the early to mid 80s, from 83 to 87, in Weekly Manga Sunday. You can buy all of them in 3 volumes, and of course, the anime came out in 2015. It's about 90 minutes long. It is a beautifully rendered anime. Like I said, it's a historical anime actually, and the artist Hokusai had 4 daughters. Of course, the one we're talking about here is going to be Kazushika Oye. And the reason why we want to talk about her in this anime is because she is the daughter that helped Hokusai in his painting endeavors. So she did a lot of apprentice work at first, and she would do things like set up foundations on paper for him to finalize, prepare paints, buy, supplies, those kinds of things. But as she worked literally side by side in the studio with her father, she developed her own technique and her own level of artistry, which is actually rivaled his own, to the point that in the anime and in real life, Hokusai would often have her finish many of his paintings. So the paintings that you have under the name Hokusai are often collaborations with his daughter. And there are even some paintings out there where it's not certain that it was actually Hokusai himself or if it was his daughter that actually did the painting, because she never signed the paintings. Because in order to get paid, nobody wants to pay Hokusai's daughter, they want to pay Hokusai himself. So Oe never really got a whole lot of credit for what she did in life. Now the anime, of course, takes place in Edo in 1814. So this is right in the middle of the Edo period. Things are kind of peaceful in the Tokugawa Shogun at this time. And we've got a really good snapshot of Edo, Japan going on here. One of the subplots of this anime, of course, has to deal with her and her ability to be an artist. And even though she's not getting recognition, it's her ability to continue being an artist and getting some type of recognition. At some point, her father was getting requests for shunga prints, which are woodblock prints that are basically erotic in nature. And so he kind of shunted that off onto her, and she started doing them, but a lot of people felt that they were too cold, that she didn't really have a whole lot of passion behind the art. And so part of the anime is her trying to improve on that. And so she does various things to do that. As it turns out, when she does shunga prints about women in particular, absent of men, that's where they stop being cold, and you start to see passion in them. And so there is a little eyebrow raised of going, oh, is she? And to answer the question, in real life, yes, she was. She was bisexual in real life. She did get married at one point, divorced because it didn't work out, and it is known that she had women partners. So the other plot of this story is basically her taking care of one of her younger stepsisters, who is blind and is somewhat ill. Now, the unfortunate thing here is that Hokusai, both in the anime and real life, was very much afraid of sickness and dying as a result of, and really didn't feel good around people who are disabled. So he never actually really did anything for his youngest daughter, who was blind and sickly. So Oye took care of her, basically. And that's part of the story here of Miss Hokusai, is her taking care of this younger sibling and trying to be the artist that she wants to be in life. It ends just like in life, where in 1857, during a summer's walk, she disappears. So one of the big reasons why I wanted to bring Ms. Hokusai into this panel is simply because it does such a great job of giving a snapshot of what Edo Japan looked like in 1814. It's really important to understand this because 1814 is really on the cusp of some very historical events, important historical events for Japan that happens there. And so about 40 years or so from 1814, we're going to get Commodore Perry showing up, opening Japan up to the world. In about 55, 60 years from that point, we're going to have the Meiji Restoration, where everything changes. The Tokugawa Shogun is taken out, and new changes are coming in, and modernization is the key word here. But this is 1814, and it's right on the cusp of that. Now, you would think that, having said what I just said now, the opening of Japan and the modernization of Japan, that Edo Japan would be a kind of a podunk kind of town, whatever. Well, this movie shows that it wasn't, that it was a bustling city. It is a city. It shows Edo Japan as a city. It's going to turn into Tokyo at some point, but right now it's Edo Japan, and it has about 1 million people living there, which means that it has a local government, it has local firemen, it has systems, police systems, the whole 9 yards that a city of its size would have at that time in the world. So instead of thinking about Japan in a royal samurai, battling it out amongst the orchids or that kind of stuff, here we have just day-to-day Japan going on. So, we see how traffic goes across the bridge. It's commercial traffic. It's people meeting each other. We see a stratified social network happening. We see how people fit into various pegs in that society. We see basically what we're seeing is an urban Japan. At the same time, we're also seeing Hokusai's work. Hokusai's work at this point is, in 1814, is kind of important to Japan, unintentionally so. So what Hokusai has done in his life, real life to this point, and most likely his daughter Oe, is to create this art that goes throughout the nation of Japan. People know who Hokusai is. They want paintings from him. They keep commissioning stuff from him. So people get to see Edo Japan. They get to see Mount Fuji, even though they've never been there and they might never get to be there. So this artwork is very important to connecting people of Japan, various different parts of Japan together, and focusing on the city of Edo. Here's the other interesting part of this. That artwork, like there's what's called the 36 views of Mount Fuji that Hokusai did. And they were reduced down to postcard size. And it made it easier for people to use these things and send them out and say, hey, look, I was at Mount Fuji. Here's the thing. This is what it looks like. And it becomes a collector's item. And people want to see all the different aspects of Mount Fuji. Why is this important? Because these postcards made it to Dejima. Dejima, if you know your Japanese history, is where the Danish had to stay on that little small 2-acre island where they were only allowed off that island twice a year. But they still did business. Like Japanese would still go to them to do mercantile business. So there was a lot still trade and things going on, between Japan and Europe, but just very limited through these very, very small places. Dejima wasn't the only island where foreigners were consigned to. There were other places that Europeans were consigned to throughout Japan, but this was the most famous one. So anyway, Hokusai's postcards of Mount Fuji made it to Dejima. And as a result, these things went back to Europe. And it told Europeans a story. They told them a story about this amazing mountain called Mount Fuji. So obviously they're looking at this wonderful art on these postcards. And they're asking their people, what is this? What does this mean? What this is beautiful. How do I get there? I want to see this for myself. Suddenly Europe has more of an interest in Japan. Just not the casual commercial interest that's had thus far in the past couple hundred years. It's going, people will kind of go, I want to go there. I want to see the sights. I want to see the things. And then you start getting more postcards from other artists that are contemporaries of Hokusai. You get postcards of Edo. So it's like, I believe it's 12 postcards of different scenes of what Edo used to look like. And those went out. Then you would see postcards from Kyoto, and those would go out. And then there was a little business of sending it to these foreigners to send back to Europe, and people were just buying this up. It also eventually gets to, guess where? Yes, America. And because we are who we are, we want to make business deals with people in wherever, and we want to have spheres of influence. We get a hold of these postcards. It's not the only thing that made us do this. I mean, there was a lot of other factors, but this, for the American public, captures the imagination and says, and makes people again want to go, I want to see this place. How do I get there? How do I do the thing? So in 1814, unbeknownst to Hokusai and his daughter, they are giving the rest of the world a reason to come to Japan. And there's some good things with that comes with that. And of course, there were a lot of bad things that came with that. But that's a tale for another day. And of course, for the last anime to use to kind of showcase certain elements of the Tokugawa Shogunate, we are going to use the ever popular Samurai Champloo. For those of you who are Bebop fans, you of course know that Samurai Champloo was also created by Shinichiro Watanabe. It, of course, was a manga in 2004 and then got the anime treatment in 2004 to 2005. So Watanabe wanted to kind of use contrast to tell this story towards the end of the Tokugawa period by using hip-hop, infusing hip-hop elements into not just the story but also the music of the series itself. And he successfully did so. And it was very widely received in the West and did pretty well in Japan as well. So the plot is fairly simple. Fu, who is the young lady of the trio, is working in a tea house. She's been abandoned by her father from when she was very little, and she harbors resentment for that and wants revenge on her father. These two guys show up for independent reasons into the tea house. One is Jin, who is an actual samurai, and the other one is Mugen, who is a bit of a lout, but both of them are superior swordsmen, and they both kind of embody different aspects of what it means to be a samurai in the last days of the Tokugawa shogunate. Jin being the traditional samurai, and Mugen being the progressive force moving forward. And so the Fu at the end of this, the Fu's little tea house with her adoptive parents burns down, and Mugen and Jin are about to be executed, and she saves them. She flips a coin afterward and says, "Hey, if I win this coin toss, then you guys have to help me find my dad, the samurai who smells like sunflowers, and help me kill him." And so she flips the coin, and of course she wins, and they're off. They go on the road trip across Japan, kind of experiencing different aspects of how the Tokugawa shogunate deals with things like homosexuality, deals with the island of Dejima, which is a 2-acre island that foreigners have to stay on, and aren't really allowed off of except for twice a year. Corruption within the Tokugawa shogunate, things of that nature. So the series goes along those lines until, of course, the final few episodes where they do find her her father, who is quite frankly dying from an illness, probably cancer. And as it turns out, he is actually a Christian, which is kind of unusual in this day and age in Japan during the Tokugawa shogunate. So there's that, and of course, she's trying to deal with that, seeing how trying to get Jin and Mugen to engage in a combat with him to kill him, and at the same time, all these assassins from the Tokugawa shogunate show up trying to kill Mugen and Jin because of all the havoc and things that they've done in their road trip to find the samurai who smells like sunflowers. A wonderful story, very action shonen. If you want shonen, here it is. And but it touches on a lot of subjects, particularly Christianity in Japan during the Tokugawa shogunate, which is not an easy thing. So let's go ahead and talk about that. Samurai Champloo does a really, really good job at showing why the Tokugawa shogunate collapsed under its own corrupt weight. Yes, they fought. Yes, they raised on armies, and yes, they fought to try to prevent the Meiji Restoration from taking them out. But obviously, they lost, and there are a multitude of reasons as to why that happened. But it all kind of stems back to various decisions that they made during the shogunate, their shogunate period. One of them, of course, was the idea of isolation. We're isolated from the rest of the world. That's what they wanted to do, and they wanted to focus in on themselves. They decided that we don't need to conquer other nations. We need to focus on ourselves, who we are as a nation, and to move forward with that. And it sounds like a good idea at first, but then you discover that, well, you have all these people who are armed. You have all these people who are samurai. You have all these lords who have retainers or a standing force that they can use, and there's nothing for them to use those armed forces on. They're not using them on each other. It's a period of peace. The Sengoku period is long gone, and by this time in Samurai Champloo, which if we were to loosely take the timeline, it is probably at the moment that Perry shows up the first time. And so here you have a bunch of lords and ladies and people who are rich and general society that are looking at samurai, looking at the Bushido code, and looking at the old ways, and almost laughing at them, just saying, yeah, whatever, dude. And you see that throughout the anime. And this happens, this was happening right before Perry showed up in Japan. And another big problem with this was that, okay, well, we have to have our soldiers fight somebody. We have to have our samurai to fight something, to do something. We have internally, generally speaking, peace. Nobody's doing a rebellion to try to take out the Tokugawas. No one's trying to take out the emperor. What do we do here? You know what? the Europeans have been somehow sneaking off the island of Dejima again, and they've been recruiting Christians again. We need to put these guys down. The first really big uprising was the Shambara Christian uprising in, I believe, 1616. And there's a lot of rebellions that mimic that, where there'd be a group of Christians who are worshipping and then suddenly off from the hills come down to Tokugawa or their allies and just, basically laying waste to everything. And so little small rebellions would pop up. But it's still not enough to kind of say, okay, what do we do with all these people? The interesting thing is that they turned the samurai class into a bureaucracy. They took away the swords. They made it basically not worth, economically speaking, a samurai's time, worth his time to be an actual samurai. They would allow that title to happen. They will allow it to be a hereditary, and it would be something that would help you open doors in the bureaucracy. But in terms of being a warrior, it doesn't mean anything to be a warrior anymore because there's nobody left to fight, really. So here you have a whole class of people who are basically taken out of the field and said, here's your desk. This is what you're doing now. And that doesn't really sit well with a lot of people. But over time, samurai become pencil pushers. They become corrupt. They become paid to be unemployed. That was a thing that lords would do. They would want to keep their samurai, and they would say, okay, well, we don't want you really doing anything. We don't want you getting a funny idea. So we're just going to pay you not to take other jobs. So here's your stipend. And what happens? Well, you start getting corruption. You start getting a lot of gambling, a lot of vice in what was otherwise a class of very stoic men who did not do these things. Suddenly, that is the norm. You can read about this in Masui's story, which is an autobiography of a mid-level Tokugawa samurai, where he talks about selling swords. He goes, okay, well, you don't need the sword anymore, so let me help you for a fee, sell it so that you can have money to go gamble. So you don't really have an effective military anymore. You don't have, the old ways are crumbling, they're going away, and suddenly this guy Perry shows up from America in 4 ships and comes in and starts talking about saying, guess what, you're going to open up your markets because we want to come here. We saw these wonderful little postcards. We want to see Mount Fuji, right? This guy Hokusai really did it. This is really beautiful. I want to see it. So basically we're imposing our will on Japan. And part of how the Meiji Restoration happened was because all the corruption in the Tokugawa Shogunate, just to get things moving, and the fact that the Tokugawas recognized that they had no way to fight us off. So the Meiji Restoration was about fixing that thing. So when the Tokugawas finally had to go to war with the Meiji Emperor, the young Meiji Emperor, they lost because they were using samurai who were not fit, didn't know how to use swords anymore. They were probably 2 generations out from being really good sword masters. They didn't have the armies of old, of Sekigahara, of the feudal Japan, of Sengoku periods. There was none of that fire. Nothing was going on. What the Meijis had was a standing army, a trained army, a modern army, going up against a bunch of guys with old ideals and swords. And so there was, how could the Tokugawas win? They couldn't. So that is basically how it ended, and how I like how Samurai Champloo kind of sets up the idea that the Japanese government is just crap, and we're heading towards a place where we have to start moving forward now. Instead of moving backwards or standing still, we have to move forward. And that is how the Tokugawas lost it all. thank you so much for watching my panel. Again, my name is Steve Gerhardt. I run a YouTube channel called the Unagi Observer. Again, thank you so much for watching it. And I'm looking forward to your questions here. And afterwards, please enjoy the rest of OnCon. And as always, watch more anime.
Well, hello everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks, Matt. Glad to hear it was fascinating. We must address the biggest question of the chat. What is that thing behind you?
It's my it's my resurrection chamber, and when I'm not using it, that's where I keep the hive mind.
I see.
So yeah.
There's your answer.
There you go.
Yeah. Is the character from Ichi from Sabu no Ichi, Sabu to Ichi, inspired by reference to Shintaro Katsu and the Zatoichi films from the 1960s?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly. It's a sorry.
Yeah, you go.
Oop, your whole screen went black. There we go.
Oh, fun.
There we go.
Okay.
Just cycled out.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know for certain that it is, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
So the Zatoichi character would definitely fall into the category of being the Jinimochi in the farm out in the rural area.
Okay.
Where they kind of, that's where the myth and the legends kind of for those movies come from. So he is, I would say Zatoichi is definitely Jinimochi.
Okay.
So a rural cop, so to speak.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Why would you say that realistic Tokugawa era anime is relatively rare?
So, unfortunately, even though I find the period fantastically interesting, as I've said before, 80% of the world would probably take a good look at what I read and just go. It's very it's a history and bureaucracy is basically what it is. So if you're not going into from like the Sengoku period, the Warring States period, into the Tokugawa era, which is where a lot of interesting anime fall into, or if you're going right into the Meiji area from the Tokugawa period, then you're not going to see a whole lot of anime within it, because it's really about, in terms of anime, because the only real subject that comes out of it in terms of live action movies is actually the role of the samurai, where during the Tokugawa period, the role of the samurai went from being a warrior to essentially being a bureaucrat. And a lot of movies made in that time period, like 13 Ronin, are basically just going, we're samurai, we need to be manly men and be stabby. And, so they make movies about, bucking the shogunate and doing the right thing by being warriors. So, yeah.
I was just looking up Musashi and realizing that's Warring States. It's that period. So even that, the most classic samurai of the samurai, if you will, it's like right at the tail end of that period. So yeah.
So even like that horribly historically inaccurate movie, The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise, the main character is supposed to be Saito. Tako Saito, I think is what his name was, who is considered historically to be the last samurai, and even he is more in the Meiji era than he was during the Tokugawa Shogunate. So
what would you say is like differentiates Japan at the end of the Tokugawa period versus like the beginning of the Tokugawa period? Like what had changed?
So what had happened at the beginning of the Tokugawa period is essentially that it was the Tokugawa family consolidating power, because as I said before, they're the third of the three uniters of Japan. So at that time, at the beginning of the Tokugawa Shogunate, there was still a lot of things, still battles to be fought, minor battles, but still they needed to be fought, bringing people into line. So there was still an era of lawlessness a little bit, and just the Tokugawa is saying, we're in charge now, and we need to make sure that you understand that. And then by the end of the Tokugawa period, what had happened was that they had instituted, of course, they closed off the borders, and they just became a hermit nation almost, and so very little trade, outside thoughts, and things like that. So it was very regulated. So, and because there were no more wars to be fought, because there was no more police actions to have. I mean, you had rebellions every now and again, but really nothing major. By the end of it, the samurai, who were so instrumental in bringing the Tokugawas to power and consolidating that power, had become toothless by the end of it. They were no longer warriors; they were bureaucrats. It didn't mean anything to be a samurai anymore. The Bushido codes didn't mean anything anymore, and it was more about mercantilism. It was about making money and just, at best, maybe keeping the peace, so to speak.
It's funny that book you gave me pointed out the fact that when the Meiji era happened and they had to go divest the daimyo and the samurai of all of their stuff, they were all like, sure.
Yeah.
Like, it happened surprisingly bloodlessly and straightforwardly, because they really weren't, soldiers anymore. They really weren't doing anything. And so they were like, yeah, we'll take the money. That's fine.
They were essentially pensioned off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what happened. And I've made the comment before that at a certain point they became paid to be unemployed. So, they were paid to not do anything for another it was originally so that they wouldn't switch sides, so they would be paid, and if they were needed to be called on, they would come running at a moment's notice. But they got paid twice a year, and they were expected to do nothing, and so they gambled it all away. So that's why you see a lot of that kind of stuff.
And I'm sure that went back to, like, the original samurai were just like mercenaries, and so the whole point is they're just like bodyguards, basically. You're just paying them to be around and be muscle in case you need it.
Right.
But then you have 250 years of no needing it.
No needing it. So what happens is that you have these families, these samurai families, that they are legitimately, they are a significant part of society. So you can't just dismiss them, but you have to change their role somehow. So what do? Well, okay, since we're not paying you to be stabby anymore, we're going to pay you to, be bureaucrats. So, basically, stamping stamps and pushing pens.
Yeah.
And so that's why, like, you have, today, people still have lineages that they can trace back as being samurai, but those papers that legitimize those families are actually from the Tokugawa era, and they're just basically appointments.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They're basically saying, well, since we don't need you to fight and kill people, we just need you to count rice. So here you go, and and we're going to do that in your hereditary title, and it's kind of a way to smooth ruffled feathers, so to speak.
Oh, you can read and count?
Yeah, we got a job for you. Yes, absolutely. And that was the interesting thing, is that the samurai class was a very literate and cultured class. So so obviously they were smart enough to do something else. But that's basically what happened. Yeah. So by the end of the Tokugawa Shogunate, when this is kind of interesting, when Perry shows up and says gunboat diplomacy, it says, you're going to trade with us, and we're going to come back in a year, and we're going to have that paper from you. When they left, all the daimyo were just like, we can't, this can't stand. We're gonna have a race of samurai. And a lot of there's one major race out of Tokyo that they still do to this day, but pretty much everyone had these like little marathons. They would have their samurai run to show, okay, we can do the thing. And they couldn't, and they literally couldn't. And it was one of those things where this was like a no holds barred kind of running. So like if you're running along and somebody's up next to you, you could, just knock them off the trail, or whatever. And there's the hell. And so once they realized that, the other big learning thing that they did was, we have to deal with the world now.
Yeah.
So,
Matt asks in chat, were Korea and China ever in conflict with Japan during the Tokugawa period?
No. And the main reason for that, particularly for the Chinese, was that Japan was a good trading partner. They, the Japanese treated other Asians well, so to speak. So even though their borders were closed, they allowed them to come in and do trade, very regulated, but not as bad as it was with Europeans, where they stuck them on a little 2-acre island called Dejima. So the Chinese, more or less, were good trading partners, and it was, and Japanese imperial family traces its roots back to when the Chinese said, "Oh, we think well of you, and so you should have an emperor of your own." For the Koreans, they were just happy the Japanese stopped invading them, honestly, because they kept trying to do it over and over, and even Toyotomi, the second unifier, tried I think 2 times to invade Korea and whatever, and just failed miserably. So I think they just said we're not going to do this, and the Koreans were probably also had their own little bit of problems going on as well, and and mounting an amphibious invasion even back in those days was very, very hard to do. Not easy.
Do you think there's any way that the Tokugawa, that the shogun and kind of the ruling class could have remained? Is there any way that they could have kept on going and not just completely transformed everything to the democratic government?
Right. The only way that they would have been able to do that is if they, sort of gave up on first of all, they needed to open their borders and they needed to be part of the world. That was really the only way that they were going to be able to keep their power base. The other part, the second part of it would be that they would have had to have treated the samurai class in a different way, which means that they probably would have had to continue trying to invade somebody, maybe Korea. And the last part of it was that there was, by the end of it, there was so much corruption going on, and so when you have that much corruption, you kind of don't care about other things, and so that kind of led to the downfall. What's interesting though is that it wasn't that the Tokugawa Shogunate was anti-modernization. They actually really liked the concept of trains, and they actually had models built and trying to, and they were reaching out actually to people, to Europeans that were there in Japan, saying, "Hey, what's your best idea on this? And what can we do here?" So it's not like they weren't against modernization. It's just that when you're corrupt and you don't trade with the world and you're just kind of insular, everything kind of goes to a standstill. So they had to basically not do all the things that they did shortly after consolidating power.
It sounds like all the different factions just could not be satisfied. All the different directions folks wanted to go. It's like, well, if we don't want to do what you do, we can't do what you want to do. Can't do what you want to do, and so nothing works until you just rip it all up and start over from scratch. Interesting. Tadakichi-san asks, have you seen the 2017 anime Onihei, which is about a chief officer protecting Edo from crimes and arson during the late 1700s?
No, but I do know about the historical novels that you're talking about. So this is really kind of interesting. It kind of goes back to the Sabu and Ichi kind of storyline where we talked about the Ichi Mochi and how at the bottom level there were actual family associations for each area that was in charge of policing themselves. And fire was the same thing. So they had fire battalions certainly, but they also had 12, I believe, per district. They had 12 family associations that were meant to be, in the case of fire, the entire families. And when I say the entire family, I mean everybody goes out to fight the fires. That's their job. That's what they do. And for the police, of course, the same idea is that if the Hidemochi needs help, the 5 associations are like, "Sir, yes, sir," and do the thing. And there are a lot of novels and stories about those kinds of things but you don't really see them out of Kyoto and Tokyo or Tokyo to Edo back then, because when you're out in the rural, it's a little bit different, and there's better things that you can do to effectively fight fires, as opposed to in there's a great scene in was it Robot? Is it no, not Robot Carnival, where they're talking about where there's a fire in the city and they're like trying to predict the direction of the wind, and they start knocking down buildings, because if they do that, they can stop the fire from jumping from one building to another. So there's a lot of tragedy action stories about things like that. So things like that happen often.
Interesting. Fascinating stuff. Any last minute questions before we move on to our last panel? Happy to dig into them. Tokugawa period. Interesting because it is one of the sort of golden eras of Japanese history, one of the classic ones, but one that we, like a lot of things, you know, we know it from a distance. We know the very broadest strokes, and then when you actually dig into it, you're like, oh, there's a lot more here.
A lot more stuff going on.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
But I don't think anyone's going to be really excited about an anime about counting rice.
I think that is a challenge. There's got to be something. Firefighters in Japan. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Totally. Cool. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you, Steve, for that.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in, like I said, about 5 minutes for the next panel. See you then.
Hey guys, right now we're in Denden Town, which is basically the Akihabara of Osaka City. Today I just want to go figure hunting. We're actually right outside our first shop, so we're just gonna see what we can find. I have nothing. I love Osaka. Look how old these ones look. These are OMG. No way. Aria? This is one of my favorite shows. Oh, she's only 500 yen. Man, if they had the set of these, like if they had Akari, who's the main character, I would probably get this, but I'm for some things, I'm very much a set person, so I'd rather just like get all the characters, but this is so cool. 500 yen, man. They even have read or die stuff. Like, I love the stores that have a bunch of old stuff. That's your favorite girl.
It's a really nice. That's a really good pose.
That is a nice one.
Yeah, there's this one too, but she's just holding an iron rod. She's not doing no gun on that one.
700 yen. That's
yeah,
insane.
it's huge for 700 yen.
So they have Meg from Burst Angel, which is really cool. I actually love the design of Meg as a character, but the show is like okay to me, so I could take it or leave it. But this is a really nice looking figure. Like, you can't really see it, but I love the pose that she has. They do have a lot of older stuff though, like Mahime, Gunslinger Girl, a lot of like early 2000s stuff here. Oh, Blood Plus as well. This is also one of my favorite shows. Air. Oh, do you see this one? It's from Air. I have like a prize figure of her, but I don't have a figure this nice. She's hard to find. I usually can't find Air stuff. Some little busters. I keep seeing this one everywhere of the Reen playing with cats. Alright, next shop time. Oh, cute. Look at these. Are these all from the new new season? Look at the Ash and the Snorlax.
That's adorable.
That's very cute. Oh, that's adorable. That's a nice Rika figure. Oh, they have Renge, but they have, oh man, this has gone up in price. I remember when this was like 40-50 bucks, but now it's like 8,000 yen. But if I get a Renge figure, I'm really gonna want it to be like a full-size figure, not a Nendroid. They have a lot of Rikas over here. They have like a chibi one. They have one of her in like a gothic Lolita outfit. That's so cool. Oh, this one's actually really nice. I mean, it's more expensive, but you can tell that it's a much nicer figure than like a prize one. They finally have Dr. Stone stuff. I haven't really seen a lot of Dr. Stone stuff yet. I guess it's still fairly new in retrospect, but yeah, they have some of that stuff now. What'd you find now?
That's cute. Misaka and Misaka.
Oh, that is cool. Oh, Minato! Oh my god! I've never seen one of him. I don't even think I have any figures that are dudes. I just have a lot of figures that are girls. I love this My Hero Academia one of Jito. This one's really cool. Nice. Look how big that is.
Anyone who's ever been to a movie theater in Japan will recognize these characters.
No more. These are basically the characters that tell you like, oh, you know, don't film at the movie. We don't support piracy and all that stuff. And they're really funny and like, it's like a nationwide phenomenon. Alan just found one from Emma, which is like a Victorian romance anime, and like, that's actually insane. Mm-hmm. Like, that this is something we found. The anime is like, I think it's like 2004, 2005 anime, and it's just not ever talked about that much. This is what they call the junk figure section, where it's like figures that might have something wrong with them. This is Lum, and I can't really tell. Maybe it's because she's got a lot of scratches on her, but this is a pretty good find for something like this. Even though they're calling it like a junk figure, I guess. But yeah, I guess it's like...
All right, again, I always hate to stop a Kira video early, but we're going to do that anyway. So I get to talk about Genshin Impact as Norse tragedy. Now, you may not play Genshin Impact, may not be familiar with it, but I hope you still find this kind of interesting, because I'm going to talk a lot about Norse myth in this talk. And again, I hope you find that interesting nevertheless. So let's talk about Genshin Impact as Norse tragedy. Now, it turns out, if you actually play Genshin Impact, first off, spoiler alert, I'm going to be talking about a lot of Genshin Impact's actual story, stuff that has been revealed in the game so far. But in Genshin Impact, there is this ancient land called Khaenri'ah, which went through a cataclysm and was destroyed. And as we learn more and more about Khaenri'ah, they reference specific Germanic myths a lot. So Dainsleif, Alberich, Durin, Dvalin, Rheindotir. These all refer back to the Nibelungen song, the Nibelungen Lied, which is kind of interesting for a video game to reference a specific myth that closely. And obviously in a lot of games like Elden Ring and others, like they'll reference certain mythologies and weave things in. But to have a specific myth pulled in this much, characters and weapons and such from that, indicates it's probably an important part of Genshin Impact. So let's look at that myth a little bit. Before we go into that, a few assumptions about Genshin Impact that we want to start off with. The story is about these two siblings who traveled through various worlds and ended up on Teyvat, the country of Genshin Impact. And I'm going to assume here that that is true. There are stories and that there are implications that possibly that may not have been as accurate as is presented in the game. We're going to assume they are actually interstellar travelers. They spent some time in Khaenri'ah 500 years ago. We're assuming that wasn't an illusion or something. Also in the game, there are the gods, there is Celestia, and there are the heavenly principles. And they are all used somewhat interchangeably sometimes. And in this video, I'm going to assume that there's maybe 3 different factions and organizations. Some of them may be the same, some of them may not be, but we're going to set aside the idea that the gods, Celestia, and heavenly principles must all be exactly the same faction. That'll be important as we go in. All right, so let's start by talking about the Nibelungen Lied and what the story is of that. So the main character of the Nibelungen Lied is Prince Siegfried, who is your classic kind of warrior hero. He goes out, he leaves his kingdom, he finds this dwarf that he gets this invisible cloak from. He fights a dragon and bathes in its blood to become invincible, except for his heel. Oh, no, I'm sorry, except for a little bit on his side where a leaf falls on him as he's bathing in the blood. So he doesn't know it, but he has that one weakness. He then ends up traveling to this kingdom that is led by, exactly, kind of like Harry Potter. Went to this kingdom where he finds King Gunther and his sister, Princess Kriemhild. And Prince Siegfried goes in and says hello to the king, sees Kriemhild, and immediately wants her as his wife. Right? Gunther says, hold on. Like, I just met you, literally. I'm not going to let you marry my sister, like, today. Hold on. But I'll make you a deal. There's this woman, Queen Brunhilde, who is the leader of a kingdom full of warrior women. Think like Amazons, not exactly the same, but they're given that kind of female warrior culture. And she has said she will only marry a man who completes 3 physical challenges that she sets. So she does these physical challenges. The man has to do the same physical challenges. If he can keep up, she will marry that man. No man has been able to do that. King Gunther had tried in the past and had failed. So he tells Prince Siegfried, if you will help me complete the challenges and win Queen Brunhilde as my wife, I will let you marry Princess Kriemhild. Now, a few things. Depending on the version of this that you read or watch, the relationship between Siegfried and Kriemhild can be a little different. There was one main version of this that was written down and is considered like the earliest recorded version of the Nibelungenlied, which is what people go back to, but there were other oral versions going around, so it's not necessarily authoritative in the sense that that was the one that everyone would have heard. That is one of them, and then there were others over time. Depending on the one you read, generally speaking, this was not... generally speaking, Kriemhild showed some interest in Prince Siegfried. This was not a simple matter of Siegfried saying, give me woman. There was some mutual attraction there. Again, depending on the version, sometimes it's mild, sometimes it like grows over time, sometimes it's love at first sight. Just depends on the version. So there is at least that. So basically, Siegfried goes with Gunther to Queen Brunhilde, and with the aid of his invisibility cloak, he is able to essentially complete these challenges for King Gunther, or to aid him in these challenges, and complete all of them. Now, Brunhilde finds this kind of weird. That King Gunther, who couldn't do this, however long ago when he first came out, suddenly is able to accomplish all this, no problem. But she's like, you know what? Okay, fair enough. I agreed. Let me see if we have, if we can tell more of this there. Okay, well, we'll get to him in a second. So she goes back with them. But she is increasingly suspicious. Because King Gunther does not act physically like he's someone who can actually complete the things he just did. So when their boat arrives back at King Gunther's kingdom, she refuses to get off the boat. And she says, I don't believe that you actually did it. Gunther then goes to Siegfried and says, okay, tonight I want you to go into the bedroom when it's all dark, pretend to be me, and to thus prove to Brunhilde that you are, you physically have the ability to do, what you're doing. Prove your physical strength. One last time tonight. Siegfried goes, okay. Goes in. Now, here's where it gets interesting depending on the version you read or watch or whatever. Because, and we're a little late at night, so I can broach some of these topics. He proves his physical strength to Brunhilde. And notably, he takes her belt. Either a belt buckle or a belt, depending on the version. Now, I want you to think about where physically on somebody's body the belt is, and thus what that might symbolize in terms of what happened on that night. Right? You further have the implication that he's trying to prove his strength. So it is possible that there was some forceful action going on there, and that Brunhilde came out of that, let's just say, not in the state that you would want a blushing bride to be on her first night of marriage, right? But it is intentionally left unexplained and undescribed and symbolic. And this is one of the interesting things about that version of the Nibelungenlied is they've said it's interesting that presumably the author, made it the belt, like didn't describe anything else, but kept it very symbolic so that the audience could decide and interpret for themselves what actually happened. Point being, Siegfried goes back, he tells Gunther, okay, she believes now. He goes back to Kriemhild and goes, I'm kind of shook. Like, I'm feeling kind of weird right now. And Kriemhild says, what's up, darling? And he says, okay, you can't tell anybody this, but this thing just happened. And shows her the belt. And in fact, gives her the belt. And she basically goes, ew, but the king ordered you to, so I'm not going to, like, hold it against you, so to speak. You did what you had to do, fair enough. And they kind of go off. So Siegfried is weirded out by this and shows some remorse. Point being, you then have you then get a double marriage. They go get married. Everything's cool, fine. Fast forward a little while. Kriemhilde and Brunhilde are entering a cathedral, and Kriemhilde tries to go side by side with Brunhilde. And Brunhilde goes, wait a minute. No. I'm the queen. You're the, you married a vassal. You married a warrior. You don't rank up here with me anymore. And not like in a super nasty way, but just like from a processional standpoint, like this is going to look weird if you're up here with me. And Kriemhild goes, guess what? Actually, the guy you married is not the guy who you thought he was. In fact, guess what happened, the night before your wedding night, and shows her the belt. Brunhilde's not happy, as you might imagine, as she realizes she's been lied to the entire time. So she then goes to King Gunther's brother Hagen. And Hagen is a grim warrior with an eye patch. That's like literally how he's shown in various things. And he's kind of the general, if you will, of Gunther's men. He's the hardened warrior, kind of runs everything. Brunhilde goes and says, my honor has been besmirched. And so the person who did this has to die. And that person is Siegfried. And Hagen goes, You're right. Like, he should not have done that. He messed you up. He has to die. And so Hagen, it turns out, knows where the leaf had fallen on Siegfried. When they're out hunting, he lures Siegfried away, and has him, I think he has him like lean over such that his mail rides up and reveals the spot, and then stabs him. Kriemhild is not happy, as you might imagine. Exactly, foreshadowing. Because now her husband's dead. So bad things start to happen. This is part one, by the way. This is just kind of the first half of the story. Don't worry, the second half goes faster than this. This is all just kind of set up. So Siegfried's dead. That sucks. Kriemhilde goes off to marry Attila the Hun. Not joking. That is actually what happens in the story. She goes off and marries Attila the Hun. Because that is the same time period. Who is kind of a barbarian king is the main role of him in the story. Brunhilde exits. Like, she's not in the story. Originally, in the original version, she just isn't mentioned ever again. In other versions of the story, she actually throws herself off a bridge or sacrifices herself in some way because of all the bad things. Whatever. Point being, she's out of the story. Kriemhild marries Attila the Hun, and has his baby, has his son, and then invites Gunther and Brother Hagen and the other warriors of their kingdom over for a feast. Come on over. Have a great time. It'll be fantastic. So she invites them over and proceeds to orchestrate ways of making each faction angry at each other and create offenses out of how they're behaving and saying, see what that person did? You can't possibly stand for that. See what they did? You can't stand for that. Boils it over, pushes it up, worse and worse and worse. They all die. It just escalates into an all-out war. Everyone dies. Her son dies in the conflict. King Gunther dies. Brother Hagen dies. It just grows until the Hun does survive the conflict, because historically he kind of had to. But like, there's a black and white German silent film version of this, and one of the big images of that is Kriemhild standing outside the main hall that Attila the Hun had done, which is on fire with everyone inside it, and she is laughing maniacally, while Attila is off to one side, like on his knees, like crying. Yeah, everyone dies. Everyone dies. It is a complete, utter tragedy. Part 2 of the Nibelungenlied is titled in that version, and in the classical version, Kriemhilde's Revenge. That is the second half of all this. Now, before we get back into Genshin Impact, what's really interesting about this, from a story perspective, is this is basically predicated on a bunch of guys deceiving a woman. Right? The whole point of this is the reason all this tragedy unfolded is because a bunch of men tried to trick this woman. She found out about it, and kind of everything fell apart. So it's a kind of interesting, almost feminist stance that the story is taking in that perspective. And then again, Kriemhild gets kind of screwed over. She then, precipitates all of this stuff. Different versions portray her differently, as you might imagine. But that's the basics of this story. So that's the rough overall story of the Nibelungenlied. All right. So let's review the functions of all of these characters in the story. Like, what do they do in these stories? So Prince Siegfried is this hero who screws up and dies as a result of that. So originally a hero, did this bad thing, screws up, and is killed for that. Princess Kriemhild is the wronged innocent who allies with barbarians to get revenge. Fair enough. Attila the Hun is the barbarian ruler. Queen Brunhilde is just tricked and screwed over. King Gunther is a greedy ruler who uses trickery and gets his kingdom destroyed for it. So, not the same as Siegfried, because Gunther is not portrayed heroically much in the versions of the story, but has a structure of did a thing, pays for it through destruction, in this case of his entire kingdom. And then Brother Hagen is the dutiful warrior who actually does the deed that needs to be done, gets his hands bloody to actually make that happen, right? Where it's like, this needs to be done for justice to be served, and I'll do it because no one else is going to do it. All right. How might that faction or factor into Genshin Impact? Well, these characters map pretty closely onto certain characters in Genshin Impact. Prince Siegfried maps nicely onto Ermin, the last king of Conria, who is a presumably heroic character who screwed up and was killed for it. We know he died in the Conrian disaster. So he was trying to do a thing, but did it in a bad way, in some way, and got killed for that. King Gunther allies nicely onto Rheindotter. Not quite as closely. Again, greedy ruler who uses trickery and gets his kingdom destroyed for it. It is quite possible that Rheindotter was involved in the Conrian disaster. We know she created a lot of the monsters, the rift hounds, things like that. And it seems likely that is one of the factors in what got Conria wiped out. Brother Hagen is Dainsleif pretty much straight up. He is the dutiful warrior who apparently, I'm assuming, got his hands dirty in some way. We don't know exactly what he did, but even the Abyss sibling says that Dainsleif failed to protect Conria and is thus cursed for that. So presumably, I think that was a more active role than what is like directly portrayed in the game. I think he did something that caused that, or there's something more direct there. What about the other characters though? Well, I think Princess Kriemhilde maps nicely onto the Abyss sibling. Innocent wronged, who allied with the barbarians, the bad guys, in this case the Abyss Order, to get revenge. Right? For whatever reason, that is what the Abyss sibling did. They are allying with the Abyss Order to get revenge in some way. Until the Hun maps onto Clothar, the guy who led the Abyss Order. Queen Brunhilde maps nicely onto the Traveler, the one who got tricked and screwed over and is at the center of all this, the fulcrum within which all of the story hinges, because something bad was done to the Traveler, and everything's centered around that. And then we could say that the Valkyries map onto the Heavenly Principles. I mean, they fill very similar roles as being the sort of heavenly warriors. Now, I should point out, and I should have mentioned this earlier, the Nibelungenlied is also the basis for Wagner's Ring Cycle, the Wagner opera with the Valkyries and all that kind of stuff. It is not the same story, but that was a big inspiration for the Ring Saga. So if you've seen Wagner's Ring Saga or stories based on it, that's where that's coming from. Wagner invented the Valkyries as we know them, meaning that the Valkyries were not in the Nibelungenlied, but they have become commonly associated with that storyline. So we can expect that the Hoyoverse writing team pulled them in as an influence. This has some interesting possible implications for the storyline. This tells us Khaenri'ah screwed up and caused the cataclysm. They were not completely innocent. They may not be deserving of what happened to them. It may have been, overkill. But it implies that there was something they did which triggered that, besides just the arrogation of mankind. It also indicates that Dainsleif did something awful, like Hagen did. Probably killing the Khaenri'ah's king, or somebody in Khaenri'ah royalty, which then brought about Khaenri'ah's destruction. It kind of makes sense for that to be the king, because the king had to die, and it would map nicely into the Nibelungenlied. There's another possibility, which I learned up recently, which I'll be happy to go into, which is that he killed the king's daughter. That's a whole nother thing. I'll be happy to talk about that if anyone's curious. It also implies the siblings were wronged by Khaenri'ah. It's the Khaenri'an character that is, again, sort of the Gunther faction that screwed over the siblings in some way. It also implies the siblings were a major player in the cataclysm. All of this was woven in. They didn't just show up and then bounce out immediately from the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles. They were involved. And I think that is why the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles prevented them from leaving Tevat. That was not the Sustainer saying, I don't want you to leave. That was, you screwed up. You're not leaving until you clean up your mess. Right? It also implies the Abyss sibling is using the Abyss Order to sow mayhem and cause destruction. The Abyss sibling, it is possible, doesn't actually care about the Abyss Order's goals. They just want everyone to die. They just want to wipe everyone off the face of the earth. That is their actual goal. They will say, oh yes, I want to do all this stuff for the Abyss Order, because that's what keeps the Abyss Order in line. But ultimately, they just want everything to burn because of how badly they were screwed over in Khaenri'ah. Possible. If this all maps onto the Nibelungenlied. So where will the story go from here? I think we're going to find out more about the Conrian disaster, and it was a case of everyone screwing over everybody else, as it happened in the Nibelungen League. Like, it was just people being bad to other people the entire time. So we're going to find it is not just, good guy faction versus bad guy faction. Of course, that's not that all of Genshin Impact is finding out. It's not good guys versus bad guys. Everyone has their reasons. And we are in part 2 of the Nibelungen League. We are in Kriemhilde's revenge. We are in the Abyss siblings' revenge. They are just trying to wipe everything out. And if the cyclical nature of Teyvat is true, that might be fate. It is time for this samsara to end. It is time for this version of Teyvat to go into its next cycle. And it is the Abyss siblings' goal, or it is the Abyss siblings' role, intentional or not, to start the next samsara, to cleanse the world for the next cycle. Who knows? It's possible. One other thing. What the heck is Paimon? Paimon shows up, washes ashore, hangs out with the traveler for 2 months, and then they decide to go wander around Teyvat with Paimon as their guide. No one finds it weird that there's a floating ferry following the traveler around everywhere, which has no other similar creature on Teyvat. No one's ever seen anything like Paimon as far as we know, but everyone treats Paimon as just normal. Just a thing. Reality distortion field, very heavy around Paimon. And I just realized I still have the old panel title on here. Let me fix that real quick. That's kind of weird. Granted, for a video game, only so much you can do. Now, remember back in the story of the Nibelungen League, the Princess Kriemhild and Attila the Hun had a child. What if Paimon fills that role? A lot of folks have pointed out that Paimon is similar to the Standard of Heavenly Principles character design, white hair, etc., and sort of generally white and gold outfit. But I think she looks an awful lot like at least Lumine. Very close to Lumine. So what if Paimon is Lumine's child? Meaning, if Lumine is the Abyss sibling in your game, Lumine carved off a chunk of herself, like a puppet, and sent it to Ether to follow him on his journey. And if to be a piece of Lumine, traveling with him the entire time, wouldn't that be amazing at the end of this story if we find out that, in a way, we've been traveling with Lumine the entire time? And if Ether is the Abyss sibling, Ether created a puppet and sent it along to Lumine to be her companion the entire time and made it look like her, because that's what he remembers, that's what he wants the most. What an amazing twist to realize. We have been spending the entire time with a piece of our brother that he formed in our image, more or less, so that we wouldn't be alone. I think that would be a wonderfully poetic discovery at the end of the game, wherever it goes. I think that would fit surprisingly well. And again, it would fit nicely into the Nibelungen League plot of all of this at the end. Who knows? Those are all my thoughts and possibilities on Genshin Impact. Now, I mentioned earlier, Dainsleif did something awful, potentially killing Conria's king. It is also possible he killed Conria's daughter, because there are implications in the story now that we have in like the backstory, the lore, that Conria's daughter was Princess Fischl. That is where those stories weave into. That the Princess Fischl in the books. So, to explain all of this, the character of Fischl in the game is essentially cosplaying as this famous fictional character named Princess Fischl, who did all sorts of crazy adventures. There are hints that the Princess Fischl in the books is based on an actual Princess of Conria. So it's not the same character, but the fictional character in the game is a fictionalized version of that girl. If Dainsleif wants to do something to really mess things up and really cause him to be hated by everyone, it would be if the king's daughter did something or was responsible for something, and Dainsleif realized he has to kill her. And he goes in and does that. And again, that would kind of fit in a way more closely with the Nibelungenlied tale, because instead of killing the king, he's killing the king's associate. Much like Siegfried was the king's associate, Fischl is not the king, but closely associated to the king. And that would be why Fischl's been in the game since the beginning. Why do we have this weird cosplaying teenage girl who has manifested this character from fiction in the reality of the game, unless she has a major role to play in the actual story, where she is actually cosplaying a very important character in the backstory that then gets woven in. Who knows? Anyway, those are the possibilities for what was happening with Genshin Impact. Who knows? But oh boy, does this game have a lot of story behind it. And it's kind of exciting to realize where it might be going and how it might be folding everything in. For those who don't play Genshin Impact, by the way, I'm not crazy. Like, this is how deep this game goes. It's incredible how many myths and elements. Gnosticism is a major inspiration for the game. You can find specific elements of Gnosticism tied in. It's crazy. So yeah, it could very well all be true. All right, that is that for that panel. Shorter than I thought it would be, but that's totally fine. That happens sometimes. And that is our last panel for OnCon 10. So I think that's going to do it for us for this OnCon. I hope you all enjoyed it. We certainly had a good time sitting here and doing all of this for you all. Hope to be doing this more frequently. There will be more opportunities for us to do this more frequently in the future, thankfully. Thank you, Tadakichi-san. Glad to hear that. Yeah, just glad to have all of you here. Glad to have all of you here for OnCon. I will be posting videos of each of the panels to the YouTube channel separately. So if you want to go back and watch them, you don't have to go to the entire recording. You can just go and hit the individual videos if you want to watch those. And yeah, thank you all very much. Thank you, Captain Laser Eyes. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, this has been a great time for all of us. Again, I hope to have it on Con 11 sometime in a fairly not too distant future.
Tomorrow.
We'll put it that way. Yeah, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. And that will be the plan. So again, thank you all very much for being here. We're going to close it out for the night. No weekly dig tomorrow. We'll be back next week with a full weekly dig because I'm tired. So thank you all very much. Have a good one. Take care. See ya. So long.